Hello. Let's see. Let me get a. Do I look okay? I mean, does your picture look all right? Yeah. Well, that might be. That may not be true. Let me get. Okay. Let me go find some earphone I can use. Okay, good. I realize there's, except for a few people, there won't be many people from LA, right? It's too early for them. A lot of that's how most of my clients are. It's so amazing. We work for Japanese companies. We can send them something that's like at 3 o'clock in the morning, their time, and they're
I'm Chuck Surak, founder and CEO of Sweetwater. Welcome to Sweetwater and welcome to GearFest 2020.
Welcome to GearFest 2020. I'm Mitch Gallagher from Sweetwater, and I'll be your host for this online version of our annual celebration of music, gear, and music makers. Now, GearFest is all about sharing our passion for making music and for great audio. And this weekend, we're going to be learning from the best of the best. And of course, it's all about the gear. We're so glad you've joined us. It's going to be an amazing 2 days. We've got both today and tomorrow packed full with interviews, workshops, lessons, surprise special guests. There's so much more in store for you. Now, just a few of the incredible workshops and interviews we have coming up today include an interview with guitarist Lita Ford. We've got engineer-producer Ross Hogarth discussing recording remotely with the legendary Edgar Winter. We'll have a drum masterclass with Dave Weckl, a live performance with country and bluegrass star Ricky Skaggs, an interview with producer solo artist Alan Parsons. We've even got an exclusive episode of Into the Lair with Dave Pensado. We've got bassist Nathan East, guitarist Billy Gibbons, and much, much more. Now be sure you register for our huge GearFest hourly giveaway totaling more than $35,000. Plus, one lucky grand prize winner is taking home a $5,000 recording package. Register now so you don't miss your chance to win big. Of course, GearFest means it's your opportunity to get the best deals of the year on the gear you need. Our exclusive GearFest Online tent event flash sale runs today and tomorrow, so be sure to call your Sweetwater sales engineer. They're going to be able to tell you all about the very best unadvertised deals as well. Now, to kick things off here at GearFest 2020, we have a legendary mastering engineer, Bob Ludwig. Bob is an 11 times Grammy winner, a 2 times Latin Grammy winner, a Les Paul Award winner, and he's won a whopping 18 Tech Awards. His credits include everyone from Led Zeppelin and Jimi Hendrix to Tool and Daft Punk. He's worked on literally thousands of instantly recognizable classic and cutting-edge albums and film scores. We're so excited to have him here. Bob, welcome to GearFest 2020. Great to see you.
Thank you, Mitch.
It's
so much.
it's a pleasure to have you kick things off for us. I mean, if there's anybody who has a history in the music industry, it's you.
You got the Grammy count wrong. I just got my 12th this year.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry about that.
It's the classical one for the Terry Riley Sun Rings.
Oh, nice. Congratulations. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Thank you. I think I'm the first mastering engineer to have won one of every category that we're eligible for.
Is that right? Wow.
Yep.
That's
for most of my career, we weren't eligible for physical Grammys, so.
Right. So they're going to have to change the rules just for you.
There you go, right? Well, it's really an honor to meet you virtually here.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this is fun. We're having a good time. We're just getting things rolling, and man, I just have to ask you. I read somewhere that you actually got into audio at 8 years old when you got your first tape recorder.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Everybody has a recorder when they're like out of the womb these days, but. Yeah, back then, having a recorder when you're an 8-year-old kid was something. My dad was somehow very supportive of that. And when I got to high school, he got me a consumer Ampex machine. So it was very good. I've always had a hankering for pushing record on tape machines. So.
Right. You got an early start, right. Now, I understand that you're also a classical musician. You went to Eastman School of Music. You have bachelor's and master's on trumpet, correct?
Yes, exactly. And my bachelor's was on music education, and the master's was on performance as well. So it was trumpet and music literature. So I know a lot of classical music literature. So.
Right. Was your intention to pursue a performance career, or were you always looking more toward the audio and recording side of things?
Well, actually, it's always been both for me. I don't know why my throat getting so raspy just as we're starting this, of course. When I was in high school, I couldn't decide if I wanted to go into recording or music. And my high school music teacher thankfully talked me into going to Eastman because it was really the best experience of my life. And it was just the most amazing thing to be there. And a great deal of it was interacting with the other students there, which has been making me think of this coronavirus situation where people can't interact with their fellow students as much. So it's
a little different these days.
It's a new reality. Yeah, definitely. At any rate, so he taught me into going into Eastman. And then as a trumpet player, one of the things you learn, of course, is the Brandenburg Trumpet Concerto. And one of my real lifetime goals was to do the Bach B minor Mass using the piccolo trumpet in the very high parts. And when I finished high school and went to Eastman, then as I was working on my master's degree, I was in the Utica Symphony Orchestra playing first principal trumpet there. And one day they said, oh, we're going to do the Bach B minor mass. And I went, really? I wasn't planning on doing this for another 10 years. So I went to my trumpet teacher, Dan Patrolak, and told him about it. And Eastman loaned me a piccolo trumpet, which was great. And so I really practiced hard on it. And then we performed it twice. And it was even on the radio, and people liked it. And
wow.
When it was over, I was like, not sure. I wasn't expecting to do this so fast.
Right.
And then also while at Eastman in my master's degree years, there was a jazz workshop that they had in the summer sessions. And there was also this arrangers workshop. So all the arrangers wanted to have good quality recordings of them and the orchestra and the jazz bands and all that. So Eastman hired Phil Ramone to come up from New York and teach a recording workshop, and also to specify what the school should have for this jazz workshop. And so at the end of that workshop, Phil asked me if I wanted to come work for him in New York. And I was like, wow, this was really, it was very exciting. And of course, being in that workshop was super exciting. And I think I'd shifted kind of from trumpet into the recording during that workshop. And anyway, I decided that's what I was going to do. At least I could always go back to the trumpet, but here was a lifetime opportunity, because as a lot of your student people know, it's not easy to get into this industry, and to have that happen was I was just so lucky. So came down to New York and worked with Phil as an assistant. And one of the things that you do as an assistant at A&R Recording is to learn how to do disc mastering, or disc cutting at least. And the reason for that is back then, it's not so true since about 1974 and certainly 1980. But back then, disc cutting really did have its limitations. A lot of discs were cut on fixed pitch lathes, so that every groove was equally spaced from one to another. And so definitely, if there was too much of a bass frequency, it was very easily to have it cross over into the other grooves. Thus the whole thing about always having your bass in the center channel, which is still a good idea. And then, making discs needlessly compressed so the bass didn't do that. But when I was doing that, I was taught by Jay Messina, who's still a very active, brilliant engineer. He works a lot with Supertramp. Jay taught me how to cut discs. And then A&R was the first independent studio to buy a Neumann computer lathe, the VMS 66. And that was at the other, A&R had two locations at 112 West 48th Street and 799 7th Avenue, which used to be the Columbia Studios, where Dylan recorded a lot. And anyway, it's a great space. And so the stereo system was over there. So I moved over to there, and back then there was no manual for it, how to do it. So Phil locked myself and a maintenance man, Aaron Barron, into the room and said, don't come out until you can cut a good disc. And so we closed the door and figured out the lathe, and it was great. But it turned out that I kind of, had a genetic disposition to liking disc cutting and mastering. And because you have to be very patient, you have to be able to cut a symphony of 30 minutes long on a disc, and on the 29th minute lose the chip suction and have to do it all over again, and not sail the lacquer into the wall,
Right.
Had to be good. So I really learned how to do that. And the other point is that being a musician from Eastman, companies like None Such Records, who were a total classical label back then, and Connoisseur Society, people like that would never have used A&R, started using them because I knew how to read scores. And so it was really great. And then once I did so many great projects, almost like right away. So it's
right.
I got to spend a day with Jimi Hendrix when he was working on Electric Ladyland. He came over and we just spent a whole day cutting different references for him. And back then, there were unionized cutters like at Capitol and Columbia and RCA. And this was, that was Warner Brothers, I guess, a Reprise. But at any rate, it was, most times I wouldn't be cutting the masters on a lot of stuff. So anyway, I got to meet and work with Jimi Hendrix for a whole day. And the thing that was amazing to me is that at the end of our session, when we had to walk back to the other studios for him to pay the office for his very inexpensive bill, at the end of it, he was truly concerned that I liked his music. I was like, I'm just this little kid, what do you mean you're concerned, But he was.
Nice.
He was genuinely touched that I liked it, so.
That's awesome. That's
yeah,
awesome.
It was really great. So.
Yeah. So I have to ask you, there's probably nobody better to ask. The term mastering, there's a lot of different interpretations of what that means, and I think a lot of people sometimes think it's just, well, I'll throw a compressor and an EQ on the tube bus and my recording is mastered. So what is mastering and what is it that you do for a project?
Well, I have to say I was mastering at A&R for a couple of years, and then I think even at Sterling for a while, before my parents even could really, really grasp what it was. And of course, like now, you go online and you see mastering everywhere. It's just, the world is inundated with the word mastering. But back then, it was like this black art that no one knew what it was. So, for me, mastering is two things. It's the last creative step in the making of the sound of the record or the CD or the download. And so we're the ones that, in conjunction with the artist and the approvals of the A&R people and who knows what, and management, we're the ones that really determine the way the final record gets to sound. And again, like a lot of times, people will go to me because they just want to hear what my take is on it. Sometimes, let me just finish the definition. So this last creative step in the record making process, and then once everything's approved, we put on our different hat and we become the first step of the manufacturing process. And we, have to do everything very scientifically and very carefully and painstakingly with lots of checks and people rereading ISRC codes and making sure everything's exactly right. And then we send the part off to the record label or to the CD plant or the vinyl disc cutting guy. I used to have a vinyl lathe here at Gateway, although it wasn't hooked up when I started it. So we were like the first major studio to have started without disc cutting in 1993. We built this in 1992, but we opened our doors in 1993. And it wasn't for quite a while before we decided we were going to do it, and we did it. And then, vinyl started getting really slow in the kind of late 90s, I guess it was. And after a while, I did this one project for a big group, and Michael Fremer, who's a great analog audio critic for Stereophile magazine, he called me up and said, "Hey, Bob, I see you mastered this record." He says, "But it doesn't sound like you. It says like all the top is rolled off or something." And I went, "Oh my gosh," because in the lacquer cutting, you're not able to play back the lacquer you cut because that one playback actually damages it slightly in doing it. So, so the first time you can check it is when it's in the mother stage, metal mother stage, and that's usually at the plant. At any rate, I got a pressing from the client, and I listened to it, and Eddie, Michael Fremer was right. The top end was really quite rolled off, and so it could be from the cutting, something could have gone wrong, or in the plant when they're like polishing the stampers and things like that. There's been times where they've actually kind of removed highs from the thing, and so the point is that I asked the the record company. I said, did you approve this test pressing? And they said, oh yeah. And the guy said, but he says, well, we don't have any equipment here in our A&R office. So someone in our London office listened to it and signed off on it. And I says, what were you comparing it to? He says, well, nothing. And they just put it on the turntable and it seemed okay. And they signed off. So I was so discouraged because that is not the workflow of disc cutting and master lacquer cutting. And so that day, when I heard that day, I decided I was going to sell my lathe. And I sold it to Dave Smith at Sony Music. And I think that lathe is since Sony Music closed, I think that lathe is at Sterling now, actually, in Memphis, I think it is. So
right.
Or Nashville, sorry.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. So I obviously, having seen the thousands of projects that you've seen, I want to ask a question that it's kind of both sides of the same coin. And one is, what are the common mistakes you see for projects coming in to be mastered? And the flip side of that is, what can someone do to ensure that when you receive the project for mastering, it's ready to go?
Well, the most common mistake for, we gauging this towards professionals or?
Well, we have a broad range of viewers, so everyone from hobbyists to pros, yes.
Yeah, okay. Well, for the hobbyists, almost without question, the biggest problem is not treating the voice properly enough. When you're doing a song where the lyric needs to be heard, which is almost 90% of the songs, you really have to ride that vocal very hard and make sure that every little thing is right. Like, when you open up your Pro Tools, your digital audio workstation thing, the automation for the vocal ought to look like that. It should have like every word and every phrase should be thought of and make sure that it's all proper. And then, of course, the professionals who do this for a living, their vocal is all normally perfect, but they also send me a vocal up or a vocal down mix, like usually a half dB. So if something is not quite right, we've got it right there to compare and see what's going on there. So I think that's the main problem. It's that's a number one problem. And then controlling dynamics, I guess, would be the second one, because it depends on what kind of genre you're recording. Sometimes when people hear a loud record like the Alabama Shakes record I did, it's a really loud record. But this record was designed by Chad Everett, the producer engineer, from the beginning to be loud, and he mixes in a very loud way. And it's very different kinds of techniques from normal mixing, I would say. It's definitely a lot of crazy things going on to make it all work that loud. And so that was fun to get a Best Engineered Grammy for a really, really loud record, because the thing to know, all the people watching this, is that loudness doesn't buy you anything except misery. One thing it might get you is if you're, have a CD player and you're comparing it to other people's CDs. One that's louder will jump out at you and demand your attention. And I suppose if you're the program directory for a radio station, having a disc jump out at them and get their attention is a good thing. But for everything else, it's not, because all the streaming services that we use now, and of course, streaming's the biggest part of music right now, music reproduction. Most of those services are all loudness normalized, so they have a target level. Like Spotify chooses a target level of -14, and if you go put your record to a loudness meter and it's above that, like way above it, like Death Magnetic, which is like at -6, say, they're going to see that, and when they go to broadcast it on the stream, they'll lower it 10 dB. So that it will compare with everything else. So if somebody's jogging or putting it on in the background, and don't have to keep fooling with the volume control. So because streaming is such a big deal, when you get a record that's really crushed and loud, again, it might sound really great compared to other things on a CD player, but once it's knocked down 10 dB, you're going to have a quiet, really, crushed sounding little bitty record instead of enjoying those 14 dB of dynamics that you really have on Spotify.
Right.
So yeah, so it is quite something. So, and some services like Apple, they have a thing called sound check. Like if you want to hear what the service is going to do, open up your iTunes software and go to preferences and then playback, and you'll see a thing called sound check. And if that's not already on, you can put that on and feed it a bunch of like your flat mix versus the mastered mix, and hear, once they've been loudness normalized, just how impressive the mastering is or isn't, that kind of thing,
Right. Right.
So,
fascinating stuff. We've got about a minute left in our time here. It's just flown by. I mean, it's been wonderful having you here. I have to ask, really quickly, do you prefer to receive a mix where there's been compression and EQ on the master bus, or do you prefer to receive a pretty raw mix?
I prefer to have the mix, two things. I prefer to have the mix be as close as you can possibly get it to how you want it to sound. Like you've mixed it, you've checked on different headphones, different monitoring systems in your car, different people's cars, where you've played it a whole lot and you think, yep, this is really the right mix. And they'll send it to me, and normally that's fine. If for some reason you're one of the really loud mixers like Manny or Tom Elmhurst or Chad Everett, where it's really purposefully loud, it's really helpful to have one that's got some headroom, because you need some more room to work with it. And so it's good to have both.
Right.
The thing that's really bad is to send me the quiet, uncompressed mix and have everybody in the group be listening to the loud one. And so they send me the soft one, and I don't know that there's a loud one out in the universe. And I do something, they say, oh, it's kind of disappointing. It's not as loud as our reference. I go, what? You've been listening to something and not sending the mastering engineer what you've been listening to?
Right.
So,
all part of the process, right?
A lot of insane people out there, yeah.
Bob, thanks so much for spending time with us today, and thanks for helping us kick off GearFest 2020. It's been such a pleasure to talk to you.
You're so welcome. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
I hope that sometime we can sit down and do an extended 2 or 3 hour interview where we can really dig into all your experience and wisdom on mastering.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought this was an hour long.
It flies by, yeah.
I
They got me on a schedule, man. I
see.
Well, thanks so much for joining us.
I thought you'd done 1,500 videos, something like that.
There's more than 1,500 videos in the manufacturer tent area, the manufacturer expo area. It's an incredible weekend.
Wow, that's amazing. I saw you had Scott Hull work on your record.
He did, yeah. He mastered my EP that came out a couple years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott, used to work with me at Masterdisc.
Yeah, so. Absolutely. Yeah, he did a great job. Scott's an old friend, so that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, he was really great. So
right.
I haven't seen his new place by the atomic energy plant there yet.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Great.
Right, Bob. Thanks so much. We really appreciate it, and
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll see you soon. Thanks very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Mitch.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
The GearFest sale just got a whole lot better. For 2 days only, save up to 75% on all the gear you love. It's all online during the GearFest 10 event flash sale. Find exclusive deals on top brands, instruments, software, live sound, and recording gear, plus so much more. It's all happening for 2 days only at sweetwater.com/GearFest.
Sweetwater and Sweetwater lovers, Jared James Nichols here. How's everybody doing? I hope you are all safe, happy, and healthy. Guys, I am bummed that we can't all be together for Sweetwater's GearFest this year, and I can't wait hopefully till next year when we will all be together. But it's so awesome that it's available for us virtually. So thank you so much for supporting me, and thank you Sweetwater for supporting the Old Glory Jared James Nichols Les Paul Custom, and my brand new signature JJN20 from Blackstar Amps. Guys, I love you. Everybody in good health and good riffs and good shred. All the best. Jared James Nichols here, signing out. See you soon.
Sweetwater. 1 part music gear wonderland, 1 part stunning customer service, and 1 part passion. Since 1979, Sweetwater has been committed to giving music makers the ultimate shopping experience. Whether it's our helpful advice, personalized to you, a free 2-year warranty on nearly everything we sell, our knack for fast, free shipping, our almost obsessive attention to detail, the free tech support, or the sweet way we say thanks. These are just a few of the many reasons why more musicians get their gear at Sweetwater than anywhere else. So whether you're buying your first guitar or building your dream studio, get your gear from a place you can trust, from people that care. Get more at sweetwater.com.
Hi folks, this is Peter Erskine. Please join me and all of my friends from Tama Drums and go to GearFest, hosted by Sweetwater, online this year, just like everything else. Sweetwater GearFest. It's virtually impossible not to enjoy it.
How cool is that, having Peter Erskine joining us, one of the greatest drummers of all time? That's so cool. And thank you for being with us here at GearFest 2020. We're so glad you've joined us. I hope you'll be able to stay with us all day because we've got an incredible lineup, including a live sound panel, guitarist Lita Ford, drummer Nate Morton from The Voice will be coming in, a performance by Ricky Skaggs, and a highlight will definitely be my interview with the legendary Alan Parsons, one of the greatest engineers and producers of all time, plus a hugely successful solo artist in his own right. Now next up, we have a great workshop for anyone who uses a DAW for recording in their studio. We have my longtime friend and colleague, Craig Anderton. Craig and I began working together at Keyboard Magazine and continued for years at EQ Magazine, and we've been working together now for, I guess, more than 22 years. He's an author, a musician, a music technology expert, a recording guru, and one of the most trusted names in our industry. In this session, Craig will be showing us unique, useful tricks for getting the most out of one of the most essential tools in our studio, our DAWs. Here's Craig Anderton.
For this tip, let's talk about how to create virtual Nashville tuning. In case you're not familiar with the concept, Nashville tuning is a popular sound for rhythm guitar parts and not just in country music. A few hit songs with Nashville tuning include Wild Horses by the Rolling Stones, Dust in the Wind from Kansas, Gimme Danger by Iggy Pop, Hey You, Pink Floyd, Wicked Game, Chris Isaak, and many others. It's not an alternate tuning in a standard sense because the strings are still tuned low to high, E, A, D, G, B, E. Instead, it adapts a 12-string set of strings, or string sets dedicated to Nashville tuning, to a conventional 6-string guitar. The first and second strings are the usual E and a B respectively, but the lower 4 strings are tuned an octave higher than standard tuning. The downside to Nashville tuning is that you really need to dedicate a guitar to it. You'll have to adjust the intonation, maybe the truss rod too, and besides, you don't want to have to change strings all the time. Granted, after playing with Nashville tuning, you might want to dedicate a guitar to it, but in the meantime, we can create a similar effect with most DAWs. Although the sound isn't technically the same, it produces much of the same result. A bright, present rhythm sound, somewhat like a 12-string but less dense, that's mostly layered with a companion guitar part. Here's how you'd do it in Studio One. Copy your rhythm guitar track and select it. Then type F4 to bring up the inspector and set transpose to 12 so that the audio is an octave higher. Let's compare the transposed sound with the original guitar sound. That's pretty much all you need to do, but there are some ways you can optimize the sound. The audio quality of pitch stretching algorithms varies a lot. It's never perfect, although Studio One produces amazingly good octave above sound quality. Another issue is that with physical Nashville tuning, the first and second strings aren't transposed up an octave. This shouldn't really matter much because if you can hear the Nashville tuned guitar prominently, you're missing the point. It's to add texture. However, you might want to roll off the highs somewhat and give a little upper mid-range boost so that the sound sits a bit better in a mix. Also, note that it's traditional to layer the Nashville tuned guitar part with the same part played with a guitar that has standard tuning. Due to slight detunings between the two different guitars, you'll sometimes hear some shimmer, like with a 12-string guitar, or by adding a chorus unit. However, because the Nashville tuned track in Studio One is a copy of the original guitar track, the layering is perfect. If you don't want perfect layering, raise the inspector's tune control by about 10 or 15 cents to add some detuning. For some reason, I find tuning slightly sharp sounds better than tuning slightly flat. Yes, it really is that simple, and the bright sound can add a lot to a mix. Equalizers are some of the most important sound shapers in your toolkit. You probably have parametric EQ in your recording software, and possibly some other goodies like Pultec emulations or whatever, but there's another very useful equalizer that's hiding in plain sight. A focusing EQ that's like a graphic equalizer on steroids. The secret EQ is a multiband dynamics processor. When you think about it, a multiband dynamics processor is basically a graphic EQ with independent dynamics control for each band, but we can ignore the dynamics control aspect and use just the equalization. The reason why setting up this kind of EQ can be so fast is because most multiband dynamics processors offer the option to solo and mute individual bands and move the band's upper and lower limits around freely to focus precisely on the part of the spectrum you want to affect. The first step is to defeat the compression, so set the ratio for all bands in a multiband compressor to 1:1. Any attack, release, knee, and threshold controls don't matter because there's no compression. Now you can adjust the frequency ranges and levels for individual bands, and this is where being able to mute and solo bands is incredibly helpful. For example, suppose you want to zero in on the part of a vocal that adds intelligibility. With a parametric EQ, you would need to go back and forth between the frequency, bandwidth, and gain to find the sweet spot. With a multiband dynamics processor, just solo the upper mid-range band and move the crossover frequencies until you focus on the vocal frequencies with the most articulation. Then boost that band's gain. Simple. It's even better if your multiband dynamics processor has mix control, so you can blend the processed and unprocessed sounds to make the overall effect of the EQ more or less drastic. And speaking of drastic, the gain control in Studio One's multiband dynamics does plus and minus 36 dB, so you have more control over level than most parametric EQs. Being able to define individual bands, solo them, and adjust their gain and frequency ranges precisely can be a very useful technique that supplements the other EQs in your DAW. For general tone shaping, a multiband dynamics processor can be just the ticket when you need to dial in a sound as quickly and efficiently as possible. As the quest for expressive electronic instruments continues, many virtual instruments incorporate key switching to provide different articulations. A key switch doesn't play an actual note, but alters what you're playing in some manner. For example, let's look at Presence's Viola preset. It dedicates the lowest 5 white keys, outlined in red, to articulations like pizzicato, tremolo, and martelé. Or consider many of the libraries for native instruments Contact, which also dedicates lower notes to key switching. This is all great as long as you have a keyboard with enough keys. Articulations typically are on the lowest keys, so if you have a 49-key keyboard or even a 61-note keyboard and want to play over the full range, the only way to add articulations are as overdubs. Since the point of articulations is to allow for spontaneous expressiveness, this isn't the best solution. An 88-note keyboard is ideal, but it may not fit in your budget or fit physically in your studio. Fortunately, there's a convenient alternative, a mini keyboard like the Korg Nano Key 2 or Akai LPK25, which won't make too big a dent in your wallet. You don't need to care about the feel or action because really all you want is switches. Regarding setup, just make sure that both your main keyboard and the MIDI keyboard are set up under your DAW's external devices. This just works because the instrument will listen to whatever controllers are sending in data via USB. However, note that keyboard controllers with 5-pin DIN MIDI connectors require a way to merge the two outputs into a single data stream, or merging capabilities within the MIDI interface you're using. And of course, you'll need to drop the MIDI keyboard down a few octaves to reach the key switch range. But once you've done that, you're covered. I find it more convenient not to mix articulation notes in with the musical notes, because if I cut, copy, or move a passage of notes, I may accidentally edit an articulation that wasn't supposed to be edited. Here's how to dedicate a separate track to key switching in Studio One. Call up the Add Track menu, specify the desired input, and give it a suitable name. So until you have that 88-note semi-weighted hammer action keyboard you've always dreamed about, now you have an easy way to take full advantage of key switching and enjoy a higher level of expressiveness and spontaneity. This tip is for those who won't sign off on a mix until they've heard it in a car. There may be a scientific reason why this is beneficial. Noise tends to mask sounds, so if one instrument you want to hear gets lost in the noise while another jumps out, try a mix that raises and lowers those levels respectively. The ear doesn't discriminate level differences as accurately as pitch differences, so without noise masking a sound, the level may seem okay. But as soon as you mix in noise, an important sound may disappear. If you increase its level just a bit so you can hear it, when you remove the noise, there's a very good chance you'll like the new level setting better. Think of this as doing something similar to compression, but without applying any actual dynamics. You're just making sure that the levels that need parity reach the same general levels. Of course, this doesn't mean you want everything jumping out of the noise. Those tambourine and shaker parts are probably just fine as they are. The main sounds to listen to here are vocals, leads, drums, and bass, as well as their relationship to each other. This also doesn't mean you should mix consistently with noise, because it will bias your hearing, and besides, it is truly annoying. I add noise in with a mix as a last diagnostic step. If the mix has sounded fine up until then and then passes this final test, I consider it ready to master. And I don't need to go driving anywhere either. There are many sources for noise, including downloads from the internet and the white noise source in synthesizers. Studio One has a built-in noise generator, so we'll take advantage of that. Create a stereo audio track and insert the tone generator plugin. Turn the track's fader all the way down so you don't get blasted by noise in the next steps. Choose pink noise as the waveform and click the on button to start generating noise. Finally, turn up the track's fader to add noise to the mix. One very cool aspect of the tone generator's noise is that it's true stereo, where the left and right channels don't correlate, so you don't get any center channel buildup, as would happen with a mono noise signal. As to how much noise to add, it's kind of like maximizing. Set at 6 dB below the mix's peaks, and you'll hear what occupies the upper 6 dB of dynamic range. Set at 12 dB below the mix's peaks, and you'll hear what's in the upper 12 dB of dynamic range. This isn't an exact spec per se, but it provides a rough standard of comparison. As crazy as this idea sounds, try it sometime and tweak your mix. Then turn off the noise, take a short break so your ears get acclimated back to normal hearing, and then check the mix again. I won't be surprised if you hear an improvement. In the days before click tracks, music had tempo changes. However, with good musicians, these weren't random. After analyzing dozens of songs, many, actually most of them, would speed up slightly toward the end of a chorus or verse, or during a solo, and then drop back down again. For example, many people feel James Brown had one of the tightest rhythm sections ever, which is true, but not because they were a metronome. There were premeditated, conscious tempo changes throughout the song, like speeding up during the run-up to the phrase, "Papa's got a brand new bag" in the song of the same name, then dropping back down again, only to speed up to the next climax. Furthermore, The entire song sped up linearly over the course of the song. Note that you didn't hear these kinds of changes as something obvious, you felt them. They added to the tension and release inherent in any music, which is a key element, along with dynamics, in eliciting an emotional response from listeners. When musicians played together in a room, it was easy to have natural tempo changes. These days, it's difficult for solo artists to plan out in advance when changes are going to happen. Also, if you use effects with tempo sync, not all of them follow tempo changes elegantly, and some can't follow tempo changes at all. Let's face it, it's a lot easier to record to a click track and have a constant tempo. However, there's an easy workaround. Add tempo changes to a finished mix, so you can complete your song and then add subtle tempo changes where appropriate. This also lets you compare a version without tempo changes and one with tempo changes. You may not hear a difference, but you'll feel it. Several DAWs can add tempo changes after the fact. With Studio One, for the highest possible fidelity, choose Options, Advanced, Audio, and check Use Cache for time-stretched audio files. Next, open a new song and bring in the mixed file. You need to embed a tempo, otherwise it's not possible to change the tempo, so open the inspector and enter a tempo under File Tempo. It doesn't have to match the original song tempo because we're making relative, not absolute changes. Also choose Time Stretch for tempo and Sound, Elastique Pro Formant, for the time stretch mode. Now let's modify the tempo track. Working with the tempo track is just like working with automation. Click and drag to create ramps and bend straight lines into curves if desired. You can set high and low tempo limits within the tempo track. The minimum difference between high and low tempo track values is 20 BPM. However, you can change the tempo track height to increase the resolution. The bottom line is that it's possible to create very detailed tempo changes quickly and easily. Here are two screenshots of tempo changes in songs. The first is a hard rock cover version of Walking on the Moon. The differences are fairly significant, starting with a low of 135 BPM, going up to 141 BPM, and dropping down as low as 134 BPM. Here's another example, a slower song called My Butterfly. It covers an even greater relative range because it goes from a low of 90 to a high of 96 BPM. Note that when possible, I maintain a constant tempo at the beginning and end. It doesn't matter so much with songs, but with dance mixes I can add tempo changes in the track as long as there's a constant tempo on the intro and outro so DJs don't go crazy when they're trying to do beat matching. As to whether it's worth making these kinds of changes, all I know is that the songs I do with tempo changes get a better response than songs without tempo changes. Maybe it's coincidence, but I don't think so. If you want to hear a collection of songs where every one has tempo changes applied, go to youtube.com/TheCraigAnderton and listen to The Singles album.
My lucky numbers 13 and 11. Looks like you were right because I'm floating on heaven.
I've presented this tip before, but it's such a useful one it bears repeating for those who weren't aware of it or who know about the tip but haven't actually tried it. Vocals are the most direct form of communication with your audience, so of course you want your vocal to be kind of a tractor beam that draws people in. Many engineers give a more intimate feel to vocals by using dynamics control like limiting or compression. While that has its uses, the downside is often telltale artifacts that sound unnatural. This technique of phrase-by-phrase gain edits can provide much of the intimacy and presence associated with compression, but with a natural, artifact-free sound. Furthermore, if you do want to compress the vocal further, you won't need to use very much dynamics control because the phrase-by-phrase gain edits will have done the majority of the work the compressor would have needed to do. The top track shows the original vocal. Now, let's split it into pieces to isolate sections of the vocals that have varying levels. You definitely want snap off for this. Depending on your DAW, it may be possible to do splits in the middle of words and not hear a click from the level change. This is because the DAW will add an automatic, very short crossfade to eliminate clicks. Note the Wave's Vocal Rider plugin can automate this process. However, taking the time to do it manually lets you really get into the details. For example, if you split just after an inhale, you can raise the level of a vocal section without raising the inhale's level. You can also do very precise level adjustments to maintain dynamics so that sections that are supposed to be soft remain soft. Change the levels so they're more consistent. Although you can make a rough adjustment visually, it's crucial to listen to the edited event in context with what comes before and after to make sure there aren't any issues with continuity. Sometimes soft parts are supposed to be soft. After you've done all the needed splits and edits, you'll want to bounce all the bits back together again. If you compare the processed version with the original track, it's clear that the vocal levels are much more consistent. That's all there is to it. If you want to hear this technique in action, you have been. All the narration in these tips has been processed with gain changes and then had a little limiting added to tame the very highest peaks. I also use this technique on all the vocals in the songs on my YouTube channel. Biamping a guitar amp is useful for the same reasons that most studio monitors are biamped. Just as you can optimize speakers for high and low frequencies, you can optimize amps for high and low frequencies. For example, with heavily distorted chords, the high strings will be equally distorted and relatively indistinct. With biamping, the lower notes can have a big, beefy distortion sound, while the high notes ring out on top. First, let's record the guitar. Guitars are mono, but to play stereo games, we need to convert a mono track to dual mono. This allows using processors like the binaural pan and stereo reverbs. So, record a mono guitar track with channel mode set to mono. After recording, change channel mode to stereo and select what you recorded. Finally, choose Bounce Selection, Control B. Now your guitar part is dual mono, meaning that the same part is in both the left and right channels, so it's recognized as stereo. Studio One can create FX chains that split the audio based on frequency. So in this case, frequencies below 924 Hz go to the left split, while frequencies above that go to the right split. Guitar Rig and the Wave Studio Rack can also split based on frequency. Next, it's time to choose the amps and set their parameters. The left split uses the MCM 800, a revered British amp that can marshal its resources to give big, beefy sounds. The right split's VC30 amp is known amongst the Vox Populi for its bright, ringing high end, so the two amps are ideal for delivering the desired result. Now, let's enhance the FX Chain's amp sound with some EQ, reverb, and stereo imaging to spread out the reverb a bit more. The EQ adds the equivalent of an amp's bright switch. With a non-biamped preset, you have to be very careful about adding brightness because it can emphasize any artifacts caused by intermodulation distortion. But that's not an issue here because of the VC30's clean high end. Meanwhile, the gentle low-frequency roll-off simulates more of an open-back cabinet sound. The reverb is sort of a cross between a spring and room sound, while the binaural pan spreads out the reverb signal for a wider stereo image. The pan setting is fairly conservative. Feel free to widen things further. This FX chain makes an excellent template for further adventures with biamplification. The ability to create more focused distortion, along with a convincing stereo image, make biamplification a natural for getting the most out of amp sims. Thanks for watching. I hope these tips help you make better music. Enjoy GearFest 2020 online, and I'll see you next year.
Case candy, plus real candy. Sweetwater, free candy with every order. We don't stop there. Sweetwater has the largest inventory of pro audio and instruments anywhere, and plenty of passion and expertise to help you make music. Get shopping and start playing at sweetwater.com.
I hope you enjoyed that session with Craig Anderton. Craig is such a creative guy, and he's always got such interesting ideas for bringing new, fresh ideas to your music and your mixing. Now, one of the most valuable skills to have as an engineer is the ability to listen and hear properly and accurately. But sadly, no one is born with golden ears. But fortunately, listening skills can be learned. We've got a great engineer to teach us how to learn this valuable skill. In this session, front of house engineer Michelle Pensado will discuss how anyone can develop their skills for critical listening and identifying frequencies. This is just essential when it comes to creating great mixes, superb tones, great stage sound, and more. Michelle has worked with Spin Doctors, Indigo Girls, Gwen Stefani, Styx, and Melissa Etheridge, and she's the co-founder of Sound Girls. We're thrilled to have her share her experience and wisdom with us here at GearFest.
Hi, welcome to Sweetwater GearFest 2020. I'm Michelle Pensado, and I'm a touring concert sound engineer. For the past 30 years, I've been mixing front of house for artists like Elvis Costello, Melissa Etheridge, Gwen Stefani, Thievery Corporation, Goo Goo Dolls, Mr. Big, Styx, Adam Lambert, Kesha, and many, many more. I've been on tour with these artists all over the world, and I've mixed in every kind and size of venue, from tiny clubs to the biggest stadiums, and festivals of all shapes and sizes. In 2013, I co-founded soundgirls.org to inspire and empower the next generation of women in audio, while also creating a supportive community for the women working in audio and music production. In 2015, I was inducted into Full Sail University's Hall of Fame. And if you'd like to find out more about me, you can check out my website at mixingmusiclive.com. I want to talk about your ears. Now, if you're watching this, you might be a sound engineer, musician, singer-songwriter, maybe you have a home studio, or you're an aspiring producer. But whatever the case may be, you likely have a pair of ears, one on each side of your head. Now, these two little things here are good for more than just attaching your COVID face mask. If trained and used properly, they are the best thing that you've got going for you in audio and music production. Are the best sound engineers and producers born with better hearing? A pair of golden ears, as they say? Well, not necessarily, but what they do have that sets them apart is a pair of well-trained ears. They can hear the subtle nuances that the average listener doesn't. To the untrained ear, an acoustic guitar is just an acoustic guitar. But a well-trained ear would be able to hear the difference between a Morton acoustic guitar and a Takamine acoustic guitar. Having trained ears is also what allows a world-class musician to be able to sit down in a room with 15 Marshall JCM 800s and hear the difference between all of them, quickly allowing them to find the one that they like and the one that's best suited for their purpose. When we think of ear training, it's most commonly thought of as being able to recognize things like pitch and intervals, scales, and chord progressions. But ear training also includes learning frequencies and critical listening. And both of those are so important. Whether you're a sound engineer, producer, or musician, having the skills of being able to identify frequencies and critical listening are really key to getting the results and the sounds that you want. If you want your mix to sound great, well, you first need to be able to identify what sounds great. You need a starting point. It's not enough to recognize that, hey, that's a great sounding track. What specifically about it sounds great? If you want an awesome guitar tone, you need a reference point in your head of what awesome sounds like. Otherwise, how are you ever going to get there? This is what critical listening will do for you. And when you can recognize and identify frequencies along with the specific characteristics of what you hear, you can achieve your desired results much more easily. Training your ears and learning frequencies will help you to get great sounds when recording and mixing, both in the studio and in live sound. Properly trained ears will allow you to hear the subtle differences in equipment from mic pre's to microphones. For example, between a Neumann U87 and a Neumann U47, or between various instrument pickups or amplifiers. And all of this will help you make better decisions on what equipment to purchase for a particular project. Well-trained ears allow you to find the sweet spot for mic placement. And it also helps you in using the right tool for the job. Like when you're deciding if the Sennheiser 421 or 609 would be better for miking your guitar cabinet to get the particular sound that you're looking for. Well-trained ears and knowing frequencies also help you get the best results from a sound system and eliminate feedback in live sound. I'm going to talk about EQ for a minute because EQ is the manipulation of frequencies. Now, when most people think of EQ, it's the treble and bass on their home or car stereo that comes to mind. And these controls affect the tone of a sound. Bass is the thump of a kick drum or the low notes of a bass guitar. And these would be sub-frequencies. Treble is the frequencies of the cymbals, the knob that you turn up when you want a little more definition from your stereo. These would be the high frequencies. Treble and bass actually describe the two ends of the frequency spectrum. Okay, so here's a short, boring science part. The frequency spectrum that we deal with in audio is from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz, which is typically what the human ear can hear. Hertz, which is abbreviated as Hz, is the unit of measurement that we use to describe the frequency of waves. Sound waves are vibrations in the air that we perceive as pitch. And we measure those vibrations by how many complete cycles they make per second. So 1 hertz equals 1 cycle per second. 20 hertz equals 20 cycles per second, and so on. Boring science part over. In audio, the frequency spectrum is split up into smaller ranges: subs, lows, low mids, mids, and highs. Now, the boundaries between these ranges are somewhat variable, but here's a typical division. These are not set in stone, and you'll notice that there is some overlap from one range to the next. The easiest way to visualize this is with a 30-band graphic EQ typically used in live sound. If I were to superimpose those ranges across the frequency spectrum, this is what it would look like. So there's a lot of frequencies, right? How do you go about learning all of them? Well, there are plenty of apps and programs out there for learning frequencies and ear training, but some people still have a hard time committing frequencies to memory. One thing you can do is to start by learning just a handful of the big ones. Start with 60 hertz, 250 hertz, 500 hertz, 800 hertz, 2.5 kilohertz, 6.3 kilohertz. Now, when you commit those to memory, then you can use them to hone in on other frequencies. So if you can identify that what you hear is above 500 hertz, but it's also below 800 hertz, that gives you a much smaller range to work with when you're trying to find a specific frequency. The key is being able to tell the difference between 250 and 2.5K, or 60 and 800. Now, if you are doing live sound, it's much more important to really learn all of the frequencies, especially when you're dealing with feedback. When you're dealing with feedback, you need to act quickly and you need to know the specific frequency to get rid of it. Or say that you're mixing a show and there's a frequency just rolling around in the room. If you know what 250 hertz sounds like, and you can recognize that this mystery frequency is above that, but it's also below 500 hertz, that at least gives you a narrower place to start to find that frequency rather than randomly notching frequencies all over the entire spectrum. Another way to learn frequencies is by learning the vocabulary commonly used in audio and music production to describe frequencies. Words like boomy, muddy, harsh, boxy, and a whole bunch of others. All of these words fall along the frequency spectrum and can help you to hone in on what frequency you're looking for. So if you're having trouble remembering what 800 hertz sounds like, but you can remember that if something sounds boxy, it's usually in the 500 hertz to 800 hertz range. Again, that brings you closer to identifying the frequency that you're looking for. When you know that muddy tends to be in the low mids, you'll know what frequencies to cut to clean up a muddy vocal or mix. Now, if you're a gigging musician, knowing frequencies will allow you to get better monitor mixes because you'll be able to tell the sound engineer exactly what you need. Hey, my guitar sounds a bit boxy, so can you take out a little 630? Just imagine how impressed your bandmates will be when you can start rattling off the frequencies to the sound engineer and help clean up the stage sound. As a sound engineer or producer, knowing frequencies is essential when using EQ to create sounds and shape a mix. And also for helping artists to find their sound and craft the tone of their instruments so that they're not competing with each other in the mix. For example, finding a snare drum that doesn't sit on top of the vocal range, or creating space between guitars and keyboards. This is a very important and often overlooked component when bands are starting to get their sound together. Spending some time crafting the tones of each instrument so that it occupies its own frequency space can make a huge difference in everything from the overall quality of your sound to how easy it is to hear yourself on stage. If you've got a band with drums, bass, a couple guitars, keyboards, and vocals, and the keyboards, guitars, and vocals are all sitting in the same frequency range, it's going to take a lot more work to find clarity and definition between them. But if you spend a little time working on the tones of the keyboards and guitars and move them out of the dominant frequency of the vocal, now you've opened up some space and you'll have a much more balanced mix. This is especially important on drums. The tone of the snare drum can often be competing with the lead vocal, but by slightly changing the tuning of the snare, bringing it up or down a little bit, they're no longer vying for the same space. And cymbals in live sound can be very problematic when there's no consideration given to their tonal coloration. When they're badly chosen, cymbals can create a wash of white noise that drowns out everything on a small stage. When you have an understanding of frequencies and critical listening, it will help you with all of this. Now, this does require some ear training, but it's not hard to train your ears. It's something you can do anywhere at any time. And by doing just a few minutes a day of what is called critical listening, it will go a long way in helping you to really start hearing things differently. You're already doing this to some extent. It's how you recognize a song within the first few notes. Even if you've never heard it before, you probably can tell what artist it is by the familiar sound of their music. And your ears are probably better trained than you realize. You're using them all the time. Like when you hear a familiar voice at a party or in a crowded room, and you know who it is even though you can't see the person. There are certain qualities in their voice that you recognize. Maybe their voice is very deep or very nasally, or maybe it has a certain twang to it. These qualities are descriptive of the tone of their voice, and tone is one of the things critical listening trains you to identify. When you learn critical listening, you'll be able to identify all of the instruments and sounds in a mix. You'll notice the placement or imaging of them, where things are in the three-dimensional space, from front to back or side to side and top to bottom. You'll learn how to hear time. Is the drummer right on top of the beat or just behind it? Is the guitar delay in time with the tempo? You'll understand the balance and volume of all the elements of a mix. What is the loudest thing in the mix and what is the quietest? As well as the balance of frequencies. What is occupying the frequency spectrum and where? What elements are in the high frequencies and what is making up the sub-frequencies? Is the frequency spectrum balanced between all ranges? You'll notice the tonal characteristics of instruments and vocals. Is the bass guitar fat and round or slappy? And now this will really help you when you're trying to recreate something that you hear. Critical listening also trains you to hear the dynamics of the music. Not just the difference between the loudest and quietest signals, but things like tempo changes and modulation as well. Anyone can learn critical listening, and it's really not that hard. It just takes time. I'll even give you a simple exercise right now to show you how easy it is to get started. Find 3 hit songs from the past year, and 3 hit songs from 5 years ago, and 3 from 10 years ago. You can do a quick Google search or look at the Billboard charts if you need to. Commit some time to just listening to these songs while doing nothing else. Now, what do you notice about them? What do the 3 songs from the past year have in common? Is it a similar production style? Is it the balance of the mixes? Is it the types of instruments or the style of vocal? List all of the similarities that you can find and then move on to the 3 songs from 5 years ago and do the same thing. And then repeat that with the 3 songs from 10 years ago. Now go back and listen to the major differences between this year's songs and the hits from 5 and 10 years ago. What makes a hit today is completely different than what made a hit 10 years ago. What do you notice has changed? Is it the dominant instruments? Is it the overall color of the mix or the vocal styles? Is it the effects being used? Can you give details on how things have changed? You've just done your first exercise in critical listening and training your ears. Now, if you want to go deeper, you can listen to those songs again and make a list of all the individual instruments and sounds that you hear in each one, and then give specific tonal characteristics of each instrument. By just listening and being able to identify what you hear, you've taken the first step in learning how to listen critically and training your ears. And this will also make it easier to learn frequencies. Once you learn these skills, the next time you hear a great mix, you'll be able to pinpoint exactly what about it made it great. And then you can take those details and apply them to your next mix. If you're a musician, you'll have a much easier time creating the perfect tone and getting great stage sound. Now, if you're a live sound engineer, you'll not only improve your mixing skills, but you'll be able to eliminate feedback quickly and have a better understanding of EQing the sound system to work with the room acoustics. These are just a few of the benefits of having a pair of well-trained ears and knowing frequencies, but there are so many more. Thanks for checking out this video. I hope you enjoyed it. And I would like to give a big shout out to Sennheiser Neumann and Sweetwater for putting together GearFest 2020. For more info, contact your Sweetwater sales engineer.
Thanks, Michelle. That was a great workshop. If you're going to make an investment in your music career, definitely work on your ears. It always pays off. Now, I hope you've been enjoying GearFest Day 1 so far. We've already had so much great stuff, and we're just getting rolling. Don't forget to head over to sweetwater.com/GearFest to register for your chance to win your share of $35,000 in free gear in our hourly giveaways, and we'll also have our grand prize drawing where you could win a $5,000 recording package. Our next presenter, composer and musician Joe Trapanese, has film score credits including Tron Legacy, Straight Outta Compton, The Greatest Showman, and Oblivion. So many of us would love to work on film scores, and in this session, Joe will share his perspective on successfully writing multiple genres of music, orchestrating symphonies, and building sounds from the ground up using synthesis.
Hey everyone, this is Joe Trapanese here in my home studio, locked down. I'm an audio guy, so I've done the best I can with the video here, but this is certainly not my forte. So I have to thank you for bearing with me, but hopefully the audio sounds great as always. Want to thank my friends at Moog for inviting me to be a part of this and inviting me to check out their new Moog 1, which is phenomenal. I'm having a blast with it. I'd love to take a few minutes today to show you how you can incorporate the Moog 1 into your workflow similar to how I do it. There are going to be people out there who do things very differently from me, and that's great. But this is just a little insight into how my brain works and how I've been starting to incorporate the Moog 1 into my new films. So to give you an example here, we're going to work on a Pro Tools session together. We're going to open up a cue from one of my old films from several years ago called Allegiant. Very proud of that soundtrack. It came out really great, recorded in London with some of the world's best musicians, mixed by some incredible people, and just, you know, big thanks to the whole team on that for helping me get there. So I'm going to give you a little bit of insight into that. So we're going to open up a cue called Plasma Globes, but we're actually going to start from a different place than the full cue. You're not going to see the full cue until later. We're going to start from what I call the piano sketch. Oftentimes we work on really crazy deadlines. Things are really tight, and we have a limited amount of time to deliver. So how do you do all the stuff that needs to be done to get a cue across the finish line? Well, you need to break it into manageable portions. And for me, being a pianist, coming from playing piano, one of the tricks I have is to actually start at the piano, to start writing. In fact, you'll see here in my studio, I have my Rhodes in here, this beautiful red Rhodes, this custom instrument for me. That I love getting inspired by. You know, it's awesome to have something that gives you feedback, whether it's a Rhodes, a Moog, a Steinway, an instrument that has the ability to converse with you. I find the computer most of the time, you could input into it, but it's not really having a conversation with you. When you sit down at a piano or at a synthesizer, you could have a conversation with it where when you play something, it changes how you interpret what you're feeling. So it really changes the emotion. So again, one of the ways for me to break something down into manageable chunks is to focus on the pure composition. And I noticed this years ago when I was trying to write a really large action cue, and I was trying to compose, do sound design, orchestrate, do everything at once. And it took me so long to get the job done when I realized I could get things done much faster if I simply wrote what I wanted to intend to feel musically apart from everything else. So that's how I approached the cue we're going to look at today. So if you see my Pro Tools session here, you'll see these blue tracks here. These are my sketch tracks. There's just a simple piano track on it. So if I go ahead and play this track, it's a really simple piano sound, right? Not much there to work with. But what it allows me to do is to get my ideas down. So I've already gotten the ideas down here. We've saved us some time here. We can see here, these are some long flowing chords. See a little mistake there, I'll fix that. And then we have this arpeggiated pattern. So what I'd like to do today is to start with the Moog 1, commit some sounds to audio to get them into the computer, to get them committed to audio so that we can keep working with them later and have several layers of our Moog 1, and then we'll do some orchestration together. So we are now going to take some of this MIDI and send it to the Moog 1 and have it play back sounds. I'm going to record that as audio so I can commit it for the rest of history into the computer. So one of the things I love about the Moog 1 are these performance sets here. I love these performance sets because it allows me to find the sounds that I love, save them into a place I could access really easily, very quickly, and hop around from track to track, from preset to preset, working very efficiently. So again, that's kind of one of the names of the game in film music, right? We need to work very quickly. So anything that could help get us there is awesome. Great. So this is working. And what I might want to do, since my pattern's already arpeggiated, I'm going to turn the arpeggiator off. I might actually turn off these effects too. Let's see. Oh, I like that reverb. Might be this guy. So I might, that's a really nice effect. I might actually just change the mix here so it's not as huge. And also make it not quite as long. That's kind of the pattern, so just going to make sure it works great. I'm going to turn down the feedback. Whoop, too much. I love how easy this is. I think one of the coolest things about the Moog 1 is using these little more buttons. You know, you can get to all these presets that are just one knob. You know, you're not going through too many embedded menus. For someone like me who grew up without synthesizers and came to synthesizers later, you know, I started making music in the computer. When I started getting into analog synths, I fell in love with mono synths because they were so simple. One knob, one function. And so I've carried that aesthetic to me when I start playing around with these poly synths. I love how approachable the Moog 1 is. It allows me to almost get that exact same vibe as I did with, you know, something like a mini Moog where it's one knob, one function. Using these more buttons here, you could very quickly get into that same mindset. Okay, so let's go ahead and track this. Great, that's working. Put this into record. Let the reverb clear out. And we're going to go ahead and record this. while this is tracking, you want to hear a little bit about how I work? Not sure if you can see this, but this little omnibus program is a custom app my friend made. So it allows me to tweak the MIDI as it goes into the machine, so I could, do all sorts of stuff with octaves, transpositions. I could change the scales of the MIDI I'm inputting. These are all creative tools I love to use to kind of, like I said, work quickly and create ideas when I'm out of them. Sometimes you spend a lot of time working on a film, weeks go by, and you start running out of ideas. This helps you get across the finish line. Then I'm using Lemur here. I'm still getting adjusted to this new iPad setup. With it where I could quantize, I could do all sorts of automation stuff. This is all custom to Pro Tools. And then this here is, my monitor. It's actually using the Avid Control app. So it connects to my machine via Ethernet. Connects to the Matrix as well, so I can control that, and I can control Pro Tools as well. Okay, so this guy's basically done. I'm gonna hit stop because at this point it's more or less a repetitive pattern that's gonna fade out. So I'm gonna go ahead and just do that. Like I said, I'm very much someone who likes committing things and then sticking to it rather than having to go back and recall. I actually use, for instance, I'm going to turn on polyphonic elastic audio here. So for those of you who aren't familiar, this basically allows you to treat audio in Pro Tools as you would in Ableton. So it'll stretch with any tempo changes. You could transpose it very easily on the fly. So that's one trick I have for being able to commit and then obviously being able to tweak it later. So let's take this other cool little piece of MIDI I have here. I want a different sound. I was playing with this earlier. Let me see. Let's go to a different preset here. Man, some of these patches just make it too easy. I just wrote a cue. Something to remember too, if we're going to record orchestra on this, we want the orchestra and synths to live together in an interesting way. So the strings are going to be the real bulk of the pad, and so I want this pad to provide something else, something they're not going to do. This really slow with build up with a long release. That's something cool. And sometimes I might even jiggle this around to attack a little early so that the sound hits with the strings, or maybe the reverse. But anyway, this is something cool. I like what this is doing. I can see if I can increase the release a little bit. That's cool. Let's go ahead and get this down. Maybe this is getting down to audio. I'll tell you guys a story. I do want to listen to it though, so I'll put it in dim. What story can I tell you? Well, many years ago I was born. No, it's a terrible joke. A little bit about the studio here. I'm not sure how much you could see. You might be asking me, why am I touching the faders with a mouse when I have this mix surface here? Well, I actually use this mix surface to control the dialogue, effects, the balance. If I'm listening to temp music, I could turn that on. But I do have my click track here, so I could turn that on and off. So if I'm recording, I could use my click track. And then I also have it set to focus on whatever track is selected. So whatever track is selected shows up as this one last fader here, so I could do some mixing. So that's like some little tricks. I usually have on this fader here, it's not assigned right now, but on this fader I have kind of an overall music fader. So all my tracks are kind of ganged to this one fader, so I could mix the entire track to the dialogue. It's very important that you treat the dialogue of a film as the lead vocal in a song, because without the dialogue there is no movie. So we always need to make sure that our music works with the dialogue. That was actually one of the mistakes I used to make when I was much younger, was I would just turn off the dialogue and write whatever the heck I want. And then of course you turn the dialogue on and you know everything you're writing is conflicting with the dialogue. I started to notice if I write with the dialogue on, I keep it on as I write, I have a higher chance of making it work with my music. So that way when we do a final mix, it isn't, it's much easier. It's much easier for the engineers. All right, that's recorded, that really cool pad. So let's go ahead and, oh, what did I duplicate? Did I duplicate the wrong thing? Oh no, I just duplicated down here for some reason. Oh, it duplicated multiple tracks. Fun. Okay, so let's pretend I didn't do something stupid. Okay, so here we are. Let's see how this is sounding. So those two sounds are living together a little bit. Might have to do some EQ later just to make sure to keep them separated. Might also do some panning, some reverb to really get them mixed together properly, but I like where this is going. So now I want to record a lead sound. Let's see. That lead. That's very cool. Now, something really important to note here. Other than being a pianist, I used to be a trombonist. I spent many hours sitting in the back of an orchestra, listening to an orchestra, watching the orchestra play. Trombonists, we don't play a lot, so my instrument was just sitting there and I'd watch the orchestra, I'd listen, I'd look at the scores. And so that really helps when I'm doing this kind of automation here. And so if you've never played in an orchestra, that's okay. Watch videos of orchestras playing. Watch videos of orchestras rehearsing. Go to orchestra concerts. Even better if you can, especially if you're in university, go to the rehearsals. Listen to the sections by themselves, because what I'm doing right now with expression, I'm trying to mimic the bow patterns. I'm trying to mimic what the string players are doing. And what also helps for me as a brass player, I sometimes breathe when I do this, so I know how I play this phrase as a brass player, and that's really important. For you as a program, if you're doing this sort of programming, that you don't just willy-nilly leave the fader up, you know, wherever, that you're breathing with your mock-up to make it sound convincing. So let's go ahead and record this last bit. Okay, so let's get the lead back in, see how these guys are working together. Or if they're not working together, sometimes we need to redo stuff. I'm going to move the lead to the left. Sounding pretty cool, almost like the original, actually, not bad. Last thing we'll program together are the brass. There's a lot of percussion happening as well, but I don't want this video to be 8 hours long, okay? It takes a long time to program a cue like this. I'm just giving you a little peek under the hood. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm actually digging these new Chunky XL brass. Let's see. Especially the horns. Let's see. You know what? Not the legatos. I'm going to need the straight ones. Not legatos. So let's go ahead and grab those. Let's grab our brass cords here. We'll be done with it. You're going to call me old-fashioned, but I love these Symphobia brass. Yes, I'm old-fashioned. Boo-hoo. There we go. Let's get those into my B track. Okay. Let's just get a level here. One thing I'd like to note here, if I had more time right now, I'd go ahead and actually cut off the ends of some of these notes just because brass players need to breathe. A good programmer will know how to do that. So maybe I'll do that right now. I'll kind of give you, show you a little bit about what I do. I'd cut these notes here. Just kind of do that. Let me re-quantize them so I can get that nice and even. Maybe I'll do it in groups of 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll breathe after this note. Again, just kind of doing a little rushed here, so forgive me, just to give you an idea of how I work. Looks like I already did it there. But, if you're not doing stuff like this in your mock-up, it can never be truly realistic because the brass players need to breathe. They can't just sit there and play forever. So, okay, let's do this. Me, the brass player, always wanted to put the brass on top of it. Do with this mock-up to get it there. You'll see this moving bass line. I'd really want to help make that more legato, bring that out. I'd use maybe a tuba patch as well as some cellos and basses to make that a thing. If I can recall, that's what I did. I might even put a horn patch on the top line of this brass to really let that shine, but you're just here with me for a couple hours, so can't quite do all that. So, here we are, we've done quite a bit of work. It's starting to really sound like a cue. I'm going to open up the original session. I didn't have my Moog 1 back then, so you're not going to see any Moog 1 here. But you'll see some of these synths here kind of doing what the Moog 1 was doing. percussion. Cool arpeggiated, or I should say sequenced kind of chopped chord. And then here down at the bottom, you'll see, you know, this is really just a 5/1 crash down of what we recorded. If I had the original orchestra session open, we'd have tracks all the way, you know, back there, you know, of orchestral mics. But, you know, just to give you an idea of, you know, a cue like this, you know, when a movie's still changing as you're working on it, as this one was, as well as for mixing, sometimes you really want to have, well, not helicopters, that's a side effect of LA. When an edit's changing, you want to have flexibility. And so sometimes you almost have to treat the orchestra like Lego blocks. And it can make for some creative mixing too, but it's more about, you know, working with a changing edit. So for instance, ooh, those are real strings. Can never do that with a computer. So this is one pass of strings. We actually have 3 more passes of strings. One being the arpeggiated pattern, high part of the arpeggiated pattern, the low strings, and then there was a really cool counter line in the arpeggiated patterns I didn't want to lose, so I actually recorded that separately. So those are the 3 sets of arpeggiated strings. Now, you might be looking at me going, Joe, you're a classically trained orchestrator. What the hell are you doing? Well, yeah, you got to make it sound good in the room. That's where being an orchestrator helps, and having great orchestrators on your team helps. You want it to sound great in the room. That's number 1. But number 2, when you need to do edits for a changing picture, or you want to do some creative mixing, and if you have the time, of course, why not record it like that? It's kind of cool. It takes up a lot of tracks, annoys some people, but here are all the strings together. Oh, do you hear that? Do you hear them breathing? That's kind of cool. That makes it real. Actually, here you could hear my my fake strings here. Let's see. Fake strings, but those are obviously muted for the final. That's pretty cool. So anyway, I hope this has been helpful for you guys, both for understanding how a film composer works, kind of some of our tricks to actually getting the job done quickly and efficiently, and also professionally, and being able to maintain sanity on a crazy project. But also, thank you, Mo. Thank you for allowing me to share this with everyone. This thing is a great piece of kit. Love this Moog one. It's going to be a huge part of my studio moving forward. I hope this was helpful for some of you out there who have one already, or for those of you who are thinking of grabbing one. So anyway, I hope everyone out there is staying well and safe. I know it's a bit of a crazy time right now. That's why I'm here locked in my home studio. I'm not going anywhere soon. Being very careful, but sending my love out to all of you out there in Moogland and in music land. And I hope we talk again soon. It's Joe Trapanese. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
That was an incredible session, and we have a bonus for you. We've got about 5 minutes of time here, and we've got Joe joining us live, man. It's great to see you.
Great to see you, too. Thanks for having me.
That was an awesome session, man. It was so cool watching how you build the score up and how you layer all those things together. Really, really incredible.
My pleasure. Happy to do that.
Yeah, so we've got some viewer questions actually that came in during your workshop there, and the first one concerns your gear. I know you touched on your iPads and some of the things, but the question is, tell us more about your monitor setup. Are you using stands? What kind of monitors do you have? You know, all that kind of stuff.
Some people make fun of me because I use some non-hip monitors. The hip monitors right now, a lot of people are using ATCs and PMCs, and they're fantastic speakers. They're great, but for me, my goal is that when I go to the dub stage, which is where the final music is mixed alongside the dialogue and the sound effects, I want to have a monitor set up that reproduces that. So I actually use JBLs. I have, I forgot the exact model number. They're passive. I amplify them with Brystons. I have Sunfire subs to extend each of the LCRs to the bass, into the bass range, as well as a 0.1 Sunfire as well sub. And the great thing about that is I'm not surprised when I go to a dub stage. When I go to a theater, my music sounds like it does in my room. And that's what's important to me. And obviously, if you're in pop music, mixing records, so to speak, that's a different world. The radio world is very different. So I'm very much geared towards the cinema world, so to speak.
Right. It's always about getting your sound to translate to the different places where it's going to be played or whatever, and you have to find the solution that works well for doing that. Obviously you have. So that's very cool. The next question we have is about establishing emotion in a piece of music for a movie or a game. How do you start that process, or how do you decide how you're going to move forward with that process?
That's a great question. It's so subjective. I think the first thing you need to do is to have conversations with the filmmaker, because obviously different musical things mean different things to other people. For instance, I find the flute very beautiful, but I worked with a director recently who said, I hate the flute, please don't put it in the score. So, first of all, you want to learn some of the rules that you're working within, so to speak, the language of the film. But I think it's also important to spend time with the film, reading the script, watching picture, and coming up with ideas on how to work with the emotions in that film, and then understanding what type of emotions the filmmaker wants to feel. So for instance, some films you might want the emotion to be what the lead character is feeling in that moment, but other times you might want to actually zoom out a little bit, so to speak, and be reflecting on what the character is feeling. So the character might be feeling sad, but you want the audience to be happy because it's good that the character is feeling sad. So obviously things could get complicated very quickly, but because it is human emotion, it's very subjective. It's based on conversations and how you react to the film and how you react to the filmmaker's reaction to the film, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Sure. Makes total sense. So the next question that's come in is, when you start a session, you begin a new film or you start working on a score, are you using templates where all of the instruments are loaded in and then you're building from that, or do you start from just a blank slate?
So I have my orchestra templated. So that meaning that all my orchestral sounds are in a template. So that's ready to go. But usually on the films that I'm known for, I'm asked for quote unquote hybrid sound, so I have to come up with new sounds and new textures for each film. So I kind of create a template, so to speak, at the beginning of the film, but that's evolving throughout. So it's a mix for me. I have some things templated, but each film I do has its own sound and its own voice. So I have to kind of build a new template from scratch for that film.
Right. We've got just a few seconds left here, and I guess I'll ask a question. So many of our viewers and so many of the people I talk to want to get into film scoring. They want to start working in that world. Do you have tips for someone who wants to get started?
Absolutely. Develop your skill set with the technical side of things. Obviously, we use all sorts of software like Logic, Cubase, Pro Tools, anything you could bring to the table in that regard. Vienna, Native Instruments, are all these tools. So obviously technical, but then also building up a skill set where you could maybe do an arrangement, prep parts, that sort of thing. And finally, you want to set yourself up for success, meaning get yourself to a film scoring hub, whether it's London or Los Angeles or New York. There are places where films happen, and you want to put yourself there. I know we're obviously in a COVID world, we're all working remotely, but hopefully soon you'll be able to get yourself to these places.
Right. Man, thanks so much. We appreciate you taking time. It just flies by when we start talking about this stuff and get some questions.
Well, we'll have to do it again.
I think that'd be awesome, man. I hope we can do an extended interview at some point, because obviously you have a wealth of experience to share with us. And we just appreciate so much you taking the time to do this for us today at GearFest 2020. It's great to see you.
My pleasure. Till next time. Thank you.
Take care. How about that? What an incredible opportunity to learn from someone who's actually working at the top level of the film score world, man. Only at GearFest. That's the only place you can find this kind of stuff. Now, don't forget, GearFest is all about gear, and this is the best time of year to shop for new gear because we've got our exclusive GearFest Online tent event flash sale going on right now, and it continues through tomorrow. During this massive sale, you can get up to 75% off on the gear you want and need. But the deals don't end after the GearFest doors close. We'll have great deals on tons of incredible gear running all the way through June 30, so don't miss out. Get what you want now. Now, next up, we have a person who may be the youngest presenter we've ever had at GearFest, guitarist and actor Brandon Niederauer. Brandon will be talking about the impact of social media on guitar culture and share examples of how musicians can leverage these platforms to stay connected with their audience and other musicians. He'll also give us a special demonstration of his signature D'Angelico electric guitar and a sneak peek at the music he's currently working on. Let's check it out.
What is up, Sweetwater GearFest 2020? I'm here with D'Angelico signature artist, Brandon Taz Niederauer. So nice to be sitting with you today on this beautiful day, talking music, talking guitars.
Thanks so much for having me. It is a beautiful day out, and I'm happy to talk all things gear with you.
Guitars take priority. You
Yes,
know,
they do.
when we're inside, it's got to be about the guitar.
Of course.
So I wanted to, before kind of diving in more, I know you were supposed to come out with us to GearFest this year when it was an in-person event. You know, so I'm glad we're able to do this now. And I know you had previously been to the Sweetwater headquarters. Tell us a little bit about what that was like for you.
Yeah, going to the Sweetwater headquarters, that was absolutely insane. I had a great time. I was actually recording for somebody in their state-of-the-art studios, and I got to take a tour. I saw the slide. I saw all the facilities. Every single worker had a smile on their face. They had, like, the greatest music store I've ever seen. The studios were amazing. They had this mic closet that was just, I mean, like, from heaven. They had literally any gear that I could possibly want to try, they had ready for me, and it was a wonderful experience going there, and I was just blown away by, you know, like, the warehouse and how they do all their shipping systems. And, you know, I saw all the candy that they give because, you know, I love getting that candy when I get those boxes shipped, which actually happens very often now that I'm stuck in my house. I'm on Sweetwater all the time. So, yeah, it was a really cool experience to see how it all goes down, and everyone there was so nice, and it was an amazing time.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think us as musicians, like, you know, I can't think of a guitarist or any musician who hasn't, you know, bought something from Sweetwater, experienced kind of like their team. And so when you go and you see the place in person, it's like, it's kind of mind blowing that when you see it from that perspective.
Yeah, I mean, that website has, and like the place there has created so many musical memories just by giving out instruments that it's kind of crazy to think that it all happened right there in Fort Wayne. And yeah, I loved it. It was a great experience.
Awesome. So I wanted to, you know, let's just catch up. You know, I know, you know, it's been a crazy time, you know, in the world, especially for musicians. You know, particularly with the pandemic, you know, everybody, you know, tours have been canceled, and you know, kind of more traditional outlets for musicians are now gone. Yet we've seen this kind of like amazing wave of just like artists seem to be more active than ever, you know, on social media, and we're seeing so much music being put out and so many kind of interactive campaigns kind of, you know, going on in social media. And so tell us a little bit about like what you've been you know, prioritizing during this time, and, you know, kind of how you've been utilizing your social media to really kind of keep your fans engaged.
Yeah, well, that's what social media is for musicians and, you know, brands or whatever. It's not only trying to build your brand, but keep your audience in. And, you know, there's, due to the fact that everybody's home, there's a lot of cool things going on that, you know, people get to do at their houses, and which is create content, you know. And I've not always had the time because, you know, I'm always touring to like sit down and like make a home studio and be able to like put out like really good content, you know, on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and all that. But I feel like all the artists are really prioritizing their audience by keeping them engaged and giving them something to keep their time up with all of this new content that everybody's coming out. You know, it's this digital age is really thriving in these times where nobody can go outside. And yeah, I've just been trying to take advantage of that. And I've really been trying to connect with my audience, and I think they're receiving them well. I mean, obviously, like everyone's on Instagram right now. I've been doing live streams, and also we did the Taz Jam Challenge with D'Angelico, which was absolutely insane. We got like 800 submissions or something like that, just from a hashtag. And it's been a really cool time to be able to discover new things about social media, but also be able to connect with my audience.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for those of you who don't know, we did this challenge with Brandon, and it was called the Taz Jam Challenge. And Brandon made this really cool backing track, and we had over 800 guitar players do a solo over that backing track. And some of the, you know, it was amazing the level of talent. I mean, that was out there. I mean, it was such a high level. You know, I wish I could have awarded, you know, almost all of the entries, because every entry was better than the next. And you know, we were chatting about it.
Just super grateful for it, and super grateful to not only D'Angelico for giving me that platform to be able to do a contest like this and give away a guitar, but like there were so many, you know, there were keyboard players, you know, DJs and like bassists who were jumping on a guitar challenge. And I mean, I worked really hard to get that backing track out, and I think people really liked it. But the thing is, like, you know, a lot of people were doing it, and I never imagined that many people would do that kind of backing track or like that kind of thing. But it was really fun to judge too. I mean, I was in my bed for like, I want to say like 2 or 3 hours, just going through every single one of them and like putting them into folders, like whether I think they're on the wait list or blah, 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 or they're in my top 3 or blah, blah, blah. It took me hours, and I had to consult so many people, because the level of talent that everyone on Instagram and everyone's having is just, it's absolutely insane. And I was super grateful to be able to see all that and, you know, pick a winner. And it was a very fun experience as well.
Yeah, and likewise for us. And speaking of, you know, kind of using social media as an artist, like, you know, you're such a young, up and coming guitar player, and I think, you know, I've always been so impressed how you utilize, you know, your social media channels to kind of continue to engage with fans. So for those who are starting out, like with, you know, their own careers, or they're just guitar players and like to post, you know, content on their socials, what's your advice, you know, for some of those people kind of getting started, that you've seen success with?
Yeah, getting started like on social media, if that's the question you're asking, I mean, it's so saturated with everything that you could think of. So it'd be hard for me to think back, because like I started way long ago, like when Instagram was definitely not as big as it is right now. And it would be hard to think about where to start. But if I had to say something, it would probably be to just, you know, do what you love to do, and don't put out content where you're selling out to what you think is going to get views and like think is going to be viral. I'd say do what's true to you, because there's something when you do something that's entirely you and it's true to you that people really dig on Instagram, whether it's like flipping a cover of a song in a style that you really like, which is something I've done a lot of and I think people really dig, or just like, you know, playing the music that you want to. Like, don't just think that like because everyone's playing like neo soul that you have to do that too. You could do whatever you want. Try to be unique and try to be yourself is what I'd say. And also, you know, flood that content. Try to put it out as much content as you can. I'm not the best with that. That's for sure. I don't post that much because there's a lot of work that goes into all those videos and making them good. But I've been trying my best to grind it out, and that's what I'd say. Just grind.
Totally. And I think it's as you mentioned, it's kind of a balancing act. And I think staying in your lane is like the most important mindset you can have. And, you know, it's something we're all kind of fascinated by, how it's always changing and kind of how the trends change. But Yeah, I think that's some really great advice. And so let's talk about the guitar in your hands. You know, something that we rarely don't see in your hands, which is the Brandon Niederauer Atlantic signature that we developed. I think it was probably, it was 2 years ago now, I think, when we...
I think so, yeah. Finally, it was, I think it was about 2 years ago, which was a whole crazy experience in itself. And I'm super grateful to D'Angelico and all you guys who've given me the platform to create this instrument. And also the amount of people to be able to be selling it to other people. And I've seen other people on Instagram and other people all around the world having guitars like this. And I wanted to say thank you so much if you bought it. But yeah, you guys contacted me 2 years ago. I'd been with the company for a couple of years, but you were like, let's do signature. And I was like, yes, let's do it.
Well, I mean, you were like, I think you were like 15 years old, maybe, or maybe even younger when we probably much younger when we started the talks about it. And I was saying to myself, like, you know, yes, Brandon's like the most incredible guitar player I know, but like, you know, 15-year-old signature model, like it was an experiment, you know, because you were so young. And it's so amazing to see, you know, not only like fans, you know, who I've seen just buy the guitar that are, you know, hashtagging us on Instagram that we're seeing. But then we get like, you know, Brandon Benson from the Rack on Tour is just like casually just taking it on tour and pretty much only playing it.
I saw that. I was like, wow. I mean, yeah, he's such an amazing guitar player. And when I saw somebody like that playing the model that I created, I knew that it had to be good because, you know, a guitar player on that level, being able to bond with an instrument and actually playing on stage with Jack White is like, wow, it's crazy. But I mean, the fact that I was 15, that you guys let a 15-year-old make real like decisions, it's like, it kind of like you guys gave me a lot of creative control, about as much as I could have asked for, with everything down to, you know, like the frets and like everything down nitty gritty, like the binding and, you know, everything, like what knobs we could have used, like the pots and all that and the pickups. And I mean, you guys could have easily like just done all the work yourselves and just slap my name on it, but you really decided to give me a lot of creative control, and I'll always be super thankful for that. But it was a really cool experience just going up to your guys' secret warehouse, your bunker,
the secret lair,
going up there, you know, taking out the books of every single color that's ever existed in the Pantone book and looking through all the things and being able to, you know, really pick this model. And I think the fact that I was 15 and like that I was coming out with the guitar really helped the hype of it, because I saw that it was getting put in a lot of magazines, which I thought was really cool. And also I thought that, you know, there were people who were like just looking at it thinking it was a good guitar, not even knowing who I am. So I really thought that it was a cool little thing that we had going there.
And that specific one in your hands is the one, right? It was the first. It's been the one for a few years now. Right? You've taken it over all over the world.
Yeah, I've taken this thing everywhere with me. I've taken it to Italy, Japan, all over the States where I've played, and it's never failed me. I've dropped it a lot and it hasn't broken. Usually things with this neck joint break. And, you know, when you take it on like a plane, like planes like every day, like usually you get some headstock breaks. But this thing, you know, there's some nicks in it. There's some, you know,
it's got some character,
wear and tear. I think the color's faded a little bit. It's gotten a little bit darker or a little bit lighter. But I mean, I love this thing. And I mean, you played it yourself. I gave this to you to try at like NAMM, I think a year ago. Not this one, the past one. You were like, this might be the most played in D'Angelico it has been. Because I mean, I've spent 8 hours a day on this thing, and it's, you know, I pretty much only play this one. And I have a couple guitars too, and really good ones, but this one is just one that really resonates with me.
It speaks. Well, speaking of which, why don't you play through it a little bit, and, you know, feel free to show us some things you like about it as you play through it.
Yeah, but it's right now, my rig, I just want to tell the people at home, I'm just playing through my pedal board into a Strymon Iridium, and that's my amp. It's not like a real amp, but I think it sounds really good. You really get a lot of resonance with the guitar. Like I can hold a bend for like hours, you know. I think it sounds sick. Yeah, I think it's self-explanatory that this guitar screams. And
yeah, if you get the guitar, it comes with that lick, so you just you learn how to.
It comes in the box with my set of hands, so you guys can see how bad I am at playing guitar. But yeah, I just want to say thank you guys again, D'Angelico, again for giving me this opportunity, and I can't wait to work in the future with you, maybe on other guitars or whatever. But this thing is really cool. I just want to say thanks again.
Awesome. Well, thank you for, always working with us and willing to collaborate. And I'm sure there's like a lot more we're going to work on in the future, which is so exciting. You're so young and it's such an exciting prospect. I guess to finish it off, why don't you, play something, a song you one of your past songs or something you've been working on, whatever you want, but, give people the opportunity to hear that thing really explode.
Yeah, I'll play a song for you guys. In the wake of not only the pandemic and all the protests that are going on for Black Lives Matter, I'll play one that I wrote like 4 years ago. It's called All We Need's a Little Love. Turn up, actually. Here we go. Some of the people surrounding me have put me in despair, but I know that I'm in repair, but they don't know what's inside of there. 'Cause all we need is a little love. 'Cause all we need is a little love. All I need is a little love from the bottom of my heart and up from above. We all need just a little love. Some of the people say things to me that aren't true, make me stare. Wonder wisdom, say don't say anything to them, 'cause they don't know what's inside of them. 'Cause all we need is a little love. 'Cause all we need is a little love. All we need is a little love. 'Cause
Yeah, man.
Thank you. Yeah, if I had my whole band here, I'd be able to, do all the diddly dads solo. But I thought I'd keep it peaceful,
Awesome. Well, you wrote that 4 years ago. That's a heartfelt song for a young man.
Yeah, I wrote it in my school bathroom as I work, because usually I just wake up and go to school at like 6 a.m. For some reason, I get all my lyrical ideas, and that's how it happened.
There you go. There you go. Well, Brandon, thank you so much for taking the time today, coming out, talking guitar. It really means a lot. And thanks everyone from GearFest for tuning in. Yeah. And we hope to see you guys real soon.
Thank you to Sweetwater. Thank you to D'Angelico for all the support. And thank you guys for tuning in.
Thanks to Brandon and to D'Angelico. I mean, what a great guitar player, man. I wish I could have played like that at that age, man. He just tears it up. He's really awesome. And by the way, D'Angelico also introduced 2 new Sweetwater exclusive guitars right here at GearFest, so you'll definitely want to check those out. Now, so much goes into getting great sound on stage. Gear, the room, the engineer, and of course the performers. Our next session features a panel of A-list engineers representing diverse musical and professional backgrounds. Our panel will be looking at modern trends in professional live audio production at a variety of levels and situations. Key topics for the panel will include compact and surfaceless mixing, go-to equipment, live audio workflows, audio networking such as Dante and using plugins live, as well as helpful career advice and a dive into gender and racial diversity in the live sound industry. The panel's ready to roll, so I'm not going to hold it up anymore. Grab your virtual front row seat to this unique and informative conversation with the superstars of the live sound engineer world. Let's turn it over to Mike Banks, who will be moderating the panel for us.
Hey, everyone. Really appreciate you joining. I definitely want to say thanks to everyone out there for being with us and giving up your valuable time to enjoy this. And I really want to say thankful to my dear friends and colleagues that have been kind enough to join us on this. I just want to say before we get started that this was kind of a personal indulgence, and I hope that everyone enjoys it as much as I already am. The idea was that these are dear friends and people that I respect greatly in the industry that I've given my life to, and I just thought it would be really interesting to have all of you in a conversation, because I think most of you haven't ever really met in person. And I know that we were discussing off air that we are all fans of each other in one way or another. We may be, online friends or, seeing each other's work. So thank you all for being here. One of the first things that I wanted to put out there is, since we are providing online content, and there is a daunting amount of online content out there for young engineers or people wanting to improve their craft, how do you all think that people can navigate the just utterly overwhelming amount of information out there? Anyone want to chime in?
I'll speak for myself.
Yeah.
Well, when we started this pandemic stuff, of course, I was all eager to learn stuff, and I mellowed down. I looked for a job, and now I'm working. So now I'm taking my time to learn other stuff, and as I go through this confinement, I've been learning slowly other things to see if I can use in the future.
Yeah, as far as for me, there is tons of good stuff to learn, tons to watch, and I try to balance that a little bit with sort of soaking some stuff up a couple times a week, and then also creating some stuff. So I've been doing a bunch of mixing on my little C1500 that I have luckily showed up at my house just before the quarantine started. So I've had something to play with, and it's a great little desk. Yeah, that worked out really good.
Yeah, and for anyone watching, Jim's videos are really great. So definitely check them out. They're fun to watch.
Yeah, those are on YouTube under Yak Sound. So check them out. But yeah, just I find if I spend a little bit of time creating stuff, I've been doing a lot of writing, and then I spend the rest of the time soaking things in.
So I guess what I was trying to get to is, how do we, what I find is there's so much information out there. It's really daunting, and there's a lot of, what I would call less than accurate information out there. So I guess, qualifying the information is what I find to be difficult, so anyway, so the industry has changed a lot since we've all been in it. We're not the youngest ones in the industry out there. So
anymore.
Does anyone want to lead the conversation about how the things have changed moving forward, and for people that are coming into the industry new, how they can choose what skills are most important, and technology trends and things like that are ever changing in front of us.
Yeah, I think there's so much, and the industry has changed so much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That for at least for me, I've always I've never gotten super excited over the new black gadget says it's gonna solve all my problems. So I always just stay current of what is available and what do I actually need to do my job. So like for monitors, it's now important to learn to do RF. That's going to make you more versatile. So knowing where the tools are, finding the people that you can reach out to and talk to, and have people on speed dial that you trust. And so that's just kind of how I navigate through everything. I'm not sitting there putting a bunch of plugins and go, let's see what this does. My main job is to make my guys happy, and all that stuff, all that fun stuff you get to play with after. I'm not going to put it on a show until I completely trust it.
Yeah, kind of to echo what she was just saying, kind of in the same boat, trying to evaluate whether it's like for my own personal like ego, is it self-indulgent or is it necessary for the actual application that I want to use? Like a cool tool doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually going to be applicable to like my particular situation, or just knowing I always try to find the time in my own personal time to see what it actually does, what it will work, because it might actually solve a situation that might be isolated to one particular person or a particular part of the show. And knowing how to use and implement it is like possible. Or if the instance where a problem is already it's presented, it's like, okay, I know how that works. I could potentially solve this problem. And particularly with the situations that when you're in a monitors, like she was just saying, it's kind of more or less you're just a static making everybody happy. But if something isn't working, you actually have a check down of potential solutions that could actually be solved in the moment, or you can circle back to it and say, hey, that was a mess yesterday, but I know this piece of gear might be able to solve this problem. What do you think? And that's kind of how I would navigate some of those types of things. But also, like she was saying, having people on speed dial. I think now people are more accessible with the internet and whatnot. Before you'd have to go to a show or knock on the club door. And back in the day, it's like, hey, I just want to come intern and work for free. I just want to learn. And like now, people that you respect and your peers are more accessible on social media, or way more like the community's kind of, I think, grown in that particular aspect because of social media. You can DM somebody, or everybody's pretty much a one touch, you know what I'm saying, to something or somebody that you need to get to.
Yeah, that's a good question, Mike. There's so much to learn. I think the toughest thing is it's hard. We don't get to actually apply anything these days. I've watched so many videos where I'm like, man, I can't wait till the next time I'm in front of a console so I can try that. And I still have no idea when that's going to be. So I would say for people who are breaking into the industry, learn as much as you can. I think you have to specialize a little bit. If you want to be a monitor engineer, then there's certain things like Carrie was saying, RF, there's definitely a whole world of RF knowledge that everyone can be better at. And then if you want to be a system engineer, there's so much networking and software and measurement tools, and there's just all kinds of stuff to learn. The way I try to approach it is like, as far as learning a new console, sometimes I'll think, boy, I really want to get my hands on that console, but you know, having 6 different consoles, workflows going through your mind all the time, it's easy to kind of trip over things when you get back on one. So I kind of look at things situationally. I do a lot of corporate as well. So it's like, okay, I'm going to be mixing on this console with this PA system, with this system processor, and I'll just kind of bone up on all the workflows of that before the event. So I try not to over cram my brain, because it can't take all of it. And again, the speed dial, for sure. I've got people I know are experts on waves and on RF and different consoles, and I make the call when I need to.
Totally.
For me, kind of the same thing. Very practical. Nowadays, I take time to practice everything at home. When I find something new, I want to learn something new, especially in this case with D-Live that I use the most nowadays. When some update comes in, I try to learn at home. But yeah, I'm very practical. I'm very square per se on the ways I do things. I have my methods that I learned through time. Yeah, I'm just echoing whatever you all say. I'm kind of the same way, like I can take so much, and because obviously, life, pandemic stuff and all this stuff, especially right now. So yeah, same thing.
I think we lost Mike.
Sorry, I had to, my Zoom crashed. I backed out for a minute. So, I missed your responses, but thanks for chiming in.
They were great, Mike. You should have heard them.
Yes. I'm sure they were. I'm gonna watch the recorded version later, and then I'll catch up with you all. I should go around really quick and just mention who we have here. I kind of take for granted that because I know you all and love you all so much that I think it's people out there understand who we're talking to. So Jim Yakubuski, wonderful front of house engineer, has worked with Gwen Stefani and Matchbox 20 and Peter Frampton and many others. Carrie Keys, who's been with Pearl Jam as long as there's been a Pearl Jam, basically, and also Eddie Vedder, but is also the founder of Soundgirls, which, if you're not familiar with Soundgirls, soundgirls.org is a wonderful organization that I've been very blessed to do work with, and I'd like to touch on that later. Salim has been doing monitors for a little artist that you may have heard of called Billie Eilish. She just might have won 6 Grammys recently. So, but interestingly enough, Salim is the only one in the panel that, as far as I know, that has also been on a stage as a musician, as a large.
You're cutting off.
We're getting a little bit of you, Mike. You're breaking up a bit there. Your signal.
My Zoom just wants to keep crashing on me.
Oh no.
Anyway, if you can still hear me, here is the last but not least, front house engineer, monitor engineer, floor manager, has worked with Edward Magnetic Zeros, where I met him, the neighborhood, and then is now working with From the Jewels, who I'm absolutely obsessed with right now. So I love that. So just wanted to,
it's hard to hear you, man.
Who you're listening to, I think,
Yeah, it's so garbled, Mike. We can't really hear you. So
yeah. I guess while he's figuring that out, I personally can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah,
you're gonna say you're gonna check back in?
Hey guys, I'll just bust in here quickly. I don't know if you can see me or not. My name's Mitch Gallagher. I'm hosting GearFest here from Sweetwater, and we're having some trouble with the mic's connection. I apologize for that. And so until we can get that kind of straightened out, I thought I'd just jump in here. You know, I'm not front of house engineer like Mike is, but I'll try to get you guys going with a little conversation and see if we can't get things happening here. So let me ask you this. If someone wants to work on the level that you're working at in the industry, how do you recommend that they get started? What kind of skills do they need? How do they make the contacts and move forward into the industry?
Well,
a silence falls.
You're going to start by loading trucks and loading gear. So be ready to get dirty.
Right.
And have a good attitude while you're loading the truck. I mean, no one likes loading gear. It's not like something that I wake up every morning and go, I get to load in gear today. Great.
Right.
But that's 90% of the job. Right. And then learning signal flow, you have to know that, and just learn from everybody that you're working with. If you don't know something, make sure you ask questions on how to do it. Mm-hmm. People would rather show you the right way to do it and explain it to you than have to go troubleshoot it later on when it's not working.
Sure.
You know, I just tell people, I'd rather take the coolest person with the best attitude that knows nothing than someone that knows everything and has a bad attitude. Because I can teach you how to mix, I can teach you how to do the show, but I can't teach you how to be nice human being.
Yeah, same here for me. Was that way actually. I don't think I'm the greatest engineer, but since day one, I tried to be good attitude and hard worker. And I mean, if new people trying to get to the mixing level right away, I think you're not going to last too much if you don't have the right attitudes and the right questions and the right people around you. You know, like knock on doors and go to clubs and talk to the techs, talk to the managers, be nosy. You know, be question everything and have a great attitude and be thankful. And that's the way you go around. And that's how I've been doing it for forever. And now I get to, you know, like get these people around me that are very professional, and I ask questions, and it's a blessing, you know, like it's a big blessing to learn from all these people. I had good people who took me under their wings and learned from them a lot. Lots of good information that you cannot pay with any Stanford, Yale, or any big university. This is the best university I ever got, and I don't regret it at all. Let's go back work now.
He's back.
I agree. What about you,
I'm back
Sam?
to all of that. I echo all that.
Thanks.
I think being a good hang is, I think, one of the most underestimated things, I think, in this business in general. Like Jerry was saying, having the self is just to know that I'm not the best engineer or whatever, like in that particular realm, but like being a good hang, I know way more people that are probably technically skilled, but they're just terrible people, like just terrible with people in general. And nobody, like she was saying, or like everybody's essentially been saying, nobody really wants to be around somebody who's just not a good hang. I can't even stress how much of a bummer that is, just being around people who are just like the smartest guy in the room syndrome versus just not being open to suggestions. It's just like anything that could just, it doesn't necessarily just apply to being good in monitors. It just applies to just generally in like life. Like nobody wants to hang out with anybody that's, I want to get a beer with somebody who is just like the worst, you know, personally.
Right.
Yeah. I would have to say too, kind of along the lines of what Carrie was saying, and everyone else on the panel, you got to hang out with people who are smarter than you. And I think maybe the tough question is, well, how do you even get to do that? So, you know, being a stagehand is a good way to be around smart people and just watch people work, watch them line check, watch them troubleshoot, watch them do RF and just, you know, and there's schools out there that'll teach stuff. They'll take, you know, some of your money a lot of your money to do that, but you know, there's a lot of good education. And now, you know, when I started, there was no internet thing, so you know, the magazines were the thing where I would read about what engineers were doing. But now you can watch a video on anything you want to learn. And then the other thing I'd say is volunteer and or intern. You know, if there's a little local bar, club, sound company that does, you know, festivals in the park, you know, someday we'll do that again. But when all that, you know, if you can get in there and help them load trucks and build racks and roll feeder into a case and learn how to plug it in and safely and just shadow people who are smarter than you. And I'll add again to just be a good person and just know that everyone else around you knows more than you do. So talk less and listen more.
Right on. Well, it looks like Mike is back. Looks like you've joined back in here, so I'm going to gracefully depart and let you get back to your panel.
Thanks for stepping in, Mitch. I appreciate it. It's good to be back. I just wanted to jump in on what you guys were talking about, and that I think the most important thing to me right now in this point in my career is to give back, and I know that you all feel the same way, and that's why you all agreed to do this. And so that what Jim was saying is, you know, there are people out there that have spent time doing this, and if you can get close to any of them or as many of them as possible, and you know, soak up their knowledge. I mean, I was very blessed to have great mentors that let me look over their shoulder and you know, didn't try and hide their tricks and shared with me. And so now I feel a great responsibility to give back. So I think that's a super important thing. As technology has changed, we've all had to adapt and overcome. There are certain things out there. I think you know, I wanted to touch back on something that Carrie said before about how, you know, not jumping on the latest black box and, you know, emphasizing on the gear. I think skills are super important. So I wanted to, you know, we can send it around the table, but I kind of wanted to start with Jim, just find out, like, what is one thing or a couple things that through the period of your career have remained constant, you know, that are important no matter what, whether it's the 90s or today, it's still a big deal.
Yeah. For me, simplicity. I know that there are a myriad of devices, plugins, tube mics versus a good old 58. And, you know, there's a million things that can improve our, you know, sonically any input in the console. But I still find more times than not, I take, you know, tune a drum real well, put a decent mic on it, put it into the console, don't do much to it, and put it up through a well-tuned, timed, optimized PA, turn it up, sounds great. So I'm, you know, from the 80s, from the old analog days of Midas consoles and you know, just big old land yachts out there at front of house. You know, I still kind of do things the same way, just super straightforward. Very rarely use a lot of plugins. As a matter of fact, with this quarantine time and all the time I've had just to noodle around in my office here, I've probably played with more plugins than I have ever and learned what I like. And I'm excited to go try some of these new tricks that I've learned. But yeah, simple signal flow, not a lot of stuff in between the input and the speakers, and I'm just a nut for you know, having a really great tuned PA system at the end.
Carrie, what's your rock? Like, what do you lean on the most? That's, you know, the stable, important thing for you.
Keeping it simple.
Love it.
You know, I that was something, you know, analog.
You can tell I stacked this panel.
Yeah. Analog, you had to think about what gear you were going to use. You know, sure, on my console, I could put a gate, a comp, an EQ freaking on every channel. Analog days, you couldn't do that. You'd have a whole semi of extra outboard gear. So I still think that way. Do I need this on it? No. You know, I've seen engineers have so many plugins that they're buried in their files and we can't figure out what's going on because it's buried under 18 layers of stuff. So, I mean, the most important thing for working with my guys is to be paying attention to them. So keeping it simple, knowing where everything is, putting what I absolutely need on my surface so I have access to it. And then, you know, a couple of years ago, I think we forget on how much we, you know, commit things to muscle memory. So our workflow, a couple of years ago, I changed some stuff on an Eddie solo tour. And you would think it would be easy, but I was so used to that's where it is. That's where I'm going to reach it. That I'm like, just put this back the way it was.
Yeah.
So, you know, keep it, not changing your workflow every show just because, you know, so finding tools that work for you and keeping and running them and then, you know, adding things in slowly.
Nice. Jerry, what do you lean on the most?
Wow. I come from the analog days, so fortunately I got to play with a lot of those toys. Nowadays I rely more on digital consoles, like Carrie and everyone else said. The gear, you don't have to like carry all this stuff. So now I have to say it. I lean on my D-Live now because I own one, and that's what I do now. I'm very practical, like I said, and everything I do, it's how I read a book from top to bottom, left to right, and I follow that to everything, and it works for me. And I'm not trying to be the cool guy to do all this kind of stuff. I do change a little bit of things, depends on what I learned, or if I tried some plugin, if I did, like I did on the D-Live, and but that's about it. I follow the protocols are very established on my workflow. So I just have to back up what everybody else said. I'm sorry, I'm not the cool guy to have this discovery.
That's great.
Like
no, you're giving credibility. So
credibility to the argument.
And like I said, like if you like what you hear from my mix or from my work, keep me, and if you don't, you probably tell me go home, or you tell me change a little bit of this, and we try it, and maybe we go back to the old ways, or maybe we can adopt a new way. But that's the beauty of all this new technology as well. Like you can change this thing so much. So yeah, I rely now on my digital console that I own.
You ready for me to drive it home one more time, Bangs? It pretty much just keep it simple. Is pretty much essentially what it is.
All of you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm pretty much in the same boat. I think maybe even just to elaborate on it, like keeping it simple and like just trying to control as many of the variables as you can, because there's so many things that you can't necessarily account for each day. Somebody tripping over a cable, or coming unplugged, taking a massive RF hit in an arena. There's so many things that are outside of essentially what you can control. So the more that you keep simple allows your brain to like think quickly under the fly when somebody's in duress in front of 30,000 people.
Great
or
point.
If your whole line of communication goes down and the show caller can't execute something to the artist or whatever, like keeping it simple and not burying yourself in a bunch of just unnecessary stuff. I call them self-indulgent, just like tools and goodies that are like, is this for me or is it for the actual betterment of the show? And if that's kind of how I evaluate whether it's actually necessary or not, or is anybody complaining? Has anybody said anything? Have I bummed anyone out? If nobody's bummed out, it's like in the monitors, like at least how I approach it is just that it's all good until somebody says otherwise, essentially, you know what I mean? And then I always keep my line of communication open and just listen to people, because I've actually gotten more information from the artists, from people, just by listening to a conversation that they have with somebody else, because what they're saying is like not necessarily like, hey, that sounds good or bad. It's just like, oh, it sounds different. And not everybody's really good at articulating like that snare sounds weird, or make it sound like the apocalypse, these really abstract things. So for me, like I said, I just try to control as many of the variables as possible, so that when the ones that arise come up, you can kind of just act accordingly and just think quickly on your feet, which I think a lot of the problem is just being able to solve a problem quickly and effectively. And if you have too much stuff going on, you're like, well, what's going on with this? What happened there? It's just, I've seen it happen. Like when it happens to me, it's probably one of the worst feelings in the entire world. 30 seconds will seem like 3 days. It's terrible.
Yeah.
For me, I've been focusing more now on I'm like an aspirin. I've been saying that lately a lot. Like I'm an aspirin. I'm your I solve your headache. So don't worry about it. Let me do it my ways, like, and sometimes we don't have time to like be fancy and be all this stuff, especially if you imagine to have an XL2 with all this gear, and then you want to try to add something to your chain and it blows your whole show. So sometimes we don't have time. We do a lot of festivals. The kind of artists that we tour with now, at least me, I don't have time to like go fancy on anything. So I have to like focus on provide what we know already and to make sure that works, because at that moment you at least, like I said, you know how to solve, how your chain goes, so it's easier to like just go in there instead of like, oh, how do I do this and how do I plan this before? There's really no time. I mean, I think that's why the level of these people that are with us today are where they are, because simplicity, the practical ways that we learn through time, that's the experience we learn. Because probably before, I remember when I was starting, I remember always to try the coolest stuff, the biggest computer, all of this, and I bought all this money, like spent all this money on buying stuff. Now it's like, I want the little compact, the less, the better. And I just want to be plug and play. For me, it's all plug and play. For me, it's all compact, and that's it,
Wow,
Yeah,
you were reading my mind. That was the sorry, Salim, go ahead. But I was just going to segue into how the trends now, because most of us come from an analog background, and the trend seems to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Where before we had 48 or 52 faders on the desk, for inputs, and now things are getting. And I'm just curious how everyone feels about the downsizing that seems to be happening.
Oh, so beautiful.
But Salim, please, if I cut you off a point, please.
I was just gonna build off of what like Jim was saying as well too, about like making a point to just get out of the way and keep it in the perspective of what sounds good to me may not necessarily sound good to the person on the other end of it. So like for me to get in and say, this sounds good to me, it sounds great, get in and do a bunch of stuff, and it could be just bumming somebody out by just like having kind of your ego get in the way of like what sounds good to particularly me. But it's not necessarily about what sounds good to me all the time. It sounds what the artist needs to perform. I've had people say, can I hear so-and-so's mix? I'm like, I'm going to warn you, this is a performance mix. This is what sounds good to this particular person to actually have them play comfortably in front of people. This is not, it's not going to, I mean, it could sound like a record, it could not, but also like just keeping that in context where like just, I try to stay out of the way as much as possible and not do a bunch of stuff and talk to people and just say, okay, that doesn't sound good to me, or argue, hey, that doesn't sound good, maybe we should try it like this. Just kind of keeping it simple, getting out of the way and just executing what somebody asked for. Because that's what a lot of people think get buried, just being a massive bummer, just arguing.
Yeah. I think that's when attitude hits in, because I mean, my latest experience right before this pandemic, it was really that. I was building this nice chain on my C1500 for the singer of Run the Jewels, and he's like, nope, I don't like it. Go back to and it was just a simple from one end to the other, and that's it. That's all he wanted. And I'm like, that's the way it is. They know what they want, and you don't have to be fancy. You don't have to put all these plugins. You don't have to put all these compressors and all this stuff that you wanted to add. That, like he said, like it's probably sounding very good for you, but it's not what they want to hear.
If you want to mix for you, you got to become a front of house engineer. That's the most important thing about it.
Yep. It's not done. I was going to be a monitor engineer, so yeah, it's my ego. It's all crushed because in the past 4 years or past 5 years, I've just been a front of house guy. So I'm like, okay, I have to back up, chill, and listen. Go back to the listen position.
Yeah. So, anyone want to chime in on how it feels for things to be getting smaller? Like, do you find yourself resisting that trend or embracing it, or?
I'm gonna jump in on this one. I'm sorry. Yes, I love being compact. It's funny because I had a text from a friend the other day. It's like, oh, you're trying to be a compact guy because my bicycle, it's a folding bike. My kayak is a folding kayak. Now,
how do you fold a kayak?
Yes, check it out. Let's go. I'm in San Diego right now.
That's another webinar.
Yeah, that's another webinar. Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, it's just being able to, like I said, plug and play for me. Now, I travel a lot with, for example, the neighborhood. They carry everything. We carry drums. We carry every single thing. So now it's so beautiful to have 40 cases of Pelicans and SKBs, and that was not a commercial. And it's so beautiful to just knowing that my show is gonna be the same the next day and the next day and the next day. You know, so for me, compatibility is it's amazing, and that's why I like these kind of consoles. You know, like having 12 faders, all these layers, and being able to build my flow upon that. So it's for me, it's very critical nowadays. Very, very critical, because now I can carry my computer to record. I carry the computer to test the systems. I can carry other little toys that I can add to my chain when I can, and also focus on being a production manager, because a lot of these bands that I work with now, I'm the production manager as well. So now I can diversify myself a little bit more, not worry about, oh, I have to wait for the 4 guys carrying other stuff over there on stage. I can do it myself. I can plug it in, and at the end of the festival, I can just leave. So I don't have to wait for anything, and I can have fun. And that's another thing I wanted to emphasize. Like, I don't come here to be all techie and all, you know, like I want to have fun. I want to mix. I want to be part of the band in the sense of like everyone's having a good time, and me, I'm having a good time. If you see me, I'm always dancing. I'm trying to, you know, create a good environment for the artists, because if the artists see me like happy and, you know, like getting into the mix, like now I can, you know, like transmit that vibe that everything's okay. So that makes them more comfortable. So yeah, compact stuff is the way to go.
Thanks. Because I know the answer for Jerry and Salim and myself, I want to ask Carrie and Jim. Have either one of you ever flown with the desk before? Because it's, you know, the 3 of us have done it many times. So it's kind of a unique thing to fly with your own mixer.
No.
No, I didn't think so. That's why. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly good to, you know, never have to worry about, you know, what you're going to get.
Right.
So, anyway,
yeah. I mean, you know, on festivals and things like that, I spec the same console. And like I said, everything is super simple. Load a file and it should work. It should be really easy, because I'm not, I have kind of a festival file that doesn't have any plugins, so I don't have to rely on making that work for the show to work right. Or I'll just use 2 or 3 plugins, and if I can't get the Waves server all talking, then it's okay. I just bypass a couple inserts. But even just showing up and loading a file on somebody else's, some other company's console, it's tough. I would love to travel. It's not really been an option because you know, most of the consoles until recently haven't been able to pack as much punch as you can get into a small format. But boy, I tell you, there's a lot of stuff going on these small little 12 fader consoles now. So maybe in the future.
Yeah, I think for me, it was great because, like I was saying before, like it allows me to control one of the main variables, at least for like when I first started with Billy, she was obviously, her equity was considered to be lower and smaller on festivals, as her rise was like the complete opposite in terms of her popularity. So we'd have a 3 or 4 p.m. slot on massive festivals, or we'd be doing these small club gigs, 1,500 to 2,000 cap space, where there's so many little small variables, like a bad cable, a bad mic stand that you have to constantly be combating every single day. And having the Surface was allowed me to do a ton of stuff in a little small, like basically like more is less type of thing. I could do a ton of stuff with a small footprint. Or hey, you're the middle of the guy, all the support bands in and out, you get thrown in this little small 4-foot footprint, and you have a ton of stuff here carrying, you don't fit anywhere. For us, we'd roll 2 cases on, lids come off, boom, 64 input show, 12 outputs, and everything just like up line check in a 30-minute line check. We're done waiting for the artist in 20 minutes. So for us, that type of thing has been great, managing like her level of popularity based on our circumstances. And as she's grown, we've had the luxury now at this point. Now it's considered a luxury. It's great. We don't have to like, all our stuff's there. We get our own gear every single day. We don't have to pretty much play like console du jour and all types of stuff in these, you know, specific applications. It's definitely, it puts in perspective like, wow, like if we didn't have those tools, it'd be considerably harder, but you still have to get it done no matter what. It just makes the anxiety and the variables that you can't control so much more easy right off the bat. I know that's how it's helped me personally in that particular regard. Like I said, at festival, you have a 30-minute line check, the line check 64 inputs, get everything set up and going, and the other band doesn't get off the stage until 10 minutes into your 30 minutes. It's like managing all that. It makes it considerably easier to just know you're going to be able to do your job with confidence. Yeah, yeah.
I miss all this stress so much.
Yeah, totally.
Guys, I've got to, I've magically appeared again, and I've got to let you know that there's a minute left on the panel. So, so if you want to do a wrap up or any kind of final thoughts, this would be the chance.
Oh, wow. I just want to, well, thank everyone. But before we run out of time, I do want to address, and I'm going to point this question to Carrie first because she's dedicated a lot of her working life to the idea of inclusion and diversity in our industry. And I'm just wondering, you know, how do we, you know, how can we improve things?
That's a tough question, but yeah, I think our industry needs to evolve to the next level.
I agree.
There are so many talented engineers and techs that are women, people of color, non-binary, people that just never get a shot, that no one lets them get in the door to show people what they have. And I think it's a shame.
It is.
So I think as the industry as a whole is starting to educate themselves about it, but people being proactive, you know, going the extra mile, not just saying, well, I have a woman on my crew. I work with women. I work with people of color. We need to go a step further and make sure that we're actually interviewing them.
Yeah.
Giving them a shot, hiring.
I know that I wish more people would step forward. So if you're out there and you're interested in the industry, please don't be afraid. Step forward. We need you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Email all of us. And we'll,
yes.
Yeah.
There you
Definitely.
go.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Guys, thank you so much for doing this panel. Salim, Jim, Carrie, Jerry, and Mike. I mean, it's just been absolutely fascinating to listen to you guys. I mean, what an opportunity to have the experience and all the knowledge that you guys have and to be able to share it with everyone here at GearFest 2020. So we're just so grateful to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Hi to everyone.
And right now, we need to take a 30-second break to reset our Facebook live stream. If you're not watching Facebook, this won't affect you, but if you are watching Facebook, hang tight, stay tuned. We'll be right back, and we've got lots more GearFest coming your way.
Hey, my name is Dave Wish, and I am the CEO and founder of Little Kids Rock, a nonprofit that transforms children's lives by restoring, expanding, and innovating music education in public schools across the United States. Sweetwater is an incredible partner and supporter of the work we do, and we have been fortunate for the past number of years to be here at GearFest, the real in-person GearFest before, and now the first ever virtual GearFest. And although this GearFest will be virtual, the insights and the gear we'll be reviewing and the artists we'll be hearing from will be very real, just like the support that we get from Sweetwater, who supports real kids in real schools, making music year-round. So sit back, enjoy, learn, share, and remember that in these times and in all times, music is something that can bring people together in ways that little else can. And if we want to live in a world of harmony, we have to invest in harmony. If we want our children to live in a world of beauty, we have to invest in beauty. And all of us at Little Kids Rock are very grateful to Sweetwater for their support and for this opportunity to enjoy the world's first ever virtual GearFest.
Not everyone knows what it's like The time, the sweat, and the tears, the thousands of hours of practice, the late nights, the long days, but we do. Not everyone knows that indescribable feeling only music could create. Hearing the songs in your head finally come to life, discovering new sounds that uncover the real you. The joy of picking up an instrument and playing it just for fun. The feeling that reminds you, music isn't what you do, it's who you are. Not everyone knows what it took, what it takes, what it's like to chase a dream at any cost, but we do. Not everyone knows what it's like to nail the fill, the take, or the set. How it felt to play your first gig, to have your words sung back at you by the crowd. It's a bond only music makers can fully understand, and not everyone gets it, but we do. So to all those chasing a tone, chasing a song, chasing a dream, remember, the journey is the gift, and we're here for the long haul.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that live sound panel. Absolutely incredible to hear from those experts in our field. And I have to tell you, my favorite quote was, I think it was Jerry Lopez said, "Man, I'm the aspirin and I'm the cure to all your headaches." And that's such a cool attitude for musicians and engineers and anybody who works in this industry. And now this is going to be an awesome segue. That's also what our next workshop is also about. We're proud to have All Pro Integrated Systems as part of the Sweetwater family of companies. And All Pro is one of the nation's leading systems installers and integrators. They've created and installed systems for everything from schools to churches to the largest arenas. Today we're proud to have Kent Morris, a veteran of many GearFests and the live sound market manager from All Pro Integrated Systems, present a workshop here at GearFest. Kent's a live sound engineer, an author, a consultant, and his credits include Paul Balash, Israel Houghton, In Touch Ministries, Cornerstone Media, and many more. He'll be discussing one of the challenges with the new system, troubleshooting if a problem comes up. Now, All Pro Integrated Systems is offering a unique approach to troubleshooting. Instead of trying to describe a problem to a technician over the phone and sending, texted photos and things, now a tech can take command of the situation in real time, fix the issue quickly, and get you going again. So stay tuned for this exploration with Kent Morris on how this technology works and how to implement it in your environment.
Thank you, Mitch. All Pro Integrated Systems is pleased to be part of GearFest Online this year. And as Mitch mentioned, one of the most common issues in any live production, whether it's a live stream as we're doing here, an event at a church, a school play, a theater production, or a concert, is something's going to go wrong. It may be with audio, lighting, video, staging, could be any number of things. And so we will look at a couple of ideas to mitigate that issue immediately, and what long-term can we do to make things simpler in the future. When something goes wrong, typically it's going to be something simple. Most common issues would be a cable. If it's a wireless mic, it's most commonly the battery. What we want to do is avoid panicking and start pulling cables out or changing parameters immediately. It's usually something simple, and the easiest way to solve that issue is to think, what just changed? Was the wireless mic working? Yes, it was. Do I see battery signal on the receiver? Do I have anything happen to block the antennas? Something simple like that. Second part of it is usually an operator error, and that's us. Something that we do that causes something to go wrong. We could mute something that needs to be unmuted. We could forget to send a cue out. We could do something along that nature, and we simply roll that back one step to be able to think through the process and not panic. Now, everyone around you is going to panic, and that's part of it. They're all going to turn around if something happens and look back at the tech booth when the feedback occurs. I've got a t-shirt that says, "Turn back around, I heard it too." And that's just part of the gig. Things happen, you get blamed. Don't take that personally. The other part about this, in the moment, is not hang up on what just happened. If you forgot a cue, you missed a cue, let it slide. If it's a live event and we focus on it, guess what? We'll miss another cue, and then another, and it's a downward spiral. So instead, we want to be able to let it slide. It's a live event, everything is present, and everything is in the moment. So all that matters is this moment. What happened, happened. We can only take care of now. We can debrief later. Now, long term, we want to look at what we could do to make things in the system more reliable. Say that we have an older system and it has some issues with perhaps the video side of things, different formats, trying to get things to scale. And we might have something that's an older lighting console. We have a combination of incandescent and LED lighting, and things happen within that system. It's very hard sometimes for us to be able to ascertain exactly where the core issue is. Now, a lot of times you can call tech support and you have them on the phone, and you may even be able to FaceTime with them and point things out. But again, it's all based upon, did we cover everything? We might forget that we turned something off last evening and did not turn on that portion of the system. And in the moment when we tend to lose our mental capacity is the time that we need someone that's level-headed and can solve the problem. So All Pros developed a system called RST, which is the Remote Service Terminal. And that allows a trained technician to be able to dial in and get inside the system, audio, video, or lighting, and be able to determine where the issue lies. That's accomplished with something like this, just a small Windows 10 computer that is utilizing a streamer, a team streamer viewer to be able to see what is going on. And with that access, then the technician can determine exactly what's going on and recommend a solution immediately, or often fix the issue themselves. As an example, recently a church in Florida had a problem where the video system on a Sunday morning simply would not pass to the live stream. They could not figure out why. All the settings were correct. RST allowed a technician to be able to dial in on a Sunday morning at 7 o'clock and determine what had happened is somewhere along the way someone had bought an off-the-shelf splitter, and that splitter was not compatible format-wise with other things in the system. They then were able to recommend immediately removing that splitter and still get through the service, and then get a decimator and put that in place, and then remotely set up the decimator so that it talked to everything in the system and all the throughput was correct. So that is exactly what we're looking at when we talk about these type of remote systems. And the advantages of doing this are that you never have to have that moment of panic. Because again, if it's a live event, it happens now. If it's Friday night and it's a concert and it's 7 o'clock, most facilities would be closed at 6:30. And it's very difficult often to get tech support even at that early of an hour. And so being able to reach out to someone who has a broad, expansive knowledge of not just a particular brand, but of all the brands and all the functionality within the system makes the difference between being able to put the show on and not put the show on. In addition to that, any system that All Pro Integrated Systems designs above a certain level has the RST system integrated into the process. Therefore, you can rest assured that it is functioning, and when it's not, someone is there immediately. So it gives that peace of mind. In addition to that service, there's often a situation where, given the pandemic and the restart capabilities now coming into play, why not have a restart program? If you've had video projectors that have been off for 3 months, or lighting instruments that have not been run through their paces, the first time you bring that up, you may have a significant issue, especially with incandescent halogen lamps. And so having someone be able to come in to the facility and walk through all of these things, get everyone up to speed, make sure that the live stream that was put together in a very rushed period is now fully integrated into the system as a whole, that makes the difference. And that is part of the all-pro service. And so as we close out, we're looking at what would it be if we are doing these things in the right manner? Well, the part of the first issue to consider is that we always want to be able to have something besides a single point of failure in any system. So if we have a critical moment where, say, we're in a church and we have a pastor who's speaking, if that pastor's on a wireless mic, it makes a lot of sense to have redundancy. I'm wearing redundancy. I have a system here and a system here. If one fails, Tim, the engineer, can simply switch that over within 1 second, and the system continues on. If we're talking about something in the streaming world, we want to be able to have a point that is continuous for dual stream, so that we have something that's going to go wrong in streaming, which often occurs, and have a fallback plan for that. It need not be completely redundant, but to being able to say, if this happens, we're going to do this. And we walk through those scenarios because we want to be able to think of what the most likely culprit will be. Is it going to be power? Is it going to be something to do with our IT system? Is it going to be something to do with our antiquated analog console? Wherever that point may be, just so we have a backup plan. We have something that we know as a team that when this happens, this occurs. And so together, all of those packages put together create a system that allow us to be able to function continually, keep uptime at a maximum, and not be able to have to say that I'm sorry when it's over. So thank you very much and appreciate your time.
Here are all of the 55 points we inspect on every single guitar. Why would you buy your guitar anywhere else? Start shopping at Sweetwater.com.
Hey guys, this is drummer Little John Roberts, and guess what? Sweetwater Gear Fest is here this year, and they're going virtual. So me and all the guys at Tama Drums encourage you to go check them out. I had a great time performing there a few years ago, and Sweetwater, just some great people, and it's an amazing show. So go check it out virtually this year.
That is awesome. Wow. And I thought my guitar storage looked good.
I'll take them.
Every single guitar that comes in here is inspected, played, photographed, and the work that goes into that is amazing.
Thanks to Kent Morse for that awesome presentation. You know, Kent is just, as you could tell from that presentation, just a calming influence. He's worked so much in this industry. He's helping us here with this live stream today, and he just brings a calm to the room. The only bad thing is he's more dapper than me, and I just don't like that. But so right now we're approaching the halfway point on day one at GearFest. We're not there yet, and we've already seen so much cool stuff, and we have so much more coming to you for the rest of today at GearFest 2020, including drummer Nate Morton from The Voice, a performance by country and bluegrass star Ricky Skaggs. We've got an interview with the legendary Alan Parsons. So much coming up today. And you're definitely going to want to tune in tomorrow for day 2 of GearFest. Tomorrow we've got Slash, Nile Rodgers, Billy Gibbons, the GearFest producers panel, which is always so popular, and tons more. It's going to be simply incredible. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're still on today. It's still today, and let's turn our attention back to what's happening next, which is an interview with guitarist, vocalist, and songwriter Lita Ford. Lita has a long history of huge success in the music industry, from the Runaways to her meteoric solo career, and she sat down with Sweetwater's Nick Bowcott for an interview. Let's check it out.
Greetings, Nick with Sweetwater here, and welcome to GearFest 2020 online. And right now we have the privilege, the pleasure, and I'm very honored to do this. We're going to speak to the one and only Lita Ford. I had the good fortune to present her with the Legend Award at the She Rock Awards a couple of years ago, And I'm going to say to you what I said then. She didn't just open the door for female lead guitar players, she kicked the damn thing off its hinges. So with great pleasure, Lita Ford. Thanks for doing this, Lita.
Thanks so much. I love how you say that. Kick the goddamn thing off its hinges. I'm like, yeah.
Well, you did.
Love
you did.
that.
So now my question to you is, you know, my favorite song of yours, well, one of them is Back to the Cave. Ironically, that's what we've all been doing for the last 2 months. How have you been spending your time? Have you been writing, practicing, or meditating? What?
Well, we were in March, in early March, we were on the cruise ship. We were on the 80s cruise ship.
Oh, that's right.
And we were on the cruise, and that's when everything got announced to us. You know, basically, your summer's canceled. And so we came off the cruise, and we just came home, and we've been home ever since, I think it was the second week of March. And so I had finished writing the record the new record that isn't out yet. I had finished writing it, and to tell you the truth, I was just so done with writing by the time that record was finished and recorded, and we just finished it in January of 2020. And so I just, I came off the road, and you know, of course you gotta wind your gears down. I mean, it's so difficult to wind those gears down from being on tour. And I didn't want to really write. I just kind of went into yoga mode and stay healthy mode. Like, you know, stay away from the refrigerator and try and get a little bit of cardio in. And of course, you know, where we are here in the Arizona desert, it's like 112.
Yeah.
So to get out and ride your bike at 8 o'clock at night, it's about 108. So that's kind of what I do. I go out and I sweat and I mountain bike and do my yoga and try to stay away from the refrigerator.
Good for you, good for you. Now, your lead chops are pretty formidable. What do you do to keep them up? Like, do you have a routine or anything, or do you just wing it? What do you do?
It's called touring.
Stupid question, thinking on it. Yeah, you are a road rat in the best looking road rat ever, but yeah, it's, yeah, you're on the road a lot.
It's just a lot. I mean, we come home for 5 days at the most, and you know, it's just enough time to pet the dog and do the laundry and unpack and then repack, and then you're back out again. So we don't have time to cool off.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's true. That's true, because you're out on the road a lot. Now, when you're on the road, do you have a warm-up routine? Because you get out on stage and you start blazing pretty much from the get-go, so you can't use the first song as a warm-up. Do you have any like routine you follow there?
We try to warm up in the dressing room. Singing, of course, is always my main concern, is just trying to get the vocal, you know, schmutz off your throat from the night before.
Right.
And so I always try to find like a room with good ambience. You know, if the dressing room doesn't have good ambience, usually the men's room does.
So if you're ever at a festival and you find Lita in the men's room, she's just warming up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
That's funny.
Yeah, yeah. So you know, it warms you up. It's like anything you got to do to warm up and just get a little bit of crack a little bit of a sweat before you go on.
Gotcha. Now, my next question to you is that, from my standpoint, you kind of, like I mentioned before, you literally were, in my eyes, the pioneer of female hard rock lead guitar. So there was no one before you to follow in their trail. Who were your inspirations? And what made you take that path that no one had blazed before?
God, I've got a lot of inspirations on guitar. You know, it's funny because I never really thought about the fact that, you know, you're a girl. Girls didn't do those kinds of things back in, you know, the early 70s. And it never dawned on me. Girls don't play like Jimi Hendrix. Girls don't play like Ritchie Blackmore or Tony Iommi or even, you know, people like Johnny Winter and Jimmy Page and these amazing guitar players. And here I am, I'm learning all these guitar parts from all these great idols of mine. And then I used to invite everyone in the neighborhood. I was only 13 years old, and everyone would come over. all the neighbors, you know, husbands and wives, and we would sit around the living room, and my mom would make lasagna, and we would play guitar. And they used to say, how come you can do that and we can't? And I would be like, well, I don't know. How come you can't? It's just, it never made sense to me. It's just something that came second nature. But I mean, I did pick up a lot of stuff from all these great musicians in my past, and having grown up with them, and then becoming one of the members of the Runaways, and actually getting to jam with these people and meet these people and become friends with these people. It's just like, wow, okay, this was meant to be. This is
Karma.
it.
Yeah. No, perfect. And talking of, you know, at the very height of your career, I applaud you for taking, like, you took a lengthy break to be a mom, which is wonderful, and I wish more people would do that because kids are important. What inspired you to come back? What drove you to come back?
I wanted to. I just thought, you know, I took off 16 years, and after 16 years, I just thought, okay, I want to go rock now.
I'm glad you did. A lot of people are glad you did.
And I really didn't care what was happening in the music industry, because the music industry had changed so much during the 90s, and, you know, just things weren't the same. And I just thought, you know what, I don't care. I'm going to make my own path. I don't need to follow anybody else. So I just thought, you know, if people don't like me, then don't look, don't listen.
So there's a lesson there. Blaze your own path. If it doesn't exist, make one. And thank goodness you did both times. Now, talking of drive, the one thing that impresses me is, like, you get on that stage. I've seen you play several times in the last few years, and you exude this energy and this passion. Where does that come from? Is that ultimately your drive? The fact it's what you want to do?
Well, I mean, it's just who we are. Get on stage, and I've got a great band. You're around a bunch of firecrackers and dynamite, and then there's you in the middle, and you got to, like, lead the whole show and direct the whole show, and you just get this energy that is lit under you. And, you know, the fans, of course, the fans are just so badass and just so true blue to everything. And if you don't have any energy when you walk on that stage, you're going to get it from the band and from the crowd and from the whole surroundings. It all just comes to a head.
Yeah, it's like a symbiotic thing you've got going there. There's a synergy on stage, and there's a symbiotic relationship with you and your fans. It's palpable and it's infectious, I must say. Now, the one thing that does impress me, and I hope I'm not going to embarrass you by saying this, is I've watched you give 110% on a blazing hot stage in the midday sun, and then give your fans 110%. What is your drive to be so gracious? Is it something that happened to you from an artist in the past, or is that just the way you are?
God, I mean, first of all, I like to sweat. I'm not afraid to sweat. You know, sometimes people are, oh, I'm going to ruin my makeup, or I'm going to ruin my hair, or whatever. I'm just like, bring it on, let's do this. And just to get on stage and sweat like that is just, it feels good. And then coming off stage and meeting all these wonderful people, I get so heartwarmed with them and their life and their life story. And you know, maybe they have a lot, maybe they don't have a lot. Maybe they're healthy, maybe they're not healthy. And for whatever reason, you just kind of, it's just heartwarming to meet them. And you just want to give them 110%. I mean, it's what we're here for, really.
No.
It's what matters in life.
Well said, well said. You know, and I must say, you know, to those watching, I've seen this happen firsthand. I saw you give several hours after that bike festival open air thing, which was brutal. And I watched people walk out with a spring in their step, regardless of how tired and old or young they were. You gave people life, so that was cool. So I applaud you for that. Now, I know you've been good enough to show us a few of the great chord voicings and also the cool picking pattern of Close Your Eyes Forever. There's some song you did with some guy called Ozzy someone, I don't know who he is, but some British guy.
Oh, Izzy Isborn.
But the rumor has it, there's a great backstory behind how you yourself and Ozzy wrote that song together. I was wondering if you could give us the family-friendly version thereof, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, Sharon was my manager when we wrote Close My Eyes. It was 87, late 87, early 88.
Right.
And Sharon and Ozzy had come to the studio where I was recording, and we hadn't written the song yet. Ozzy and I were just playing pool, and Sharon left. She got bored and she left, and Ozzy and I started making music. And you know, he came up with the idea for the song, and we went into this little closet type area where we had an amplifier and a guitar and a keyboard set up, and we stayed in this little area until the sun came up the next day, and we came out with Close My Eyes Forever. You know, it was pretty funny.
Yeah, and
it's pretty funny, pretty amazing.
Yeah, top 10, and it's still a staple of your live set. It kind of brings the house down. I know you were gracious enough to grace us with your presence at Dime Bash this year before all this nonsense happened, and when you played that, the house came down. It was wonderful. So thanks for doing that. So I'm sure I play it wrong. So if you could show me, being as you wrote the darn thing, if you could show us a few of those cool chord inversions in the picking pattern, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
That worked. That was great. Yeah, you're right. It's deceptive. It's one of those songs where you go, oh, I can do that kind of. But I think the magic is the open strings as well, and those clever little voicings you've got, and making the B and the high E are ringing a lot, so they're almost like these weird and wonderful drones.
And then there's the back, the bass notes too on the chord patterns.
Right.
They really play off of the bass notes on the chord patterns. Live performance we do on a 12 string. I do on a 12 string.
Right.
So it's a different animal.
Cool. And now, I especially love that it's basically an F major chord with the first finger off, so you're hearing the open B and E strings, so there's that weird tension. Do you actually know what those darn chords are called, or that you just did them because they sound good?
I don't know what half the chords are called that I play. It's just if they work and they sound right, then who cares what they're called? I mean, I don't read music, so You know, and one of the songs, there was one song that we wrote recently that's got some really weird guitar stuff in it. And I don't know what it is, but it works. We recorded it for the chorus and for one of the new songs, and it's just really cool.
Oh,
but
cool.
it's totally wrong.
It's wrong,
You know
yeah,
what I
it's
mean?
technically
It's
wrong, but
wrong.
it's right. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
funny. So I actually looked my theory knowledge you could write on the head of a pin with a Sharpie. So I actually looked up one of the chords, like the big F chord, kind of, sort of, you know, the F chord where you don't play the open low E. And it's actually called F major 7 sharp 11, just so you know.
Oh, no kidding.
Let's just call it the cool chord.
The cool chord, yeah. I mean, you know, that's the cool thing with rock and roll. I mean, there's really no rules.
Yeah. So good.
Call it
So
whatever the heck you want.
what can I say apart from thank you for teaching me that? Because I teach at Sweetwater, so now I'm going to teach people that. They'll pay me, and I'll say, yeah, I worked it out myself with a little help from Lita, maybe. So
Cool. Sounds good.
Now I've got to say, you know, so thank you for taking the time.
course.
Just so people know, your manager and sound man, the one, the only George Marshall, is lurking filming this, so we've got some cameras to cut to. Please tell me he's lying about wearing a Speedo, because that's just a mental image I'll never be able to unsee.
He's just out sunbathing right now. Just smothered himself with some sort of oil. And the Speedos, they look pretty sweaty.
I bet they do. So
But they are
on that
camouflage,
awful
so-
mental image, Lita, thank you so much. Enjoy your bike ride at 108 degrees this
The
evening.
buzzards are starting to circle around the house now.
And hopefully the next time I see you, we won't have to wear these, and you'll be in your where you do the best Lita ever, which is on stage. And I look forward to seeing you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take care.
We'll see you soon. God bless.
I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize everyone here at Sweetwater for working so hard to put on GearFest 2020. It basically takes an army all working together and cooperating to put a show on like this, and I'm so proud of our entire team. It's just been great working with everyone. They've all worked super hard, and it's been a blast for us to bring this event to you. But even more so, on behalf of everyone here at Sweetwater and all the artists and manufacturers who participated in GearFest, we want to thank you for joining us today. We're honored and humbled that you take the time to join us, so thank you very much for being here. Now, coming up next, we have a workshop I've really been looking forward to. In addition to being a solo artist, Nate Morton has shared his drumming skills with artists including Madonna, Miley Cyrus, Richard Marx, Paul Stanley, and Pink. In this session, Nate will be describing the process he uses to create charts for projects and artists, as well as for NBC's The Voice. Now, this is a very useful skill that you'll find invaluable for your own gigs and sessions. Here's Nate.
Hey everybody, this is Nate Morton from the NBC television show The Voice, and I would love to be able to join you in person at Sweetwater GearFest this year, but unfortunately I can't do that, so I've put together a little remote presentation for you. So please, join me in the Garudio. Boop, 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 beep, boop, 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 boop. Hey there, Sweetwater GearFest. I know that normally this would be something with a lot of people gathered in a place and enjoying music and education together, but due to circumstances beyond our control, it's being done remotely this year, and I'm pleased to be a part of it. One of the things that I wanted to talk about first was just my relationship with Pearl Drums and how it began and how it's grown and how proud I am to be an endorser of the company. So my first familiarity with Pearl Drums came in the mid-late 80s, when at the time, two of my favorite drummers, Omar Hakim and Dennis Chambers, were both Pearl endorsers. Dennis, longtime Pearl endorser, and somewhere in the mid-late 80s, Omar came to the company. And I remember at the time being such a big fan of both of them, and they were heroes of mine. And so naturally, I wanted to play Pearl drums. I imagined one day being, you know, a proud Pearl endorser, and I'm excited to say that today I am a very, very proud Pearl endorser, and I'm thrilled with my relationship with the company. In terms of the available lines of Pearl drums, people sometimes ask, what's your favorite? Which is it a Master's Custom? Is it a Reference? Is it a Reference Pure? Is it a Masterworks? And I honestly can't choose a favorite. If I were forced to choose a favorite, I would say the Reference Pure, because I enjoyed the lugs. I think the lugs are really cool. I think they're really classy on the Reference Pure. But sound for sound, tone for tone, line for line, all of the top level Pearl Kit lines are equally phenomenal in their own right, and you can't go wrong with any one of them. So, in summation, the shells are incredible. The fit and finish and attention to detail is outstanding. The hardware is simple, practical, reliable, dependable, and the availability of the different colors and the incredible quality of not just the top of the line kits, but all of the kits, from the top of the line kits all the way down to entry level kits, the features. I mean, it all adds up to Pearl being the best drum manufacturer on the planet as far as I'm concerned. And it adds up to additionally why I continue to be a very proud and loyal Pearl endorser. Here we go. High, road, easy. All right, intro, hats. Okay. Oh, okay, form and we're still in our intro. Cool. First. And this is again. And then we're into a chorus. Oh, that was 4.5 bars. Oh, this is the lick. Re-intro. That was 4. Now we're into our second verse. Bar 6 of this verse. Bar 7. How do you do that? Say it again. Right, that's 1 EM of the EM. Plus. Take the high road easy. When your face begin to crack. Take the high road easy. Cause you won't be coming back. Take the high road easy. When you still begin to rust. Take the high road easy. Solo. Solo continuing. I think that's different though. I think that's a phrase that I have to go back and clean it up. Because that was a verse. We were in past the 4 bars, now it's big. Okay, right. Up the hill. Okay. And that's High Road Easy. So there's my rough little chart. So now let's go back and let's take a look at what all this stuff means. So I always write my intro with a lowercase I. There's no real reason why. But it autocorrects it to be capitalized, which I don't want. So we got our intro, which is on hats, right? So what's in the parentheses before the number is what I'm doing for that number of bars. So we've got hats in our intro for 4 bars, and then what's in parentheses after the number is what happens on the last bar of that phrase, right? So I've got 4 and. I think it's like a snare thing, blap, blap. So hats, and then on the 4th bar, 1, 2, 3, 4, and. And then we are in big. Now I have a plus here because this in to this other 4 bars is still connected to the intro. This intro is 8 bars. First 4 bars is down with hats, then it kicks in the next 4 bars. There's a dash here because this verse is a separate section to me, right? It's the intro and then the verse. So we got a dash, separate section. We got our V for verse. We got 8 bars of that. And then this rhythm happens. 1 E and 2 E and. Right? And then it actually happens here again. I didn't write it. I have a vague familiarity with this song, so certain things I can go back and fill in because I remember them. 1 E and 2 E and. Right? Then we've got our dash. So this again, this plus 1 more bar here is adding 1 more bar to the verse. That's why this verse is 9 bars in total. And then separating the next section, which is our chorus, we've got a dash. This is a little tricky here. I don't think this is actually 4.5 bars. I think this is actually 3.5 bars. Whoopsie. 3.5 bars plus 1. I think that lick occurs. High road easy, da ba ba 1, 2, 3, 4. Da 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 da. This is this lick, which I remember what it is, but just in case I kind of space out, what I can actually do, and what I oftentimes will do, is I'll write the subdivisions of what the rhythm is. So this rhythm is 1 E and 2 E, then it goes and 3 E and 4 and. Da 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 da. Right? 1 E and 2 E. 1 E and 2 E and 3 E and 4 and. Okay? Then we've got our re-intro, which is 4 bars, big, and then we're back into our second verse. So here's our RI for re-intro, and again, RI lowercase. I don't know. Intros just seem like they should be lowercase. Then we got our verse. Then we've got the same exact thing happens here on the second verse as the first, where we've got that ba 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 da ba da ba da ba ba ba, right? We've got a dash here, showing that our new section is happening, which is our chorus. This time the chorus, so again, same thing here. This is not 8.5 bars, I don't think. I think this is actually a 7.5 bar phrase plus an extra bar, right? It just feels that way. And then we're into our bridge. So here's our separating dash here into our B for bridge. And I just wrote 16ths because I remember there's a guitar lick that goes like ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, and I think the drums catch it. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. And then we got 4 more bars of our bridge, separating our bridge from our solo, which is S for solo. We have 8 bars of a solo plus a bar and a half. Again, this is the same thing again. I think this bar of 2 that I've written here, as in like a bar and a half right here, I think this half bar is actually the tail. The bar of 2 is actually this bar. So I think this is more like 7.5 bars plus 2 bars here, right? And And it's important for me to write this way so that I know where the tops of bars are, so that I don't find myself counting in the middle of bars on beat 3 instead of on beat 1 like it maybe should be here. So then we're into our verse, we're separating it into our verse. We've got a down first half of our verse because we're back to hats. And much like the intro, first half is down 4, then we're in. I'm gonna go ahead and put an exclamation point because there's seriously in right here. And this, I didn't write it, but I'm sure it's the same, or at least I'm thinking it's the same, bop, 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 like it was before. So I can write my 1 E and 2 E and, right? So, and again, the same thing happens a bar later as we jump into our 1 E and 2 E and, right? As we jump into our chorus now. So this is our last chorus. And again, I believe this is a 7.5 bar phrase plus an extra bar. 2, 3, 4. Then we've got this lick, which I have in my head and I've written it here. So I think I'm gonna be a little bit more compact. I'm just gonna write lick. I'm gonna leave this here because I know what that is. Ba-ba-doo bop, ba-ba-doo bop, 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 right? With a dash going into this drive section, which is like babadoo, 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 bop, bop, right? And I know that it gets bigger. So for me, I have a little bit of a familiarity with the song, so I know that this drive is coming, so I don't really have to write anything, especially to remind me, because I know that it's dabadoo, 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 dot, dot, and I know that it builds, and I know that it happens for 4 bars, and then I know that it comes out into that lick, da-da-da-dot, da-da-da-dot, dot, dot, and then we have like a fill, like the falling downstairs fill, and then we rock at the end. And that is my chart for High Road Easy. So now with that in mind, I'll give this thing a crack. And you can follow along the chart as it goes down. All right.
Got
everybody. Thanks for joining me. I've enjoyed putting on a little GearFest presentation for you, and until next time.
Man, what a great drummer, and what a cool system he's got for putting things together. I mean, that's the kind of thing you can really take into your own toolkit and put to work as a musician yourself. Being able to make fast charts for gigs and for sessions is really so very valuable. Now, it's no secret that the world has changed pretty dramatically over the past few months, and musicians, engineers, and producers have all had to adapt to the current situation. But along the way, we've all learned a lot, and I think it's going to be important and very useful to take the lessons we've learned with us into the future. Our next session features an engineer and producer who's figured out how to continue working on projects remotely. It's our good friend Ross Hogarth. Now, Ross has been here to Sweetwater a number of times, and we're thrilled to have him visit us today, virtually, of course. Ross is a Grammy Award-winning producer-engineer who's worked with Van Halen, Edgar Winter, Melissa Etheridge, REM, Black Crowes, and many, many more. In this session, he'll be discussing his career, how he's been dealing with the limitations engineers have been facing with the current world situation, and discussing how he's approached the challenges of long-distance record production with legendary musician Edgar Winter over the past few months. Each of them is isolated, but they're still making music in their respective home studios. Here's Ross.
All right, you want the COVID blues? Okay. You ready?
I am ready.
Hey, it's Ross Hogarth here. I'm in my studio Boogie Motel, and I'm coming to you for the Sweetwater 2020 GearFest. I want to thank Sweetwater and my pals at Manly for inviting me to do this video. It's kind of kooky that none of us will be there in Fort Wayne in person to hang. It's the times we're in. We're getting down with our COVID. Get down with the COVID. And so that's where we're at. You know, I'm here hanging out in my world and bringing my world to your world.
Well, thank you, Ross. I guess to get us started, could you tell us a little bit about yourself, you know, where you got your start in the industry, and we can keep it brief.
Yeah, right. Well, I was born, no. Yeah, I grew up in New York, and I played in bands, punk music when I was a kid, played all sorts of instruments, you know, guitar, drums, French horn. And I had this epiphany that I would be in Fort Wayne, Indiana in the middle of winter playing to a jukebox. No, not Fort Wayne, but somewhere in the Midwest in the middle of winter playing to a jukebox, playing cover songs in a crushed velvet suit, and it scared the piss out of me. And it made me reconsider making my living as a musician, or even being a musician, which I consider myself a musician. But I came out to California by the good graces of my brother. I left New York, started work on the road, and was a guitar tech and a drum tech and a sound man and a production manager, which led to just getting the bug of recording and getting into studios. And I've been an engineer and a mixer and a producer. I don't mix everything I engineer. I don't produce everything I engineer. I do mix, engineer everything I produce. And I've been doing it almost 4 decades, to date myself.
Can you give us a very brief list of some of the artists that you may have worked with, or some of the records that you've worked on?
I kind of have to walk through it decade by decade, but one of the first things I did was work on a record called The Visitor in Africa with Mick Fleetwood. I did Christine McVie, her record, and worked for Giorgio Moroder in the 80s, so we did both Beverly Hills Cops and Top Gun and some other movies. I was in a studio called Rumbo, so I did Rat and Dio, and that studio we built Mellencamp Studio in Bloomington, Indiana, called Belmont Mall, where Scarecrow onward, Scarecrow, Lonesome Jubilee, Big Daddy, whenever we wanted. Both James McMurtry records were done back there. I'll get to that later, but I'm producing his newest record right now. Let's see, the 90s, staff engineer at the record plant, worked on a ton of stuff that I wouldn't have otherwise worked on if it wasn't for that, like Celine Dion and a bunch of stuff like that. I got Grammys for Keb Mo and Ziggy Marley in the 2000s producing his first 2 records. I've done a bunch of records with Kebmo. I got another Grammy for Tajmo a couple of years back for the Taj Mahal Kebmo record. I think I'm forgetting another one. There's another doorstop somewhere. And in the last few years, Van Halen, Doobie Brothers, Rita Coolidge. You know, I love what I do. A long list of stuff.
Oh, that's all good. Thank you. So you obviously you mentioned some studios that you've worked out of over the years, and currently you are in your home studio. So when did you build out a studio for yourself at home?
Oh, it was kind of funny. I bought this house after the earthquake. I bought it from a friend of mine who played in the Eurythmics, who got scared by the earthquake. We all did, but he is English, and he got really scared and took his family and went back to England. So long story short, I did a for sale by owner, and that was in 1995, 96. And so when I bought it, I took this space I'm in, which was the garage. And before I moved in, I vaulted the ceiling, made it a really nice space, what we call a man cave here in California. And so I made it a really nice man cave. It had no gear in it or anything. I double doored, double glass, didn't float the floor, but made it soundproof as best as possible. And my intention was to have a drum kit and do pre-production for bands and just have a room. And it just eventually became like, starting in the early 2000s, 2003 or 4, I started to mix all my records here, except for Van Halen, which we mixed up at 5150 up at Eddie's studio.
Gotcha. So this question becomes especially relevant in this day and age, and with this topic that we're discussing right now, remote recording and remote record production. But what are your thoughts on working in a home studio as opposed to being in a commercial facility?
I mean, ultimately it always came down, the home studio versus remote and all that. I mean, ultimately it always just comes down to a good song, a good performance, making a good record. One of the things for me that mixing my records here I absolutely love is always having a sweet spot, like never having to go down the end of a 96 input console away from the center section and having the speakers over somewhere over there, and now I'm all the way down here. Or maybe I have a set of NS10s down here, but I don't love them because my main speakers are in the middle. Or going to the back of the room where gear is and I'm reaching down for a compressor and an EQ, but I'm actually in the bass trap, so it sounds really funky, so I don't hear what I'm hearing, and I come back up. So I love being in my spot, making my records, having my ergonomic where my keyboard and everything is just perfect, and I don't ever get neck, like on a console where your hands go like this. But when it comes to the creative thing, I'm still not really loving not being in the room with a musician. There are things that I'm doing long distance on the couple records I'm producing right now, but in general, I would like to be in the room, but that's not going to stop me at this point. Part of my deal is I'm a sonic merchant, and I love when I have my hands on the sounds and get the performances that I want. So it's a mixed bag right now. It's definitely, I guess it's a quality problem because I've got a spot like this to work in, and I've got musicians and friends that are amazing, and we're still working.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's very important for us all to remain grateful for the good stuff, in the midst of all of this. I know you share that sentiment as well, as we've discussed in the past. So to go back in time a little bit, prior to COVID-19, prior to this mandated or otherwise lockdown that we've been under for a while now, had you done many or any remote sessions like this?
Yeah, I mean, remote recording, I've been doing remote recording for years and years, honestly. I got turned on to it in the 2000s. We would use AOL chat, we would open up live chat, be doing stuff. Like, I have a friend of mine named John Fields who's really been doing it a long time. He and I were doing a lot of stuff together, and he had musicians up in Minneapolis. My buddy Tommy Barbarella, who played in Prince's band, he played organ on Love Is My Religion, which we won a Grammy for with Ziggy Marley. And that was 2005 or 6 or something. So, sporadically, we would be doing it when we needed to do it. For me, like I said, I am someone who really likes that in the moment interaction where someone plays something that I really like, but it's close, and then you go, yeah, but that thing, and you do, you know. And I know, like, Source Connect and some of these other, you know, we can do Skype or whatever, have the Zoom over our shoulders. But there's something about being in the room. I have to say that for me, recording really is a contact sport in general.
Coming back to current times, can you give us a specific example of how you've run a session or a back and forth, or just the process that you're currently going through in record production, and how that plays out across all avenues, like talking about the tracks, talking about recording, how it technically works from a gear perspective, like what gear are you using, are they using, how are you communicating about all this?
I'm producing a record with Americana singer-songwriter James McMurtry, and before the COVID came down, I've been playing the COVID came down blues, just so you know. The guitar tuned it open D, and I just sit here and play the COVID came down blues. No, it's been on my mind. Anyway, so before the COVID hit, I was almost done with the recording of James's record, but I had keyboards to do and some more guitar parts to do. My guitar player on the record is David Grissom. He lives in Austin, Texas, and he's got a nice setup at home. And we're used to actually doing the long distance. He played on my Rita Coolidge record and played some solos and some overdubs and some things on the record long distance. So he and I have a really good relationship, rapport, and communication. We've been making records together since I helped get him in John Mellencamp's band in the late 80s and played on those 2 McMurtry records with John's band. So with David, it's just like I send him a stem of the drums, stem of the bass, guitar. You know, I try to keep it down to a more cut down session, send him the session, and then we just go back and forth and communicate. And on the organ and all those things that I was hoping to have Ben Tench play or other people, I've had to use a couple of different guys, and we're in the process of that. Kenny Aronoff, he has a studio of his own that he plays drums, and he's done all the percussion. So he played. I was starting in here to play percussion myself, and I was like, nah, let's get Kenny, you know. So I got Kenny, and he's played all the percussion. It's, you know, how are you going to compare to Kenny, who we all know is one of the greatest musicians, drummers, people. And then this other record, the Edgar Winter, Johnny Winter project, which is a tribute to Johnny that Edgar and I started a year ago. That's been this ongoing project with like the bucket list of guitar players. We have all the tracks cut, basically bass and drums, but we've been adding all like the guys, like on this record we have Warren Haynes, Billy Gibbons, Kenny Wayne Shepherd, Joe Bonamassa. We're getting Buddy Guy, then Joe Walsh, Keb Moe's going to be on it, Derek Trucks is going to be on it. And there's a bunch more names that I'm not coming up with. But so we're not yet there with those guys, but we really wanted Edgar's vocals in place. And so what I was using on Edgar, he bought himself a 67 reissue that sounded really good. So instead of me putting my vintage 67, you know, and having it just be dedicated to him, he has a spot. I helped with another guy put a Pro Tools rig in his house and put a studio where he had sort of this makeshift little room. And so Edgar could cut his vocals on his own during this time now. I took the 67 and the mic pre and brought my Manley LOP Plus, which I helped, you know, Ivana and the company, and I go all the way back with that compressor limiter, the original LOP. I've been using it as kind of my exclusive vocal compressor cutting for years. So I gave Edgar the LOP 2 and put it in his studio so he could cut his own vocals. And so what he does is he will track his own vocals. Edgar is legally blind, so he has to get his face right up on the screen. So it's really hard to have two people working together with him. If he wants to actually have his like hands on, then it's almost impossible for anyone else to be there. So it makes it actually really doable. It's one of the things that I've been perfectly at peace with, which is having the LOP 2 and his setup on the 67 and the mic pre, so that he can have his own vocal setup and do things whenever he wants. And then he sends me I've taught him how to send files over the internet through WeTransfer. And so I'll get the files and I'll listen to them and I'll say, hey, can we fix this line and that line? And so he's permanently set up in his house, and he's actually working while we're in this pushing pause kind of mode. Not, COVID pause.
COVID pause. So, Avi, I was going to ask you about some challenges that you faced, but that I think you kind of covered it in that one. Here's another question for you. What's one aspect of this current forced remote recording scenario that has gone better than you expected, or has otherwise surprised you?
So one of the things that's come out of this is actually Zoom. I was using Zoom before a little bit for teaching, but Zoom has become now our way of communicating one-on-one. The communication back and forth keeps my attitude, the attitude is everything. I mean, if I have a decent attitude on any day, then I can look at the upside of something and maybe not the downside. I mean, we are in a time where, I saw the number today, and it'll be different whenever people listen to this. It was 118,000 people or whatever passed away. So, if I focus on that, I can get pretty down and pretty dark. So the thing for me, and the thing with music, and the reason that I do what I do, is that I love what I do and it makes me feel good. I think if I feel good when I'm doing it, the music I'm working on probably has a better chance of making someone else feel that way. I mean, sometimes I'm making music to make happy kids pissed off and make pissed off kids happy. But I mean, that's still the intention.
Very well said.
So, but what I found is that I'm surprised at how malleable or resilient I and the people I'm surrounded with have been. Instead of kicking and screaming every day through this, I try to focus on what I am grateful for, like you and I were talking, and the fact I do have quality problems in my life. Like I have a studio that's in a great space, and I'm in lockdown with, the woman that I've been married and love her, and we're still, we celebrated 34 years of marriage last week. And
congratulations.
So it's, that's where I think if I keep a good attitude, or people keep a good attitude, or try to, have some, personal tools to have, some attitude adjustment when our heads go up our rear, which it's bound to happen, then I can pull my head out and stay present.
I think resilience is that's a good way to put it. So what are a few pieces or a piece of advice that you would give to an aspiring producer or engineer, whether they're working in the same room as an artist or not, as is the case right now?
Don't give advice. No. It only shows up like criticism. I've learned that from experience, but since you asked, but one of the pieces of advice, I think I just gave one of them, which is have a good attitude. But the other one is to say yes more than no, and I don't mean that in a people-pleasing, sacrifice yourself, say yes to things that you resent yourself for saying yes. But, it's mistakes I've made. I can only speak from my own experience. I look back on some of the mistakes I made, which then I altered when I realized the result of them. So you're in a studio with a young band, and some guy, the musician, the lead singer says, man, can I cut the vocal lying on my back on the couch? And instead of just saying, no, you can't do that, that's insane. Because if I say that, which I did the first time the artist wanted to do that, he got pissed at me and then gave me the vocals that he probably ever sang, because it was his way of, being not even passive aggressive. So I could have said yes, and I could have given him a shot at it, and maybe he could have heard it come out of the speakers, and maybe he would have been great. I don't know. So, often we jump to a no instead of a yes. And then so if you say yes to something that someone wants to try, it usually keeps the air in the room. It can take the air right out of the room if you say no. So if I'm willing to keep my mind open and let someone ask me to try something that I may not have done, or maybe I think it's not going to work, and then I say yes and I try it, it comes out great, I'm always happier that I said yes and didn't say no, because even in that no, when you take all the air out of the room, you end up taking away inspiration and often taking away that magic thing that tends to happen when there's a yes vibe. I don't know if that was the answer you were hoping to get or not, but yeah, keep an open mind. I think if there's anything, it would be keep an open mind. If I was going to say one thing, and I say this to young people coming up, where when I came up, there was a lot of quote unquote like hazing kind of attitude. It was like paying your dues, and I believe in paying dues, or I believe in hard work creating opportunity. And I don't dig entitlement or people that believe they're entitled to anything. But at the same time, I think, there's a better attitude by some of us more veteran guys, where I think there were things that we were made to do and feel that weren't particularly empowering, that I think have lost, like those things are going away. And I don't think any young person needs to be made to feel like crap to learn a lesson unless they really deserve that. And that's what I mean about the hazing mentality. You clean those toilets for 6 months and then someday maybe I'll put you in the room or something. It's like, why is that person going to stay around?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And of course, now here we are, and you've got the home studio, and because of COVID times, not only are you the engineer, but you're also your own intern and the janitor. And you're making your own coffee again.
Dude, I've been chief cook and bottle washer my whole career. I don't think it's going to change. I've gotten used to it. So
you've been preparing your whole life for this moment.
Totally. King of isolation.
Well, thank you so much, Ross. I think that's about all we have time for at this point. But I really, really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us here and for participating. And huge thanks to Sweetwater as well.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out. First off, again, I have always loved, and I love coming to Sweetwater. The many times that I've come and done things back there in the studio. We beat up the studio one time with Kenny and a band when it wasn't even really a studio yet, and we've done a lot of things with Royer and Mojave back there, and then Manly and Dangerous. And I have a long history with Ivana. Like I say, I go all the way back to her bringing amplifiers to Jackson Brown's studio, and we've been friends really since we're both a lot younger. For me, a lot younger. She's timeless. She's only probably 17 or 18 now. I don't know how old. Maybe Ivana's 25. I don't know. But I've always loved being part of Manly and Sweetwater. So again, I'm just going to give my shout out and props back. And I appreciate being asked to just chew the fat a little bit and give some love. And I will always do that. And like I said, the L-Op it's on my vocal with Edgar, and we're making this record, and I hope I get to finish it in due time with all these great guitar players, and you guys get to hear it. And so much love.
Much love to you too, Ross. Thank you very much. And go make yourself some coffee.
Oh yeah, I have mine here. So. All right, well, peace out, and you guys be good. Stay happy, stay safe, stay sane, stay healthy. That's the COVID blues. That's the slow COVID blues,
Hey everybody, Joe Satriani here. I wanted to remind you that Sweetwater's GearFest is virtual this year. Virtual, right? So from all of us here at Ibanez, we encourage you to attend the 2020 virtual Sweetwater GearFest.
How cool is that? A shout out from our friend Joe Satriani and a great session with Ross Hogarth. Man, I just always learn so much when I'm listening to that guy. He's just such a experienced and expert engineer. So cool to have him join us here. Now, I have a favor to ask you. If you're watching this on social media, Facebook, YouTube, would you please like, comment, and subscribe? You know, do those social media kind of things that social media kind of people do, because it'd be really appreciated if you do that for us. So if you do that favor, we'd appreciate it. Now, we have our next session coming up, and it's time for some more drums. And we've got one of the best in the world. In fact, he was named one of the 25 best drummers of all time. Our next session features Dave Weckl, a virtuoso drummer and Modern Drummer Hall of Fame inductee. Dave has an incredible list of recording and performing credits. I mean, it's just immense, the number of people he's played with. Everybody from Simon and Garfunkel to George Benson, Robert Plant to Chick Corea. It just goes on and on and on. And for this session, Dave will be presenting a masterclass in drumming. This is going to be awesome. Check it out.
Okay. Are we on? Are we live? We are live? Hey, okay, cool. Hey, everybody. Dave Weckl here. How you doing? I'm really happy to be here for Yamaha Drums and Sweetwater, and I'm going to talk a little bit about my gear since this is GearFest. First of all, I hope everybody's doing okay out there. I hope this COVID-19 craziness is not too hard on everybody, and wishing those that are affected to be well soon, and hope that we can all get through this and get back to playing some music. So I, for one, have been very busy in the studio teaching, doing a lot of teaching, a lot of playing and practicing. I figure it's a good time to stay positive and get a lot of work done, basically. So I haven't had a haircut in a while. Sorry about that. But, my wife is in Italy. She cuts my hair. So that's all that's about. So it is what it is. Let me talk a little bit about this gear, because the gear is everything. I'm going to be talking mostly about flow and getting around the kit with ease. I'm a big proponent of getting things set correctly so that can happen. As some of you may know, I play traditional grip most of the time, so my kit is set up to accommodate my traditional position here. But these are the Yamaha Phoenix drums. It's the Bentley of the drum set, as far as I'm concerned. Incredible woods, 4 different woods in this drum set. I'm currently set up because I was doing a bebop session, so I have an 18-inch bass drum on this with a 10, 12, 14, and I have a 16 over here. I've been putting floor toms on my left since I was a kid for no apparent reason other than I just like to have a melody voice over here. Using my 30th anniversary signature snare drum. This is a brass shell, 5.5 by 14, dual strainers. Really a special drum. All Sabian cymbals here. In fact, one of the things I'm going to talk about is this new prototype flat ride that's coming out. And Sweetwater's going to have that. Yeah, so 21 inches. It's kind of fitting into the legacy line here, but with a little more hammering. We don't have a name for it yet, but a 21-inch flat. So I'm going to just play these a little bit so you can hear them, and then we'll talk about stuff. Okay. Okay, so that's a little demo of the sounds that I got going here. I'm using Remo Clear Ambassadors on these drums. and I'm using, I've got Latin percussion bells here. I like to play a lot of Latin stuff, right? So again, once again, the gear has a lot to do with sometimes getting the music across and getting the things across that I want to play. So using these bells, right? Okay, so another little demo of that. Let's see, what else am I using here? I've got Shure microphones that I've always used. I'm using their Shure in-ear stuff. And Vic Firth, of course, Vic Firth sticks and brushes and all those kind of things. These are my signature sticks that are kind of wore out, actually. But anyway, so flowing around the kit, that's, for me, like I said, the gear is important. And, you know, I do play traditional. However, sometimes I play match grip. However, the snare drum, sorry about that, the snare drum is not exactly set up for traditional. So for me, when we're talking about gear, again, it's very important that I'm able to adjust this thing quickly. So all I got to do is go down here, move that, and I'm ready to go, right? So that makes it easy, right? When I'm changing this, got to show you this snare stand, okay? All right. Sorry, I'm a little bit of a salesman here today because this snare stand, the SS850, or is this the 840, 850? I don't know. They're going to kill me because I don't remember numbers. But this Yamaha snare stand is killer because it's got the ball socket here. Lets me adjust really fast between match grip setup. And when I want to go back to traditional, I'm there, okay? Now, the reason that's important is because for me, when I'm trying to deal with playing things on the kit and getting into a flow and getting into a place where I can easily do things and get to the music so I'm not distracted by silly things like setups of snare drums being too low or tom-toms being angled the wrong way or places where I have to reach. You know, those things, I don't want to deal with that when I'm trying to play a song. So the setup is really important. It kind of starts with the seat height and how high you are sitting. And for the traditional grip, you know, a lot of my studies came from Freddie Gruber, and so I'm a big proponent of letting the sticks do a lot of the work. Okay, I'm playing from a middle of the hand fulcrum, so the priority and the kind of the vibe of this is always in a pendulum type of an effect. So I'm not holding on up here and doing this, right? My whole hand is doing this type of thing. In order for that to happen, though, in the bounce, I need the clearance on my leg. So I can't be sitting too low. If my leg's up here, I'm going to hit it. That forces me to hold on to the stick, and then I push. I don't want to push. I want to let everything rebound and come up and out of the kit, so things have to be high enough all over the kit for me to easily stay centered with my body, right, to get around this kit. Right, so if I'm too low here with this drum, that causes my body to come out of position, and then I'm reaching. And, you know, the older we get, we got to start taking care of body. Well, should start a lot sooner than before it's too late, right? Body health is imperative to be able to play this instrument for a long time. And I have to say, for me, because of the techniques that I learned from Freddie with this middle of the hand stuff and letting the sticks bounce a lot, letting, you know, be with control, of course, has given me a whole lot of ability. And I'm actually in better playing health now than I was 25 years ago. I used to tape my hands up, and I was in all kinds of trouble with being out of position. But so many things as to whether you can do or cannot do something on the kit really comes down to setup and what your gear allows you to do to get things in a natural position, so that when you're moving your body, you're not reaching, you're not pushing, and you're letting these sticks do the work, okay? So one exercise that I like to do around the kit hand and foot combination stuff, okay? And those exercises kind of, they're designed to propel and instigate spontaneous creativity instead of practicing specific licks. So this is one of the exercises that I have in my online school, which and all of my teaching stuff, which you can go to my website, daveweckl.com, and see all of that stuff there. But this exercise is based on 16th notes, and it's basically just all around the kit with any combination you can think of with 16ths. So if we just take 2 and 2, 2 hands, 2 feet, right, and we do that all around the kit. We'll start with right, left foot, and the idea is to keep the hi-hat going so that we introduce some independence, okay? Because it's kind of easy to do this stuff, or let's say it's easier to do this stuff without, the independence factor, okay? But the idea of this is to identify what you're doing with the time, okay? And of course, it's all about the time, right? So 2 and 2, right? Right, left, foot, foot. Okay, so that's the basis, but you take that and you alternate strokes with the right, left, okay? You also invert all of these patterns. So instead of right, left, foot, we're gonna also do foot, foot, right, left, and then alternating, and then put the foot in the middle, right, foot, foot, left, right, or alternated. So here's the combination of all those, okay? Here we go. Now, so those were kind of all 3 of them in and out of one another, and that's just one. You can do 4 hands, 2 feet, 2 hands, 1 foot. Those are all combination of 3s and 6s, so now you're gonna have a little bit of a polyrhythm going, right? If we did 2 hands and 1 foot with 16th notes. And then the combinations keep going. 1 hand, 2 foot, singles between the hands. So these are the basic foundational exercises of this whole exercise, which then comes back to a master exercise of melody thinking, okay? Not sticking, not rudiments, not that approach. It's the approach of musical things, okay? So when I say singing, or when I'm saying melody, what I'm talking about is the jazz history melody. Great players like Michael Brecker, Randy Brecker, Freddie Hubbard, Coltrane, the list goes on. But the guys that play really great melody stuff from a jazz culture with incredible time. These guys can play with no rhythm section, and you know exactly where the time is. It's just burning time, and it's in time. So when I'm talking about drums and melody, I'm thinking about those kind of things, big bands, horn section things, Latin type of horn section things, right? Things like I'm trying to play those kind of ideas instead of thinking about paradiddles or rudiments. Then it becomes sounding like a marching event on a drum set, which for me is not so much fun to listen to or to play. So I always try to come from the musical expressive side and play the melodies. So if you're thinking about that, boom, boom, back, boom, bop, and then you also incorporate the foot into those melodies, that's where the foundational exercise comes into play, because you're not playing something specific. You're playing a spontaneous thing based on the melody and what you want to do with the stickings, not a specific sticking or a rudiment. So it's kind of reverse, right? So here's an example kind of, right? Okay, and it's not only about the drums as voices in the melody. You noticed I hit the cowbell a couple of times. I hit a cymbal, the splash stuff without a bass drum or a snare drum. So in a jazz sense or in a soloistic sense, when we're playing a solo or a fill even, this approach can really be nice. So you can take this idea and play 2 bars a time and play 2 bars of fills with this concept of using the hand and foot combinations within a melody, okay? Like this. And you notice there, I ended with the left hand on the cymbal, and that's not a big deal because I've practiced the foundation of alternating, and if it's not a problem if I come out with the left hand, and that's the point of the spontaneous foundational practice, so that you are prepared to be very spontaneous in the moment, and that's how I like to live on the drum set. I don't like to pre-plan things unless it's part of a song that is a orchestration that kind of becomes, part of a compositional aspect from the drum set. Okay, so that's kind of my approach with that whole thing, and that goes into playing time, similar things with drums and melodies where time is concerned, right? When I'm playing in a linear fashion in a contemporary beat, for example, something like this. Okay, so same kind of approach, all right? I'm playing, it's kind of very linear what I was doing. In other words, kind of not a lot of things together, right? Everything was separate, but I was making a melody within the groove. So you could spice up your grooves that way. And again, you noticed how nice it was to bring the left side, the left floor tom in over here. So that's the other thing about your gear choices and what you do. Just because you see a drum set in a magazine or somebody else play it doesn't mean you need to set it up that way. If you've got ideas and thoughts about, hey, I'd like to put some bongos over here, which I used to do actually, you could come up with a lot of creative sounds because the melody changes based on where the gear is placed, okay? A lot of guys swap the high and the low tom-toms sometimes up here on the rack toms. Lots of different ideas to do. So, make sure that you don't get into a habit of setting up or doing something just because, right? Think about what you want to say. And then the other side of this, when we come into melody and creativeness and being able to play in time, I can't enforce the idea and the concept of how important it is to sing. And I mean singing drums, okay? Because you could practice this stuff away from the drum kit. You don't have to be on the kit to necessarily practice time and practice phrasings and practice those kind of things. Use your voice, okay? Anytime a song comes on, get your foot going and sing. Because if you can sing, the rhythms, it's the precision of rhythm that kind of separates the men from the boys, if it were, that I was always attracted to listening to great players like Mr. Steve Gadd and Peter Erskine and, God, the list goes on of all the great players that schooled me when I was young and listening to the precision of the way that these folks play. And again, I mean, it's obviously not only about that, because it's about the touch, it's about the sound, the contrast of what's going on. And that's one of the reasons that I do play traditional grip, is about the sound and about the contrast, because it's very easy to get up on the tip of the stick this way, whereas with match grip, it's not so easy to get that sound. So demonstration would be this groove, right? As opposed to that same groove with traditional. right? That tip is built in because I could just kind of go up into the traditional position and I'm up on the tip. So anyway, those are a few things, to think about here in a quick time. I don't think I've ever had to do a 25-minute clinic, so this is a record for me. Usually I do about 2 hours. So how much time we got, guys? I don't know where I'm at. What do we got? 5.5 minutes. Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to play a couple things here to demonstrate a little more of this flat ride and things like that. Okay, this is a little excerpt because flat rides are generally associated with jazz, and so I'll do a little thing that was from a play along of mine a long time ago with Chick and John Patitucci, and just to let you hear it in context a little bit with this particular thing. So let me go there on my Pro Tools, and then this should work. Okay, so you kind of get the idea of it in a jazz sense. However, this cymbal can work in a lot of different areas, so it's not just about jazz. It works great for, I could play shuffles with this thing. The thing that's so special about this guy is that it's very dark. It's a dark sounding flat, which is very very unusual. So works especially well, of course, for lighter playing, which is the reason it was designed, because of all the trio work I've started to do with Chick again. Got to play lighter, man. Can't be big open strokes when you're playing with a piano trio. You got to practice all your controlled stroke stuff, not letting go, so that you're playing soft, right? Can't be doing this type of stuff when the piano's 6 feet away with the lid open and nice big condenser mics in there. So practice your controlled strokes, practice your open strokes, and fluidity. I didn't get to talk much about molar technique, but that's a big one for me, where fluidity and flow on the kit is concerned. So you can come on into my school and check all that out. We got a bunch of info on that. Great technique course, groove courses, play-alongs, all kinds of things. So check out my website and come on in and check it out. I wish we could do some questions here. I don't think we can do that, right? We don't have time for that. That would be cool, but I don't think we can we? No, we're not set up for that, right? Don't think so. Okay. Yeah, that would be cool. I'd always love to interact with folks. Yeah. Hey.
Hey, Dave. How are you?
I'm good, Mitch. How are you?
Good. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, likewise.
It's been a while since you were out at Sweetwater. Hope we can get you back soon when all this craziness is over.
Man, it's been a while since I've been out to anywhere along with the rest of the planet, right? I hope so. I hope we can do this in real time. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. So we've got about a minute and a half, and man, I think it'd be really cool if you just one of the questions that I think comes up a lot is, how do you work on time and how do you work on groove? What do you recommend that somebody, they really want to develop their time and get that locked in? How do they do that?
Well, like I said, singing is a big part of it for me. I think that you have to internalize time, and it has to at first be done against metronomic time so that you do have a reference. A lot of the things that I play, is either with a click track or with a track, so you have to play with something. And of course, subdividing and internalizing the time is important. So if there's a metronomic source, which we'll use this for now, for me, just being able to sing, precision, it always helped me to have a metronome where I could adjust the subdivisions. I could actually bring them up and I could make them groove a little bit, so you don't have 16ths going bap, 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 right like that. Make the click groove, and then so when you put that to the drum set, you start honing in on those, on that precision. The other thing, what I started doing later in my life, because back in the 80s when we all had to play with drum machines or actually try to sound like one to get work, it was kind of a cerebral approach, and so that approach kind of inspires stiffness, and it inspires, like you're aiming for a bullseye or something. It's got really nothing to do with the feel. So later I learned that to try to get more organic with the feel, and the Moeller technique is really, really helpful in making that happen, because it's about the spatial content of what goes on between the beats. So if you practice with a metronome, you get that time happening, but you work on trying to fill the spaces with flowing motions instead of stiff ones, right? It's a big difference, right? So the flow, this motion kind of naturally takes up that space. So it's kind of like you're walking down the street instead of aiming for the time, and that was a big revelation for me, learning about how to try to become more natural, more organic, more relaxed with everything. And of course, this pendulum idea, middle of the hand, all that stuff plays into that whole aspect of relaxation and kind of organic spatial stuff. All right.
Right.
So
Awesome.
That's the answer in a nutshell.
That's incredible, and that's unfortunately we only have time for the one question, but that was a great answer, and I think something there that any musician can take away from this, and not just drummers, obviously specifically for drummers, but any musician can take that concept of organic time and that flow and all of that and apply that to their own playing. So thank you very much. That's very cool.
Absolutely, my pleasure. All right, everybody, have fun out there and get your stuff set up so you can hit it right? Don't set up too low. You miss your bounces.
There you go.
Thanks,
Dave.
Be safe, everybody. That's always enjoyable for me. Thanks a lot, Mitch, Sweetwater, everybody at there, and thanks Yamaha for getting me into this. And be well, everybody.
Right on. Take care, Dave. See ya.
Okay. Thanks. Bye-bye.
So the reason we're all here at GearFest is because we love gear, but even more than that, we're passionate about music, and you could see that in the last session with Dave Weckl. I mean, just obviously the man that just lives and breathes music, which is so cool, and that's why we always include plenty of live performances at every GearFest. Now you're in for a real treat with this session. Speaking of live performances, we have a once-in-a-lifetime exclusive performance by country and bluegrass legend Ricky Skaggs. Ricky's career is truly legendary, including stints with Ralph Stanley and the Clinch Mountain Boys, Emmylou Harris and the Hot Band, and then his career really took off when he went solo with a long string of hit country albums and songs and a return to his acoustic and bluegrass roots that's been equally successful. Now, Ricky wears many hats, including Grammy and CMA award-winning musician, songwriter, session musician, band leader, producer, arranger. We're just so thrilled to have him back with us here at GearFest. Without further ado, check this out, a wonderful performance by Ricky Skaggs.
Hi, I'm Ricky Skaggs, and welcome to GearFest 2020. Boy, is this strange. We were with you all last year, 2019, and had a ball, and was looking forward to coming back. But I am back. Just a little virtual reality here. But wanted to talk about my good friends, Sennheiser, Neumann. They're a great sponsor for us. We use the Sennheiser wireless headphone system, and love that. That really makes things so great for us, because not having floor wedges, we don't get phase cancellation from microphones to speakers, so we can play loud and play hard and mix the house where it's clear. But I want to play a song here for you that I just recently wrote, an instrumental, on the TLM 49. And this is the mic I use on stage all the time. I love it. And what I really wanted when I saw that they were making these kind of mics, because I'm in my studio right now here in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And if we were to zoom around and look, there's lots of old Neumanns and Sennheiser mics. And but what I really wanted, I wanted a studio sound on the road, but not to take a $10,000 mic on the road, but to be able to have a really great sounding microphone every night, you know, in my ears, and that my mandolin and guitar would sound great every time. So anyway, I love this TLM 49. It's got an old school sound, but it's very durable to take out every night and work. So all right, here you go. I'd like to sing you a song now, and I want to talk about this mic, the KMS 104. I love this mic. I love the way it sounds. It's just big, and it's really consistent every night. I love Neumann's consistency on their microphones. They're just so great. And here again, it's like singing in a nice big old 47 or whatever I use on a particular song in my studio. This mic just gives me that every night, and I love having it. So here's a song from the Mosaic record. This is called Shepherd's Voice. Now when I was fresh from God, the first thing I heard as I came into this life, the sound of fear ringing in my ear, my own voice. Life hit me and I cried. As I grew through the years, the chorus of temptation beckoned me to come and sing a part. But Jesus was a name that rolled from my mama's tongue and settled in my heart. What I'm listening for through all the noise, a whisper in my ear, the shepherd's voice. The confusion that the bustle brings, the pretty song the siren sings, the sound of teeth against forbidden fruit, a fallen man who screams in pain, the groaning earth beneath the strain. Who could hope to ever hear the truth? What I'm listening for through all the noise, whisper in my ear the shepherd's voice. When I am tired and I am weary of this life and I am done, I will close my eyes and let my spirit still till I hear the sun. What I'm listening for through all the noise, a whisper in my ear, the shepherd's voice. What I'm listening for through all the noise, a whisper in my ear, the shepherd's voice.
For more
I'm Ricky
information,
Skaggs,
contact
and
your
welcome to,
Sweetwater sales
GearFest
engineer.
2020. Boy, is this strange. We were with you all last year, 2019, and had a ball. And, just looking forward to coming back. But I am back. Just a little virtual reality here. But wanted to talk about my good friends Sennheiser, Neumann. They're a great sponsor for us. We use the Sennheiser wireless headphone system and love that. That really makes things so great for us because not having floor wedges, we don't get phase cancellation from microphones to speakers, so we can play loud and play hard and mix the house where it's clear. But I want to play a song here for you that I just recently wrote, an instrumental, on the TLM 49. And this is the mic I use on stage all the time. I love it. And what I really wanted when I saw that they were making these kind of mics, because I'm in my studio right now here in Hendersonville, Tennessee. And if we were to zoom around and look, there's lots of old Neumanns and Sennheiser mics. And but what I really wanted, I wanted a studio sound on the road, but not to take a $10,000 mic on the road, but to be able to have a really great sounding microphone every night, you know, in my ears, and that my mandolin and guitar would sound great every time. So anyway, I love this TLM 49. It's got an old school sound. But it's very durable to take out every night and work. So, all right, here you go. I'd like to sing you a song now, and I want to talk about this mic, the KMS 104. I love this mic. I love the way it sounds. It's just big, and it's really consistent every night. I love Norman's consistency on their microphones. They're just so great. And here again, it's like singing in a nice big old 47 or whatever I use on a particular song in my studio. This mic just gives me that every night, and I love having it. So here's a song from the Mosaic record. This is called Shepherd's Voice. Now when I was fresh from God, the first thing I heard as I came into this life, the sound of fear ringing in my ear, my own voice. Life hit me and I cried. As I grew through the years, the chorus of temptation beckoned me to come and sing a part. But Jesus was a name that rolled from my mama's tongue and settled in my heart. What I'm listening for through all the noise, a whisper in my ear, the shepherd's voice. The confusion that the bustle brings, the pretty song the siren sings, the sound of teeth against forbidden fruit, a fallen man who screams in pain, the groaning earth beneath the strain. Who could hope to ever hear the truth? What I'm listening for through all the noise, a whisper in my ear, the shepherd's voice. When I am tired and I am weary of this life and I am done, I will close my eyes and let my spirit still till I hear the sun. What I'm listening for through all the noise, a whisper in my ear, the shepherd's voice. What I'm listening for through all the noise, a whisper in my ear, the shepherd's voice.
For more information, contact your Sweetwater sales engineer.
So how cool was that? I mean, it's not every day that I get invited into Ricky Skaggs' personal studio for a performance like that. I don't know about you, maybe you do every day. But man, something like that only happens at GearFest. And speaking of GearFest, this is actually the 19th GearFest we've held here at Sweetwater. We've had so much fun over the years hosting our manufacturer partners, artists, friends, customers, and visitors from all 50 states and from all over the world. Now this year, of course, is a little different, but GearFest is still a great chance to unite with musicians, engineers, and producers from all over and share our mutual passion for music, great sound, and music instruments and pro audio gear. We're just having a complete blast putting this on for you, and we're thrilled and grateful to have you join us here today. Now for our next interview, I sat down with Austin-based rising star Emily Wolfe. Emily started playing guitar and drums at the age of 5. She began writing songs in college and released her debut EP, Roulette, in 2014. She hit the road as a touring musician with her band, and then her first full-length album came out in 2019. In this session, Emily will be discussing her guitar playing, how she writes songs, the process of taking a song from inspiration to demo to fully produced recording, and we're going to get a sneak peek at her upcoming signature model guitar from Epiphone. Very cool. Let's check it out. That's awesome. Emily Wolfe,
thanks.
great to see you.
It's good to see you. I'm so excited.
Thanks for joining us for GearFest Online 2020. We're just happy to have you join us.
Oh man, I'm so stoked. I love Sweetwater videos. I keep them just on a loop. Yeah, I do.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you for saying so. I appreciate that. Yeah. So cool playing at the top. Tell us what you're playing. What are you using there?
So I'm using a Boss DD500 delay as a looper. I put it in the looper mode, and I just kind of do like a version of what drums would be, I guess. So you know, if like the lower strings or like the kick, you know, and then the top strings are like the snare. So I just loop that, and then I got a little clean sound going. I got a Klon KTR and an MXR 6-band EQ for the clean tone, and then an Earthquaker Devices tentacle pedal for like the fuzz tone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you run? Do you have like a loop switcher so you can switch from the clean to the dirty, or do you just layer that on top of the Klon and the EQ?
Yeah, I do have a loop switcher. It's it's awesome.
Okay, great. So that'll let you just instantly switch from one to the other. And are the Klon and the EQ, they're always part of your clean tone, or do you switch those on and off as needed?
They're always on. Yeah, I just love the KTR. I love how much clarity it adds to everything, you know, because I like darker pickups and punchier speakers. So it's like if I can get that little clarity from the KTR and the EQ, it's primo.
That does it for you, right? Well, since we're talking about gear and going through things, that is your upcoming signature guitar that you're holding?
It is. This is my Epiphone Sheridan Stealth, and it's a version of like a take on my original Sheridan 2, which I played for years. I still play it, but yeah, Epiphone approached me to make a signature, and this is the design. It's got diamond F holes and a master tone knob instead of 4 knobs, and yeah, lightning bolt inlays. What else? It's a aged black gloss finish. Yeah, and then airbrushed gold hardware.
So was your, did they base this specifically on your Sheraton, or is it, I mean, the Epiphone guitars are so consistent, the quality is so great on those that any Sheraton is going to be great, but is yours a particular one that you have?
Yeah, it's actually right behind me. This is the one. You can tell it's pretty beat up. It's been on the road for years, but it's based on this one. I took the pick guard off on it, and so that's how my signature model is too. Yeah, this guitar has been with me for years, and I am obsessed with it. I love it.
Right. Awesome. And then it looks like a blackface 4x10 amplifier behind you. Is that a basement or a concert or?
Yeah, it's a concert reverb.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to take it on the road, and then I got afraid to damage it, so I started using a 410 DeVille.
Okay.
Because yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you're a fan of it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's just yeah, that one's a little more I guess less rare or something. So I just decided to get more of a stock amp to tour with.
Sure. What is it about the 4x10 configuration that draws you in?
I love the punch of a 410 speaker, and I like that there's 4 because I can pick a favorite speaker. And I like an open back cab too, because it breathes to me, it fills up a lot of space. And I front a 3-piece, and so I gotta fill up a lot of frequency range, and it helps me punch, but also cover a lot of ground. So.
Well, we kind of did things out of my usual order here. Usually we talk about the gear a little later and talk about you first, so we need to step back. And if I understand correctly, you started playing at like age 5, correct?
Yeah, I started playing when I was young. I just have always loved it. It's always been something that I've been drawn to. Yeah, it's just the only kind of path for me.
Well, there was a little detour to drums, right?
A little bit, yeah, because I did have a teacher that said I was bad at guitar at age 5, and so he was like, "We'll teach you drums." So that was technically my first instrument.
Right.
I love drums; they're fun. But
So they told you were bad at age 5. That's kind of funny.
yeah, I know. Looking back, I'm like, that is just pretty mean. That's like really mean to say to a 5-year-old.
Right.
But you grow some thick skin from it, and
Sets you up for later, right?
yeah.
So how did you come to make the move to Austin and start making your music there?
Well, my family moved to Austin when I was about 8. I was born in North Carolina, but I moved here when I was little with my family. And Austin is just one of those places that really cultivates art, and it's just everybody plays guitar, everybody plays music, and it's just a town. I started a band in college, and that was really when I started doing it professionally. Yeah, I mean, it's a great city. It's full of resources for musicians and tons of just stores that cater to like if you have to do like financing or something, people are really open to doing that in the gear world here. So that's cool. Yeah, I just love it. It's a killer city.
Sure, and there's such a heritage of great players, great guitar players coming out of Austin, and great music. I would assume that's where some of the blues influence and things that have filtered into your music comes from, being just in that environment all the time.
Oh yeah, Stevie's my favorite guitar player of all time. So yeah,
you're in the right place then for that.
Yeah.
So how did you start writing your own songs?
Writing my own songs. I started writing in like the middle of high school. That's kind of when like the teen angst kicked in. Yeah, I just, I mean, I just kind of started trying to put my emotions and feelings on paper. And at first it was really bad, but I kept practicing. And then over time, I think the songs became presentable, and, now they're still evolving, and I'm still trying to become a better writer. But yeah, it was pretty much in high school is when I started writing. And then my first band in college is when I started trying to make my songs really, I guess, mean something to like other people than myself. And yeah, it just kind of evolved over time. It's just little stepping stones. So
Right. So you did your first EP, Roulette, in 2014, and your first full-length album, if I understand correctly, you started working on it in about 2017 with Ben Tanner, is that right? And then it came out last year, is when it was released, or do I have that wrong?
No, yeah, 2019 is when it came out in February last year. Yeah, I've been touring on it.
Tell us about the process of how you take a song from an idea to demo to the finished song that's on the actual recording.
Yeah. So mainly I kind of hear a melody in my head first, and then sometimes it'll be a phrase that's inspiring or that'll pop into my head. I've got this note on my iPhone of just like phrases or words that I think are really cool, and it's super long because I've been accumulating this stuff like for years. And so I'll just go back and like look at that and see like, does anything spark my interest with this melody? And then so I'll kind of put the song together on my couch over there, and then I'll go to my station here and I'll open up Studio 1.4, and then I'll start to demo. And I usually use MIDI drums, and I play bass on it, and then I play guitar over it, and then I'll kind of just do like gibberish words until something starts to make sense. And the demos I make are pretty close to the way I want a recording to go when it's finally ready to release. I like to get it all kind of like almost there because I don't really like to waste time in the studio. I like to know what I'm gonna go in there and do. And so that's pretty much the process. I love Studio One. You taught me how to use Studio One.
Yeah.
On your video. Yeah. And I got that fader port. You taught me how to use the fader port. I'm loving it. It's awesome. Yeah.
That's awesome. So cool. So cool. So tell us about how you choose the tones that you use when you get into the studio and you're fleshing out the songs and doing the arrangements and things, because you use a lot of different sounds, and there's some interesting tones that you put into things.
Yeah. Actually, one of my favorite things to do is layer guitars up to create a sound that you can't get from just one guitar or pedal or amp. It's kind of like just mixing paint colors or something. But what I usually do is I love to go direct into the board or use like a JHS color box to get that kind of like crispy bite. And then I'll find like whatever vintage amps are around in the studio that I'm using and just try a bunch of different mics. And there's usually a sound that I'm looking for that I know I'm looking for. And I'll just try to get as close to that as possible. I do like to get the sound there. I don't really like to use a bunch of outboard gear to tweak it. But yeah, that's usually, I mean, I kind of pick tones based on the song. Like if there's something that needs a lot of attitude, it's like, all right, fuzz, here we go. And then if it's something that's like pretty emotional, it's, just cleaner, delay, reverb. Yeah. But I mean, one of my favorite like new obsessions is the color box though. I just got a version 2 and it is awesome. It's got a lot of spank. It's like just got so much attitude.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Right, you find something like that. Do pedals like that inspire you then? When you get a pedal, you plug it in, you're like, oh, I got to play this song, I got to do this, or I need to write this because this riff was inspired?
Yeah. Yes. It's crazy. I love when a pedal can just be that inspiring. And to me, the color box does that. The Earthquaker Tentacle pedal does that. And I mean, my Gibson guitars do that. It's been hard for me to really write songs on any other brand guitar, which is really weird. But I don't know. I guess it's just like I'm a Gibson girl at heart.
There's a connection there, right?
Yeah, it's a connection.
That's awesome. That's awesome. When you go into the studio, have you already rehearsed the songs with the bass and drums and the band and kind of have an arrangement together, or do you build it from the ground up in the studio?
I like to have it all just ready to go. Because I come from a background, which I'm still, as an independent artist, it's like, I have to fund my own record, and it's like, I have a certain amount of time and a certain amount of budget. So that does affect things though. I would like to be able to go into a studio and spend as much time as possible, but that's not really realistic for me at the moment. But yeah, I mean, I would love to go in there and just experiment. That'd be fun. But yeah, I'll probably have to have my own studio before I can do that.
Can you do that with the rig that you have at home with Studio One and your fader port and your guitars and amps and things?
Yeah, I can. That's fun. It's really fun. I could sit here for hours. My butt starts to hurt, so.
You got to take a break now and then.
You got to take a break. Yeah.
So you've mentioned Gibson and Epiphone, and we've talked a little bit about the signature guitar coming out in your Sheraton. First of all, tell us a little bit more about that Sheraton. When did you get that, and how did you discover that particular guitar was the right one for you?
So I was in college, and I only had an acoustic guitar starting out when I first started my band in college. And I needed an electric because my riding style was getting a little more aggressive. And so I went into a guitar center and I was looking at like budget guitars, and I saw this one that looked exactly like Lucille, and I'm a huge B.B. King fan. And so it was that Sheridan, and it was black. My favorite color is black. And so I think it was a little under $500. So I just grabbed it, and then it just became this staple in my songwriting and my music and my life pretty much. It's like, it's just such a part of me right now. And yeah, and then I knew, so Gibson and Epiphone, they have an office in Austin, which I didn't know about until probably 4 or 5 years after I was playing the Sheridan, and a friend introduced me to my rep, who's still my rep now. And yeah, we're really good friends. Everybody over there is just so cool and just really, really good people. And it's good to know, just because I love the products, that the people who are selling them and making them are just really amazing people too.
Nice. That's awesome. That's awesome when you can feel good about the company that you're working with as well. That's great. Great. So I'm curious. You mentioned B.B. King, and you mentioned Stevie Ray Vaughan. Sometimes when I talk to players, they'll tell me that when they're improvising, they'll play a lick and they'll say, "Oh, that's a B.B. King lick," or "That's a Stevie Ray Vaughan lick. I shouldn't do that." Do you feel that way, or do you embrace what you've learned from them and bring that directly into your solos? I'm maybe not communicating that question real well, but do you understand what I'm asking?
I mean, I think originality is just kind of something that isn't impossible, but it's something where I don't think a person should be ashamed to play a lick by B.B. King, or just take inspiration from Albert King or Stevie or anybody like that. I think the thing that makes a riff unique is you take that inspiration and you add something to it from yourself. So yeah, I mean, I'll play a B.B. King lick all day if I can add a couple notes in there,
Sure, nothing wrong with that. So are you a woodshedder? Do you sit and practice for hours a day, or does your guitar progress come from writing, or where does that come from?
I was in LA a few years ago, and I had this show, and a producer came out, and he's worked with Green Day and all these people, and so he pretty much was responsible for like the 90s sound. And he was like, "Man, you just have so much potential. You just need to like practice and hone your guitar skills." And that was like devastating to me. So I was like, "Oh my God." So I have to go and woodshed. So about a year after that, I just sat in my room and really got my skills up. And I used to not play with my pinky at all, like B.B. King. And then I had to get that up. So I did for a while, just woodshed. And now that I've got the skills, I generally kind of expand my playing by learning covers. That's fun, because then you can incorporate like solos from covers into your own stuff, and it's you make it unique that way. So
that's awesome. Emily, thanks so much for sitting down with us today. We appreciate you taking time to talk with us and to tell us about your experience as a guitarist and a songwriter. It's all such cool stuff.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for having me. I'm a big fan of Sweetwater. Yeah, love the videos. It's awesome.
Awesome. Thanks for saying so. Man, it would be so cool if you'd play out for us, if you'd give us a minute or two of some jamming.
Cool, of course.
All right, thanks. Take care.
Hi, my name is Lynette Williams, and on behalf of Korg, I'm so sad that we can't be together this year for Sweetwater's GearFest 2020. But you can catch GearFest online this year, so that's cool. I represent Korg. I love playing Korg boards. These are my favorite keyboards to play. I've been playing it since the early 2000s when I first started touring with will.i.am, and I've been using it with every artist, from Childish Gambino to Layla Hathaway to Bone Thugs and Harmony. I love it so much. I love that it's versatile. I love that you can use the factory sounds, or you can create and program your own sounds, which I've created for endless artists, and I just love creating patches. I love making them my own, and that's the cool thing about Korg. Like, everything is right in front of you, everything you need, from changing the highs, the lows, the polarity, the attacks. I mean, the list is endless. Korg just rocks. And if you are interested in any Korg keyboards, Korg products, you can catch it at Sweetwater Online GearFest 2020.
I've been looking forward to our next interview all day long. I mean, this is simply an unprecedented opportunity to learn from one of the most successful engineers, producers, and artists in the business, Alan Parsons. Alan is a Grammy Award-winning producer, engineer, a musician, a songwriter, and early in his career, he worked with an astounding list of artists. I mean, how many people get to work with the Beatles? Then he scored a huge hit as an engineer on the best-selling album of all time, or one of the best-selling albums of all time, Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. After years of success as a producer and engineer, Alan launched his own solo career with the Alan Parsons Project, and once again, he scored big with numerous hits. I've interviewed Alan a few times in the past, and he's also been here for GearFest, where he was a keynote speaker. We're thrilled to have him join us again at GearFest 2020. I hope you'll welcome Alan Parsons.
Hey, how are you?
Good to see you, Alan.
Good to see you.
Everything good?
Everything's great, thanks.
Awesome.
Yep. Staying at home, not going anywhere, like a lot of people. But,
that's what we're all doing, right?
But I do have a studio at home, so I'm keeping busy.
Right. So we've got so much to talk about and so many things I want to cover with you, but let's jump back to the early years, because I know you've talked about it a lot, but people just love to hear about this. 18 years old, you're an assistant at Abbey Road Studios. How did that happen?
I had been working for the parent company, which was EMI Records, in a department known as Tape Records. This is before cassettes. I really am that old. It was a department that was making reel-to-reel plastic spools on a quarter-inch tape, putting out EMI's product. And I was involved with making copies of master tapes, maintaining the production machines. We could run off 24 copies in about the space of about 4 minutes, because it was everything was run at 4 times speed, both sides together. But that department, gave me access to a lot of great music, and of course I was one of the very first, because it was an allied department to Abbey Road. I was one of the first people to hear Sgt. Pepper when it was completed.
Nice. That's awesome.
That had a pretty profound effect on me. I said, I'd really like to see if I can get a job at Abbey Road. And I just was very lucky. I timed things right. The management at the time wanted to fire a couple of people, and I got the job. Soon after writing a letter, I was working there as a very much as a trainee.
Mm-hmm.
Starting in the tape library. That was the first thing that new recruits got to do, work in the tape library. But that was only about a month before I was down being a fly on the wall on sessions.
Right, right. And you had the, such enviable opportunity to be there at some incredible sessions. Tell us a little bit about your memories of Abbey Road and Let It Be.
Well, Let It Be was the first to happen, even though they were released in reverse order. That was actually nothing to do with Abbey Road Studios, except that I was sent down as a member of staff to help them out. And that was quite an intimidating experience, walking into the Apple basement studio, and there was all four Beatles, their wives, and Glyn Johns. It was intimidating, but amazing at the same time.
Yeah, it just had to be. It had to be absolutely amazing. So you also worked with the Hollies.
Did a lot of work with the Hollies. They were always such a great team of guys to work with. Always on time. Always respectful of the engineers, and always very generous. You know, they brought me a very nice wristwatch for Christmas one year, I remember. So,
nice.
Very, very nice guys. Interesting, I was recently in touch with Bob Elliott, the drummer, and he's about to release a book called It Ain't Heavy, It's My Story, which I thought was a great title.
Right, that's awesome. You worked later again with Paul McCartney and Wings.
Well, yes, as a result of working on the Abbey Road album, at least half the time that they were there making it, got to know Paul a bit better. And as I progressed from being an assistant engineer to a fully fledged balance engineer, as they were called at Abbey Road at the time, I was let loose with Paul on some of the sessions for Red Rose Speedway, and High, 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 and Sea Moon, those singles. And I probably got to know Paul and Linda best on the Wildlife Wings Wildlife album, which I didn't engineer, but Tony Clark was another Abbey Road engineer who did engineer it, and I did a mix of one of the songs on Wings Wildlife. Paul said, "It's fine. We'll go with it." So that was my first real breakthrough, just getting a mix of Wings onto that first album.
Right.
Wings.
Right. Yeah, that had to be a huge pump up for your career to have that credit there for you.
It certainly did, and but it was really the opportunity to do Dark Side of the Moon. That's when it really also took off.
Right, absolutely. So let's talk about that. Tell us how you were asked to do that album and kind of the process of putting that album together.
I had been commissioned to mix the previous album, Atom Heart Mother. I'd done all the sessions for that album as the assistant, and then the main engineer of Atom Heart Mother, Peter Bown, found himself double booked to do other sessions as well as mix Atom Heart Mother. So because I knew the material backwards, just like the band themselves did, they gave me a chance, and I mixed Atom Heart Mother, and I must have done an okay job because they then commissioned me a few months later to start work on Dark Side of the Moon.
Right.
I worked very hard to make sure that I didn't get double booked, to make sure that I did every single session.
Right.
Sometimes as a result of working all night, but it was well worth it. I didn't know I'd be talking about it 50 years later, but it was. It's not quite 50 years yet. It's probably about 45 years. But who could have known that it would have that kind of lasting power?
Right. Did you have an inkling that you were working on something that was really special when you were doing that album?
I think we all felt confident that it was Pink Floyd's best work to date, but I don't think anybody could have really anticipated the magnitude of the record over the years.
Yeah, sure. One of the things that stands out to me when I listen to your work from that era, Dark Side, Al Stewart's Year of the Cat, the Hollies, and some of these different bands, wings that you worked with, is that they're all radically different artists, and they have a very different sound, but there's a clarity to everything that you do there, and there's, I wouldn't say there's necessarily a signature to the sound, but there's definitely an approach there that sounds familiar as I compare those. Talk a little bit about how you approach doing a mix for those artists. Do you feel like you should do it the way you want to hear it, or are you trying to deliver something that they want, or how does that work?
I mean, you, as an engineer, you have to give the results that the producer is looking for. But I think I would always start by approaching it in such a way that I felt comfortable with it. But you know, if the producer doesn't comment on the sound, then you can be fairly confident that you're doing an okay job. I mean, McCartney would always say, just as a matter of principle, make the drum sound better. You know. So what is it that makes a drum sound better?
Right.
Very, very tough.
Right. So what do you do?
I'd say, okay, well, I'll try a different mic, I'll try a different EQ, or I'll change the balance a bit. And then eventually he'd say, yeah, that's fine. That works.
Right.
But, you know, some artists, some producers were just much more demanding than others. But Paul was always pretty demanding.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. On an album like Dark Side of the Moon and Year of the Cat as well, I mean, there's a lot of elements going on in those particular albums. How close were the tracks that you received to what we hear in the final mix? How much processing and work did you have to do at the mix stage to get the final result?
You know, I've always, over the years, looked upon mixing as being just a formality, you know, a process you have to go through. I always like to think that if you walked in to the final day of recording of any particular song by Al Stewart, by Pink Floyd, or whoever, the final mix would not be that far away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So I always strive to get everything that would be included in the mix basically recorded on the multitracks. So like I said, a formality rather than a. I mean, of course there is a creative element to mixing as well, but you know, it's not night and day. It's not in my work. The multitrack should represent what the final mix sounds like.
Right. So you're not inclined to, you finish tracking and now you take everything down to zero, you reset the board, and then you start from scratch and rebuild the mix from there. You are mixing as you go.
Well, not formally mixing. I mean, you're right. Yes, we would all faders to zero, go into mix mode. You know, start listening to bass, drums, the rhythm section together before you add the vocals, so on and so on. It was one trick that I learned from Jeff Emerick, the celebrated, sadly passed away quite recently, the Beatles engineer. He would start with everything except the bass and drums, get them balanced up, and then add in the bass and drums. So many other engineers that I've watched at work, they get the bass and drums happening first, then they start adding everything else. I've always done it in reverse.
So you take that same approach. You leave the bass and the drums till after the other elements are set.
Yeah, I just find it easier to balance relative levels between the other instruments first. I mean, of course, I will listen to the bass and drums as a separate entity as well, but probably after I've got the other balances going.
So do you start with the lead vocal then? Do you start with one of the instruments typically, or how do you build a mix?
I mean, if we assume that a given song contains bass, drums, a couple of guitars, maybe acoustic guitars, keyboards, so on and so on, I would balance up all the guitars and the keyboards, or any orchestral stuff, maybe backing vocals, and then I would add the lead vocal as the last. So I would essentially have a karaoke mix.
Right. So
going before the final.
So the lead vocal comes on after the bass and the drums, or before the bass and the drums?
Oh, that would come on with everything.
Okay. Right. Right. Interesting.
I'd have everything else balanced out before that.
So I found it interesting that.
Is that microphone, that 44BX?
This is my David
No,
Letterman microphone, right?
I didn't think so. We got the right crispness out of that.
It actually is a real microphone, but it's not what we're using today. We should be, right?
I can't see the mic. Are you wearing a lapel mic?
I've got a pair of lapel mics for redundancy. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
They were great mics in their day, and countless studios and broadcast facilities use those mics.
Right.
But they are ribbons, so tend to sound very, very dull against condensers and dynamics.
Right, it's a different kind of thing. But so many great vintage recordings were done with those. Have you used this microphone a lot? Is this something that you've had as a go-to for vocals or other types of instruments?
I haven't made a lot of use of it. There's another ribbon that I favor, which is the Coles 4038. And I love using those. I always have done. Another influence for Jeff Emmerich. He used to use them as overheads on drums, and I've been using them as overheads on drums for years and years, and also on brass instruments. They sound great on brass instruments.
Right, awesome. So I following Dark Side of the Moon, I understand that you had an opportunity to work on Wish You Were Here, turned that down to launch your solo career with the Alan Parsons Project. Tell us about that decision and about starting that project.
It was a difficult decision. It was a very generous offer on Pink Floyd's part. But I'd already had a top 10 single as a producer in the UK. And I just said, no, I'm gonna go forward with my career as a producer and not be a staff engineer, as it were, for Pink Floyd.
Right.
So Wish You Were Here was not me. It was other guys.
Right, but clearly it worked out awesome for you. I mean, the Alan Parsons Project and all your producing projects have done so well. Tell us a little bit about your approach to producing. When do you like to get involved in a project?
It's always interesting, you know, when you're working with a new artist, you have to discover whether the chemistry is going to work, and the only way to do that is to try it out. Do a couple of songs with that artist, see if the chemistry is there. And usually I've done that just as an experiment before signing anything. You know, what's the use of signing up with somebody if you're clearly not going to work well together? So there's a business side to look at with new artists. Established artists or artists that I've worked with already in the past, that's always easy. It's always because you know them, they know you. We have mutual respect for each other. We know that it can continue to work, and it always did. I worked with essentially the same rhythm section throughout the project years, basically with the band known as Pilot. They were the basis of the rhythm section for all the project albums, particularly Ian Benson, the guitar player, who made such a great contribution to the project records.
Right. So when you're looking at either the project or the other bands you've put together, what is it that you look for in the musicians that you include in a project?
Obviously, virtuosity comes as a high priority.
Right.
They've got to play their instrument, but it's probably 20% musical ability and 80% communication skills. You know, how do we communicate with each other, and does it work? That's the most important thing of all.
Right, right. So I'm curious also, going back to producing, what is it that attracts you to an artist or a band and makes you want to produce them? I mean, if you hear something and say, you know, I'd really love to produce that project, what is it that would draw you in?
Usually a song or a series of songs, and just getting excited about what I could do with that song in the studio with that artist.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's hard to define what I would say yes or no to any particular project that came up. But it's usually one song that I say I think that's a hit, and I would love to work on that song.
Right, right. You mentioned choosing projects with new artists and with established artists. Do you work differently as a producer in those two situations? Do you treat we'll call them a baby band, different than an established artist?
You have to respect the fact that a new artist may never have set foot in a studio before. So part of the process is to make them feel comfortable, make them understand how important headphone mixes are, and not to work too loud, not to work too quiet, all that kind of stuff. So with a new artist, it's you're like a schoolmaster. You're introducing them to the world of recording. Established artists, you don't need to do that. They know what they're doing. It's difficult sometimes if you're engineering something as opposed to producing. Not to play the role of the engineer of the producer too much. I mean, is it the engineer's job to say that the one of the guitars is out of tune? No.
Right.
It's really the producer's job. But I was, I think, historically always ready to open my big mouth and say what I thought. But the engineer's place is technically to fulfill the wishes of the artist or the producer, and otherwise keep his mouth shut. But I never did.
Right. As a producer yourself, when you work with, well, let me ask you this. Do you typically engineer and produce your projects, or do you work with a separate engineer?
In the digital age, I've been very reliant on an assistant, because I don't feel that I'm paid to click a mouse all day. And I have an amazing assistant engineer. His name is Noah Bruskin, and he's got the highest possible Pro Tools qualification, whatever that diploma is called. He had a great engineering education at a school in Los Angeles. But I'm pleased to be back in my studio. I've got a wonderful Neve analog, brand new Neve 5088 console. And I'm loving being back to pushing faders up and down.
Right.
Which, for the last couple of albums, that experience went away. I did everything in the box. But I'm so happy to be back, with everything on its own fader and balancing up, and using Pro Tools for the automation. It's a great combination. Mm-hmm. It's just all the things that you used to use on fader automation, on flying faders and so on. It's just that aspect is I do in the box, but the basic balancing up, it's going through the analog chain and sounding great.
So how many outs do you bring into the console? Do you put things into stems, or are you bringing out individual tracks?
It's a 32-channel console. We've found that we can pretty much get everything on a song separated on those 32 channels. I've been mixing a live concert that we recorded in Utrecht in Holland last year for a video. It's also going to be a video release with quite well produced post-produced audio. So that's almost ready. Because through the virus crisis, I think people are hungry for live shows. They can't go to live shows, so we're going to give them one online.
Right, right. Is it different when you mix and I guess we'll say produce your music versus somebody else's music?
I've always strived to always be the same person. Of course, if I have my name on it, I'm more likely to be much more likely to be involved in the writing of the song or the songs. I mean, all the songs on my most recent album, which is called The Secret, was a series of collaborations with essentially the band. All the band, co-wrote with me, and it's a great way of doing it. I've not done very much producing of other artists so much lately. I did do one single with a Austrian artist called Virginia Ernst. She's very talented. And I also did an album with Jake Shimabukuro, who is the virtuoso ukulele player, who's one of the most incredible musicians I've ever worked with. He was absolutely amazing. And so humble, so friendly, so amazing to work with, and always giving me room to express my views and thoughts about arrangements and so on. It was great to work with.
Right. Well, that'd be a blast. So tell us a little bit more about the collaboration process when you're writing songs. Do you have the ideas for the songs and go to the musicians? Do they come to you? And how do you work on them together?
I have to say most of the songs on The Secret were originated by others, and then I get to make suggestions and maybe write a new section, a new bridge, or a new structure for the song, something like that. And that's how I worked with Eric Wolfson for the project. I mean, he was hugely responsible for the bulk of the writing of the songs, but they will be very rudimentary, very basic demos that, or even just live performances that he would walk into the studio with, and then we would, expand it, change the structure, make arrangements with the band present, sometimes with the band not present. It's all just a process of weeding out the bad bits and refining the good bits.
Right. Which, having that combination of the songwriting skill and the producing skill, kind of that all works well to come to a final result. Then.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of music out there right now, and I feel that a lot of it would benefit from having the experienced ear of a producer. I think anybody can make a record on GarageBand, but to get real quality, I think having a producer makes all the difference.
Right. Well, that actually brings up a question. I'll ask this actually 3 different times, if you will. Not quite the same question each time, but what mistakes do you see when you're a producer looking at a recording that someone's done or a band? What mistakes do you see bands making commonly today?
It's a different world. The pop world, the top 10 world, is not something I particularly aspire to right now. I find a lot of music a lot of pop music is tending to sound the same, tending to use the same effects, the same kinds of beats and so on. I still think that my skills are in classic rock. They're based on the period I grew up with, and I'm still making records now the way I did back then, and that's not doing one track at a time, getting a drum loop, adding a bass, adding a guitar part. I like to get 4 or 5 musicians all playing together, all interacting with each other, and It's the way I've always done it. I think it's the way I always will do it. So just interaction is something I look for when I'm making records, and I think that sometimes that interaction is missing on modern pop music.
Mm-hmm. So part B of the question would be the same thing, but what about engineers? What mistakes do you commonly hear engineers make on recordings where you say, oh, if only they'd done that, it would be so much better?
I think there is a tendency to overuse auto-tune. And I've got a very sharp ear for overuse of auto-tune. I will use it sparingly if I feel like I can't hear it. Melodyne has changed the world. It's amazing what you can do with Melodyne, and I think just for correcting pitch mistakes, it's been wonderful. But like I said, a lot of records just heavily auto-tuned, and it just does not sound good.
Right. Do you think that's a producer mistake, or is that an engineer mistake?
Oh, it could be either. I mean, most engineers these days are producers anyway. It seems to be a dual role these days.
Right.
But I was one of the first to be a producer and engineer.
Right, absolutely.
My Alexa machine is talking to me for some reason. I must have said something that sounded like Alexa.
So say hello to her for us. That's
my
fine.
My wife's just unplugged her.
That's okay. It's okay. So let's go back to producing just a little bit again. You mentioned making new artists comfortable in the studio, and there's kind of two aspects of that. I would think, looking in it from the outside on your case, one is just making a new artist comfortable in the studio, period. But second of all, I would expect that for a lot of young artists, there's an intimidation factor coming into the studio with Alan Parsons. How do you deal with those two things?
Oh, I would hope people wouldn't be intimidated by me. I mean, I think I'm a fairly amenable character.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, a new artist walking into a studio for the first time, not having experienced being produced or being engineered, or literally the entire experience of recording in a serious studio. I think in this day and age, most young musicians have some kind of recording experience because it's so accessible. I mean, who hasn't recorded a song in GarageBand or some simple DAW with getting used to working with headphones and so on. But it is an intimidating experience if you've been signed to a label or you've been assigned a reasonable budget. You want to make sure that the money is well spent. And yes, intimidating, but I would try and, as much as possible, try and calm the waters and make them feel comfortable.
Right. So shifting back toward the gear side again, you mentioned that you have Rupert Neve Designs 5088. What was it that led you to that console? Were you a Neve guy through your whole career, or did that console just come up?
I'd worked with Neve consoles countless times over the years. I've worked with everything. I mean, worked with SSL, worked with vintage Neve, modern Neves, but I just felt that a new Neve analog console with Rupert's latest design was everything that I wanted, and I've been so absolutely delighted with the results. Really good to get back to the analog feel of recording again.
Right. So have you taken that beyond?
Without doubt, the console sounds absolutely amazing. It really does.
Sure, absolutely. So have you taken that to the next step? Are you processing the sounds with plugins, or are you now using outboard hardware as well?
Some of the reverb plugins by Universal Audio and Waves have been a big part of what I do, but I route them through the console in the old-fashioned way. Just have them on sends on the console and returns on the console. You almost don't realize that it's a plugin.
Right.
Occasional plugin EQ, occasional plugin compression and limiting. Occasional delays, AGTs, and so on. I mean, it's so easy these days just to get if you wanted a delay effect, there it is. You just use a plugin. But I do prefer the old-fashioned traditional methods for echo and reverb to use the console sends. I mean, that's what the sends are there for on the console.
Sure. Have you been using the console just at the mixing stage, or are you also using it while you're tracking?
Oh, very much so. The whole process, right from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I said that I love to work with a band, a 4 or 5 piece band, and 32 channels is more than enough to make that happen.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Probably 10 mics on the drums leaves another 22 to put other instruments on. Plenty.
Right, right. Have you? I always enjoyed your surround mixes. I think I had a DTS disc of On Air, or one of the albums that you put out that just sounded phenomenal in 5.1. Are you still working in the surround medium, or do you prefer to work now in stereo, or what are your thoughts on all that?
Well, the live album I mentioned, we are mixing that in surround as well as stereo.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to do one than the other side by side. The balance differences between a stereo mix and a surround mix are almost negligible. So I usually start in surround, get the surround mix, then go to stereo, which is that's the money mix, not it's the one that needs to be right. I'm very into surround. In fact, I won a Grammy this year for a re-released version of Eye in the Sky. My first ever Grammy win.
Nice.
I had, I think, 12 or 13 nominations, but this was the first win. So.
Right, congratulations.
Thank you. And we also put out another of the project albums in surround this year, Ammonia Avenue. So that's out there, and we'll submit that for another Grammy. I'm hopeful.
Right. Yeah. Best of luck with that. Look forward to it. So let's talk a little bit about what are some of the favorite artists and projects that you've worked on through your past?
I mean, they all sort of contribute to some good memories. I mean, of course, how many people in the world get to work with the greatest rock and roll band of all time?
Right.
Just so fortunate, involved with the Beatles and Pink Floyd, of course. I'm very proud of the fact that here I am, over 40 years later, talking about a record that I worked on. The projects all full of really good memories and essentially a set of records that I've always felt proud of. I'm very lucky. I mean, a lot of producers have a 3 or 4 year lifespan. I've been doing this ever since I was 19, so I'm still loving it.
Right, it's awesome. It's awesome. Given that, we're getting close to the end of our time here together. I have 2 other questions for you that I always like to ask when I have someone who works on your level and who's worked with so many great artists, and that is, what makes a great artist?
I would have to say charisma. I mean, it's ability, of course, is hugely important as well. But all the talent shows used to use the expression star quality. And if somebody is a great singer but does not have star quality, he or she is going nowhere. You just got to have that charisma that makes people say, I like this artist and I'm going to buy this artist's music.
Right, right. So once again, given the fact that you are known as an artist producer and have done so much, an engineer producer, and you've done so much engineering as well, what is it that makes a great engineer?
Well, I think that's subjective. I think you would have to say that I would say that I appreciate one engineer's style. I don't appreciate another engineer's style so much. But engineers, again, have to be characters. They have to have the ability to communicate and speak the language of musicians and producers. That's half the job, really. Just communication skills, again, very important.
Right, right. And I guess we'll take it to its conclusion. What is it that makes a great producer?
Having the respect of the artist and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
Respect, having the producer must respect the artist, the artist must respect the producer. That's
right.
Key.
Right. It's interesting that in all three of those, you didn't mention technical skills in really any of them.
It depends how you define technical skills, whether that translates to good sound. If technical skill translates into good sound, you can have engineers that are extremely untechnical but have incredible ears. So, I grew up with engineers at Abbey Road that could not play a note on an instrument, but were amazing engineers.
Right.
It's a lot of parameters that go into making a good producer, a good engineer, and just like the parameters that go into making a great artist.
Sure, absolutely. Alan, thanks so much for sitting down with us today and taking time out of your schedule to share your experience and your wisdom with us. I mean, we're just so grateful to have you here at GearFest 2020.
It was great to be here, and I hope you can do an in-person or a live GearFest next year.
We do too, and hopefully we'll be able to get you back out here as well, because we'd love to have you come back here to Sweetwater.
I would love to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Take care.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
The GearFest sale just got a whole lot better. For 2 days only, save up to 75% on all the gear you love. It's all online during the GearFest 10 event flash sale. Find exclusive deals on top brands, instruments, software, live sound, and recording gear, plus so much more. It's all happening for 2 days only at sweetwater.com/GearFest.
Well, hey everybody, Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon here with you. My buddy Rick from Ovation asked me to send a little message for the Sweetwater Virtual Gear Fest. You know, we gotta do things a little differently this year, but still gotta get it done. Between Ovation and Sweetwater, man, those are two solid musician-friendly companies. I personally have been with Ovation for 40 years. We started together back in almost 40 years. 1981, I believe, was the first Ovation guitar I played. I've been playing them on stage ever since. I love my Ovations. It's kind of part of my identity at this point. But I want to share a couple of guitars that are pretty special to me. This first one I'm going to show you is actually the prototype. I don't even think that there is a serial number on this. No, there isn't. I saw this guitar when we visited the custom shop out there in Connecticut, and I took a look at it, and I picked it up, and I carried it around with me for the entire time we were there, and basically I just never gave it back. But I love this guitar, man. It's just so beautiful. Look at the workmanship in this pup. Just like incredible. The detail on this guitar. And yeah, I love this thing. I'm proud of this guitar, proud to have it. And another one that I'm really proud to have is, of course, the signature model. Yeah, that's my signature right there. And this is a direct replica of the guitars that I play on stage with REO Speedwagon. This guitar just feels like home to me. And I would actually say that I heard it from a friend who Ovation is hanging at the Sweetwater Virtual Gear Fest, and I ain't messing around. All right, everybody. See you later. Woo!
Man, I am just loving these shout-outs from the artists and friends of Sweetwater. Kevin Cronin, man, that was so killer. That made me smile. That was awesome. So our next session is one I think you'll find very interesting. The world of social media and global outreach for musicians has been growing rapidly over the past few years, and it's certainly exploded over the past few months. We've all turned to online social media as a resource for promoting ourselves and our music, for teaching lessons, and so much more. Now, drummer Mike Johnston has been building his online and social media presence for quite a while now, and he's become expert at what works and what doesn't. So we're very happy to have him here to give us a workshop where he'll share tips and tricks for taking yourself online. Mike's a respected drummer, a drum instructor, and a content creator with international reach. He's got 172,000 subscribers on YouTube and a popular website, mikeslessons.com. He'll discuss the knowledge and techniques required to succeed as a web-based musician, instructor, producer, and engineer, as well as the marketing skills you're going to need to deliver great digital content for mass consumption. Let's check out what Mike has to say.
What's up, everyone? Welcome into mikeslessons.com. My name is Mike Johnston, and I've been making drum videos pretty much since YouTube launched in early 2005. What is up, people? Mike Johnston once again at the Drum Lab. Once you get that down and you've got the feel of that, then all you want to do is just kind of move around, extend it over the bar line, and just play around with it. So I'll show you what that would sound like. Drum speed as well. Now, because I always get comments like, you're playing double bass, and I'll go ahead and put quarter notes on the left foot just to keep time so you know. What is up, YouTubers, Facebook cats, and mikeslessons.com fans? Mike Johnston here, and today we're going to be breaking down that little 30-second... Don't be judging. We all have to start somewhere. But since then, I mean, it's been 14 years of making videos for YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, mikeslessons.com. I've literally made thousands of videos in that time. And one thing that I've learned, or probably the biggest thing that I've learned, is that audio is actually more important than video. I know it sounds crazy that audio would be more important than video when we're talking about making videos, but let me explain. I could watch a drum video with bad video quality and crystal clear audio all day long. But that same exact clip with crystal clear video and everything's perfect and the saturation and contrast is dialed, but with bad audio, that's pure torture. Isn't that crazy? I mean, we would naturally all think, well, if you want to make better videos, you got to get a better camera, you got to get a better lens, you got to get better lights. And that's true, that will help, but that will not help nearly as much as having great audio. So today I'm going to go over with you how I get my personal sound for 3 different setups. Practice pad lessons, drum set lessons, and the vlogging that I do if I'm out on a clinic tour or if I'm performing at a drum festival. So let's start off with something incredibly simple, and that's how I get my sound when I'm teaching a lesson on the practice pad. Now in this instance, I don't have to think about the sound of the drum set. There's only one surface that's making noise. That's the pad itself. And the second thing that's gonna make noise is this, my face. That puts you on left-hand lead. So this is one of those alternating exercises. These are the exercises that I use the most when I'm warming up for a clinic or a master class or a festival because they work out both sides of my body. So I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, paradiddle, 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 left, 2, 3, 4, left a diddle, diddle, left a diddle, diddle, left a diddle, right. Now look at that video again and you'll see there's no microphones anywhere in the shot. Not even on my shirt. I'm not wearing a lavalier mic. Heck, right now I'm not wearing one either. So how are we getting that sound? Well, early on I found out if I wore a lavalier mic, it was great for my voice, but then you couldn't really hear the practice pad very well. And if I mic'd the pad, it just sounded too unnatural, like you weren't in the room with me. And as an educator, in all of my videos, I want you to feel like you're in the room with me. So the solution was a shotgun mic. So the shotgun mic that I use is the Audio-Technica 4073. And what's great about a shotgun mic is they're extremely sensitive and extremely directional. So I can point it right between my mouth and the practice pad, and it picks them both up perfectly. No mixing required. This is like, hey, check it out, tips and tricks. All right, later, brah. In all seriousness though, press pause. You can come back to this a couple weeks later and try it again and just keep coming back to this. Juno, it's just practice. Everyone has to practice. I practice. She gets fired up about this stuff, so just practice, okay? Come on, I'm filming a video, babe. And back to our lesson. Okay, goal tempo 120. Good God, that's moving. Don't play. Think about it first. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, ready, go. Now what makes this even more simple is that the camera that I use, this camera right here, is the Canon C200. And the Canon C200 has XLR jacks on the side. Now obviously I fully understand that most people don't have a cinema camera that has XLR jacks, but still you could just go into your interface, that would be fine, and then you only have one channel to deal with to make a practice pad educational video. Or you could even go into a small portable recorder too. And if you are gonna record the audio into something other than the camera, just clap 3 times. You line those wave files up, delete the camera audio, keep the good audio, boom, Bob's your uncle. All right, now let's get into the good stuff. I'm living that high life. Time to catch a flight, but you can make me go. Unlocking all the memories of my new home. Ventilated echoes playing to and fro. What's up, YouTubers? Hope you guys are doing absolutely fantastic. So what is the secret spice when it comes to fills? And not even fills, but just patterns, grooves, anything that you're playing. What is it that makes something stand out? You know that we all have access to the same information. But first, watch a little bit of that video again and see how many microphones you can count. On almost every video I've posted to YouTube, someone will always comment, where are all your microphones? And as you can tell, you can't see any on the kit, and that's because I don't use any close mics. My full setup for the drum set is 2 microphones, one directly over the kit and one in front of the bass drum. And since these are educational videos, it's technically a 3 mic setup because I've got my overhead, one in front of the kick, and then my lavalier mic for teaching. Now, before I tell you what mics I'm using and what preamps I'm using and all of that stuff, let's just talk about why am I using 2 mics? I mean, I'm an Audio-Technica artist. I have access to microphones. Well, the reason why, it's not because I don't have microphones. It's because I love the natural sound that you get from a 2 mic setup. It, once again, makes people feel like they're in the room with me. My drums actually sound like drums instead of samples. Now, there's nothing wrong with a direct sound. I actually love that sound. I grew up on Rage Against the Corntones, so I love that stuff. But not for teaching. When I'm teaching, I want you to feel like you're in the room. If I'm performing, then I want it to sound just as perfect as possible. The other reason I switched to a 2 mic setup about 3 years ago is because I realized that my internal dynamics were out of whack due to having the ability to mix things. So if I didn't hit the toms hard enough, I could just turn them up in the mix. Or if I was hitting the kick too loud, I could just bring it down in the mix. Now I've got 1 microphone over the entire drum set. And if the ride cymbal is too loud, it's because I played it too loud. So that forces me, everything that's coming through my in-ears, that forces me to be the mixing board myself. I have to be in charge of my dynamics, and I love that. How cool is it to think that the way you set up your microphones could actually make you a better drummer? I think that's pretty cool. So as far as my 2 mic setup, I have 2 of the exact same mics. It is the AT5045 cardioid condenser mic. I use this as my overhead and I use this in front of my bass drum. Even though this microphone is small, it has a huge diaphragm, so it picks up a massive range of frequencies. Plus, it has a really high SPL, so that means that I can put it in front of the bass drum and not worry about damaging the mic. Now, I fully understand that these 2 microphones are expensive, but one thing that I've always thought is, I only have 2 microphones, so I want them to be good microphones. Another thing that's really important to take into consideration is where will this audio that you're recording, where will it show up? In the case of the stuff that I'm doing, it's all educational based, and it's going to be on a wide range of devices. Some people will see it on YouTube through their phone. Some people will watch it on YouTube through their big screen television and their big sound system. Some people will be watching on their laptop, but then using really high-end headphones. So for me, it's important that I have really, really great sound. But maybe you're in a situation where 99% of your content will be watched by people holding their phone in front of their face. And then in that case, is it really necessary to have the greatest mics in the world? No. You can actually save a ton of money, have a budget mic setup, and still get a great sound. One of the mics that I always recommend to my students is the Audio-Technica AT2035. The great thing about this mic, besides being super affordable, is the fact that it's in cardioid pattern. Now, if you're going to use this in a 2 mic setup like I'm doing, putting this directly over the kit, most likely we don't want sound coming from your ceiling or from the side, so we want it in cardioid pattern, only picking up what's below it, like your drum set. The other thing that I love about this is it has a negative 10 dB switch on it. So if I'm going to put this in front of my bass drum, I can throw that negative 10 dB pad on, and then I know I'm not going to overload the microphone. So I'm going to run over to the kit real quick. I'm going to play a groove for you using 2 of the Audio-Technica AT5045s. Then I'll switch to the cheaper microphones, the AT2035s, and depending on what you're watching this on, you actually might not hear that big of a difference. So is it really worth it to spend more money on higher quality microphones? Well, that just depends on where people are going to be listening to what you've recorded. For me, I know people are going to be listening to my stuff and watching my stuff on smartphones, but all the way up to super high-end speaker systems. So yes, it is worth it to me to have very good microphones so that I can produce the best quality sound possible. Now, one last thing I want to warn you about. As you spend more money on microphones, don't think that it's just going to instantly sound better. It actually might sound worse. But what's happening is it's not that it's worse. It's that it's capturing more of the true audio, the real audio of what things actually sound like, and it's giving you all of the freedom in the world to do whatever you want in the mix. So with high-end microphones, if I record my drum set and I want to give it more of a jazz mix, I have the freedom to do that. If I want to make it more of a rock mix, I have the freedom to do that. And to me, that freedom is everything. I want to record, know that all the frequencies, all the spectrum was completely captured, and then I can do whatever I want once I'm mixing the audio. Now, last but not least, we need to talk a little bit about vlogging. And this is something that maybe 2 or 3 years ago I would have never brought up. But increasingly, day by day, more and more students are asking me about getting good audio for their vlogs. And this isn't just professional vloggers that are trying to become YouTube stars. These are just students of mine that are trying to document what they're doing, and they want it to sound good, and I don't blame them. So as far as a really, really handy vlogging setup, I've got a Canon EOS M50. This is a super, super compact, small mirrorless camera. Then I've got a really wide angle lens on here, a 16mm 1.4 Sigma. And that way I can hold it out in front of me and know that I'm in frame. It also has a flip out screen, really important if you're gonna be vlogging. Now, as far as getting good audio, the great thing about this camera is it does have a mic in jack. That is awesome, and then I can use this, the Audio-Technica 8024. It's a little mini shotgun mic, once again, super directional, but the thing that I love about it is it's got a switch on top for mono and stereo. So if I'm trying to capture the atmosphere of something when I'm out on a clinic tour and I'm walking around, I can switch it to stereo, and then it's gonna pick up the atmosphere, everything around me as I'm panning around, and I love that. It's giving me good atmospheric sound. But if I'm actually vlogging and speaking to the mic, then I wanna switch it into mono, so it's just capturing everything, one single sound source right in front of it, and it's getting a perfect vlog sound. What's up, guys? It's day 3 of the Minor Clinic Tour. I am in Derby tonight, and I'm so excited to play. The venue that I'm performing at tonight was built in the 1600s. 1600s! How cool is that? The other thing that I really love about the 8024 is that it actually gets really good drum tones all by itself, straight into camera. So let's say I'm out on a clinic tour and I'm doing sound check and I just want to get a little clip for Instagram. I can just hand this camera to someone, put on the 10 dB pad or even the 20 dB pad, and then have them film me, and it's gonna have really usable drum audio. So hopefully by now you've realized a couple of things. One, you don't need a ton of mics to get great sound. And it's also just a great place to start. Like I said, it's really important to be able to mix yourself. And then from there you can slowly bring in maybe a snare mic, and then eventually add a second overhead mic to get a stereo sound. And then eventually mic the toms, and then get a room mic. It's okay to go big eventually, but you want to wait until your ear is at a point that you hear, oh, I wish I had that thing. I wish I could do this, and I just can't accomplish this thing that's stuck in my head with the limited setup I have. That's when I always know it's time for me to get something new, is when I can finally hear that I'm missing something that will get me to that next level. And more importantly, hopefully you've now realized that if you want to make great videos, you need great audio. Like I said at the very beginning of this whole thing, great audio is more important to a video than the video itself. It still blows my mind to say that out loud, but it's absolutely true. So thank you so much for spending part of your day with me. I hope you had a blast. I hope you learned something, and I hope at some point in this video you went, I could totally do this, to which I would say, yes, you absolutely can. So massive thanks to Audio-Technica, massive thanks to Sweetwater for allowing me to do this. Check out Mike'sLessons.com if you get a chance, and I will see you guys next time.
Hi, I'm Nick Mason, 50 years drummer with Pink Floyd and 30 odd years playing DW drums. And I'm here to say welcome to GearFest. It looks really interesting. I think there's a lot of equipment to look at and probably some things to learn as well. Enjoy.
Hey all, it's JC, the CEO of Gibson, checking in advance of GearFest 2020. This is the time of year when we'd be thinking about making the pilgrimage to Fort Wayne, Indiana, to Sweetwater, to GearFest. Well, this year's a little different. This year, it's going to be the virtual GearFest. So talking to our friends at Sweetwater, they asked me, what's new at Gibson? I thought I'd take a minute and tell you what's going on at Gibson. So apart from staying safe and staying isolated and rocking the mask in certain situations where it's necessary, we've been kind of busy at Gibson. First of all, we've been amping up our Gibson TV episodes, everything from the scene and the process and seeing how guitars are made, through talking to artists, through actually engaging with icons to hear their stories. Gibson TV's got a lot of new content to check out. We also felt the real need to support our artists during this challenging time. And so we've been setting up Gibson Gives to support Music Cares with all sorts of programs. And then more recently, we got together with our G3 kids, the Gibson Generation Group, and they've worked with Music RX to start giving online lessons to kids in need. And then our artists launched the Homemade series on Gibson TV too. So lots of amazing content, lots of programs in support of music and artists. But on the other side of what we do is also making awesome guitars. And I couldn't be more proud of the guitars we're making right now. You got to check out what's going on at Custom Shop, making some of the most awesome guitars we've ever made, including the addition of the Gibson Acoustic Custom Shop collection that's coming out of Bozeman, Montana. Just amazing guitars. We've relaunched Epiphone, and some of you might have seen it now, but now those guitars are coming in. We did the Epiphone Originals. We also did the Inspired by Gibson collection, which is amazing, and those are starting to come out, and people are literally loving the new guitars from Epiphone, so make sure to check that out. We're also going back to the 80s. We're bringing back Kramer. Kramer was absolutely made to rock hard in the 80s, and we've said it's time to bring it back. So lots of new guitars from Kramer coming out, and they're available right now too. You can see those. And then finally, to make the music sound great, you know, we have KRK studio monitors. So check out what's going there with the new Rockets. Also, we've been working with our artists across all of our signature artist lines and collections across acoustics, electrics, Custom Shop, Gibson USA, also our acoustic signature models. So make sure to check those out. So wish I could be there to see everyone in person. One day we'll all get back to Fort Wayne, Indiana for the real GearFest, but virtual GearFest is going to be awesome. Make sure to check it out. Put the mask on if you need to, but remember, it's also okay to socially distance by doing this. Stay safe and keep playing music.
Hey everybody, Lizzie Hale from Hailstorm here on behalf of Epiphone and Gibson. I know we can't be together right now for GearFest 2020. Super sad about that, but man, we can still enjoy it online together. Stay connected. We got this, people. So I've been playing Epiphone and Gibson for as long as I can remember. And, you know, it was always, you know, these brands are synonymous with rock and roll. I mean, you walk out on stage with something like this, which this is one of my signature models, by the way, and they know you're not screwing around. It's so much more than an instrument to me. It is so much more than a career choice. It's so much more than a hobby. There's so many different names that you can choose, but this is something that is an extension of me. It makes me feel badass. You know, it is a tool that I wield to spread the spirit of rock and roll itself, and along with positivity and everything else close to my heart, near and dear. And man, if I can give any advice to any of you right now, I want you to go and pick one of these out, and I want you to plug it in while you're at home during this pandemic and just play as loud as you possibly can. Make a noise till you love that noise you make. Music heals all, and I hope all of you are staying safe. Again, check out GearFest 2020 online. I'll see y'all there. Love you.
So I know many of you are watching us online, and well, that's the only way to watch us, right, is to watch us online. But many of you are watching us on social media. So we'd ask a favor that you do that social media thing and that you like, comment, and subscribe while you're watching us. We'd really appreciate it. So next up, we have a session that I've really been looking forward to. I've been a fan of Dave Pensado's for a long time, and I always tune into his Pensado's Place and into the Lair videos. I had a chance to get to know Dave and his partner in crime, Her Talk, over the past year or so, and I was even able to appear on their show back in January, and I can tell you that they're as cool in person as they are in their shows. Grammy Award-winning producer-engineer Dave Pensado has credits including T-Pain, Mariah Carey, Michael Jackson, and many, many more. Of course, many musicians, engineers, and producers will know Dave from his super popular Pensado's Place and Into the Lair shows, where he shares his incredible experience and wisdom via recording tutorials and interviews with some of the best recording engineers and producers in the business. In this exclusive GearFest episode, Dave takes us into the Lair and discusses his favorite plugins, details techniques you can use to enhance your creativity, and he'll introduce you to some of his favorite new apps. Let's check it out. Here's Dave Pensado.
Hey everybody, welcome to Sweetwater's first virtual GearFest. I hope you're having fun so far. I'm going to show you a couple of things today, different plugins, different examples. I love doing this, and I'm going to try to show you about 12 things that I like and I use. And I tried to select some things that were more things I've been using in the last few months that might not have gotten on your radar, but things that I find very, very usable. The 12 things I'm going to show you I use on probably at least 60% of the time on various mixes. So I got the permission from an artist I work with. His name is Phantom, and the song is called Nunu. I believe that a video is coming out soon, possibly on YouTube, but check N-U-N-U and then F-A-N-T-E-M. Now, I want to show you this plugin called Spiff. Now, what I'm going to do during this video is anytime you see a plugin on the screen, that's a preset that I came up with. So if I'm talking about a plugin on a vocal like Spiff and I'm showing you the plugin, even if I'm not talking about it in terms of in a particular mix, that's a preset that I've made up myself or either one of my assistants made up. So here's the vocal and here's a piece of the song.
Waterfall, look, it's just a super soaker, why they call it law. Is it all the ash you're holding while defying laws? My eyes are saw, don't know if you at mines at all. Nunu, look, shawty say what's real. Is it my manipulation, how you bend my wheel? Tender deals right around inexpensive wheels. Yes, you'll take it from a nigga while her friends are here. Nunu, pretty kisses. Waterfall, look, it's just a super soaker, why they call it law. Is it all the ash you're holding while defying laws? My eyes are saw, don't know if you at mines at all. Nunu, look.
Now, this is what I was trying to accomplish on this vocal. I'm going to show you this while I'm in solo mode on the vocal. I felt like the vocal was really good when I got it, but you guys know me, I got to mess with it, you know? And so I was trying to bring the vocal closer to my face, closer to the front of the mix. I was trying to find a top end that fit the track. The track is a bit on the dark side, more like a hip-hop song should be. So I wanted the vocal to sit in that atmosphere, but still have enough high end to hear the consonants and to make the vocal have impact and convey some of the emotional items that we expect from a vocal. So here's a solo of the vocal. Now this frequency here looks like 3/2 somewhere, and then this frequency is in the tens, I believe. Yeah. And then we're doing a roll off less than we normally would because we're doing it further up the chain. So and now this the way this plugin works, I don't want to go into describing it, but check it out because it's really doing some neat stuff. And the company is called OEK Sound and Spiff. So here's with.
Waterfall, look, it's just a super soaker, why they call it law. Is it all the ash you're holding while defying laws? My eyes are saw, don't know if you at mines at all. Nunu, look, shawty say what's real. Is it my manipulation, how you bend my wheel? Tender deals right around inexpensive wheels. Yes, you'll take it from a nigga while her friends are here. Nunu, pretty kisses.
So you see what I'm getting? I'm getting, hopefully I'm getting what I described, but check this one out. Okay, I want to show you something on the stereo bus, which is the most sacred territory in a mix. It's where a lot of the good stuff and bad stuff can happen. Some of the good stuff is this MDW by George Massenburg. His high end is just as good as you can get, although I'm not using any high end here. I'm trying to correct some low end information. And his low end on his plugins and on his hardware, which this is an emulation of the 8200 hardware. It's pretty impressive. Check this out. ugly, but you can see it's really making the clarity of the kick and the low end, and it actually helps enhance the top end, which is kind of a weird thing. All right, so let's move on. So this is an artist named Ilona, and she's an artist from the Philippines. I really, really, really like her work. She's very young, incredible voice, incredible actress. I was really happy to work with her. This is produced by Jordan and Mike from The Jam, and the song is called Walking My Timbs, Timbs, Timberland Shoes. Check her out. She's got a real high profile all over the internet. I'm really a big fan of hers. So I'm going to show you a technique for bass. You can use it on synth basses, and you can use it on acoustic basses. So here's the bass track without what I'm doing. Okay, so no surprise now, you see this B15. This is one of the better emulations of I've ever heard of an existing guitar amp. I have one of these. This plugin replaces it pretty handily. If you're not familiar with this particular piece of equipment, it has a flip top. So you put the top inside the cabinet with a speaker in it. You lift it up, you turn it over, and that's what you see. And it's in studio sessions and stuff, recording albums and things in the studio. It's always used, and this is without it. With it. So let's check it out. Here's with it. Without. It just has a flavor that you're really listening to a really cool bass part. I'm not saying you hear it as sounding live or as sounding synth. I like both sounds, but it just adds a flavor, and the top end of the bass now has a spot to sit in the mix. Let's put it in the mix and see what it does.
Take a walk in my Timbs, you can see where I've been. Hopefully you'll understand why then. I've got so much love to give. Take a walk in my Timbs, you can see where I've been.
A lot going on in the mix, but you see the problem I had. It's got to cut through. It's got to cut through. It's a little bit loud right now because I want you to kind of hear it in the mix to hear what we did. But sometimes I like to pretend like the synth part is an acoustic part or an analog part, and what analog piece of gear would I use to make it better, and then that gives me a selection to start from. So rather than thinking of it as a synth part and using various amounts of effects and plugins on it, think in terms of well, if this synth part were a bass part, and what would I do? And this is what I would do. So I think that gives you a little way of finding new ways to work. Yeah, copy this preset because I've used it. I've used this exact preset on several mixes lately, and always have gotten a compliment on the bass part. Ilona, if you listen to this, miss you, sweetheart. Bye bye. I really love these plugins. I love the company. The owner is Robin Reumers, and he's one of the principals. And I use both these a lot. I like the depth knob on this. I like everything about this. Here's a preset that I'm using for a parallel drum track. Check these out. You really like them. So here's a drum part that I wanted to have a little bit of old vibe, new vibe. I like this plugin here a lot. It's called True Iron by Kazrog. These guys together make some really cool stuff. Check it out. Now, this is emulating several different really well-known transformers. if you're an engineer and you're not familiar with what transformers can do, I recommend that you study up on it because it won't take you long. But it's a tool that we really use a lot. And most of the time we use it when we're using a piece of analog gear because most analog gear, especially tube gear, has transformers to block the DC going in and out of the circuits and different parts of the circuit. But this is really well done. I'm going to do with and without. And copy this preset because this is a good preset. And also too, when you copy this preset, try this this number right here, this D12. That's a good one too. And every one of these is a different type of really famous, well-known transformer. I think that's pretty impressive. It sits really well in the mix. You can use it on vocals. Actually, it's like Frank's hot sauce. You can use it on a lot of stuff. I really want to show you this plugin. Me and my staff have really had a lot of fun with it. Basically, it's 3 different Waves plugins that you can load in one plugin, and you can control these crossover points. And so you can have one plugin for the lows, one plugin for the mids, and one plugin for the highs. This was something you might want to take a close look at. This is a version of the Tube Screamer, and then these have different things they need to do. So I just want to bring this to your attention because I think it's a great plugin to start using. Here's a preset that I use for 808s. Now this has got a whole different set of plugins in it. And each one of these plugins can be set differently. This is a plugin I want to put on your radar. Really good plugin. Another plugin I want to put on your radar is made by Eventide. This is a preset I use on bass. I highly recommend this plugin. Between this knob and this knob, you can get a lot of different distortion types. You've got some EQ. You've got a threshold when all this takes place. This drive knob is money. Of course, the mix knob. And you can alter the pitch here. I use this in parallel on bass a lot. This is a parallel that I came up with for 808s. Check it out, good stuff. One thing I wanted to share with you because I think it's a tool that can find a great use in your arsenal. These headphones, these earbuds, are pretty amazing. They have a technology called planar speakers inside these drivers, inside these little earbuds, and that gives it the ability to go really low frequencies, real low, lower than most things, more than a lot of high quality headphones. And I'm finding that I'm using these more and more because they're not fatiguing. You got Bluetooth control, so you don't have to fight a wire and all kinds of stuff. This company is called Aw Sounds, and they're really coming out with some good stuff. They got a high quality earbud you might want to check out, and keep a lookout for a pair of studio headphones that have some new technology, planar technology, inside them also. All sounds good stuff. Has this ever happened to you? It's happened to me a few times. You start a project and at the end you don't get paid, or you might get paid less or half or whatever. Well, I recently started working with a company called Pay Me, and I really like their model. I like the way they're doing things. Now, what makes this unique is you get together with all the parties involved. You try and delineate certain milestones. So a milestone might be when the project is due, the deadline, or let's say you do the tracking part, you get a certain amount of money, then you do the mixing part, a certain amount of money, then you do the mastering part. So it gives you a way of having an agreement beforehand, having the money guaranteed in place. It's very safe. And then as you go through the process with your client, or if you're the person paying an engineer or a producer, then you can have certain milestones where you would pay them, and then it guarantees that everybody's happy to begin with. It guarantees that you're going to get paid, and it guarantees that if there's a flaw or anything like that, they've got a resolution system that's quite good. I really like this company a lot because, to be honest with you, it's not unusual for me to not get paid. And so this is a way where everybody can get on the same page. It's called Pay Me. Keep an eye. I'm going to help these guys over the next few years, and we're in a beta now, but we're about to come out. Please look for it, because I think I really feel this is something that could help your career. We talked about all these plugins. Now let's make money with them. All right. Thanks again, guys. Much love.
Hey folks, Vi here, and as you know, Sweetwater is virtual this year, and I know a lot of things are still going to be discovered, a lot of things are still going to be interesting, and I just want to mention that Sweetwater has been so supportive of Ibanez and the Gem and the new Pia guitar, and I want to thank them for that and for pushing forward with the evolution here of the music industry and not holding back and holding these really nice events, even though we're in lockdown. You guys are doing an amazing job, and I know I am very grateful, as is so many people in this industry, for everything that you guys are doing. Have a good time and enjoy. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wade Owen. We're here in the state-of-the-art amazing guitar workshop at Sweetwater. Let's go check out what we do to hundreds of guitars every single day.
Hi, I'm Greg, one of the luthiers at the Sweetwater Guitar Shop, and today we're just going to do a walkthrough and show you some of the stuff we do. If you ask what can we do for your guitar, we can do a whole bunch. Over here we got Eric. Can I see what you got going on? Yeah, hello. Look at that. Charvel snakeskin, Floyd Rose setting it up.
Setting it up. Customer wants the Floyd to be flat against the body.
Uh-huh. Sometimes people like them to float, sometimes they want them decked. This is Mark. What are you doing?
Just doing a bone replacement nut on this Junior.
Nice looking guitar. Bone nut tricky to do on that one because they're finished in. You got to cut them out. Very tricky to do that without breaking the finish or making it not look original. So Mark does these a lot. This is the luthier section of the guitar shop, and this is just one example of a guitar that Tom has been working on. This is a 1967 Country Club guitar that Tom rebound it. We did a neck reset and a refret. This is an example of taking an old guitar that might be a basket case and breathing new life into it. So let's go take a look and see what else is going on here in the luthier shop. I'm with Doug Mantock, and Doug does a lot of the wiring and the custom pickup winds here at Sweetwater. And we got something really cool you don't get to see every day. Doug, what do you got?
Here we have what used to be an original 59 PAF. It has been worked on before. I have it open, actually. It does have breaks in the winds, so we will have to rewind it. And then check this out, too. Look, we got the inside. He sent the whole thing. This is an original, except for this pot. ES-175, full assembly.
Very cool. We can wire anything to spec if somebody wants a vintage pickup rewound, if they want a pickup rewound hotter. Magnets, as they age, they have a special character to them, so you don't want to get rid of them. But if the pickup dies, Doug's your guy to fix that up. All right, next we're going to show you our new Plek machine. For those of you that are not familiar with a Plek, it is a guitar-specific CNC. It can do fret leveling, crowning, it can do a nut, it can do inlay work. So the Plek is running right now, and let's go take a look and see what's happening with it. Once the guitar comes out of the Plek machine after the frets have been leveled, Casey does a final polish and he makes them look like a mirror. And then it'll get restrung and set up and it's ready to go. Welcome to our wood shop. We're going to show you what's going on here with all of our new machines and things that we got going on. Part of restoration has to do with processing all kinds of lumber with all kinds of states, and so we're getting set up to do that. We have our new table saw over here. Over here we have our paint booth. Soon to follow will be planers and bandsaws and jointers, so we can do all those things to do these advanced repairs. All right, welcome to the shop of Greg Rezel. This is where I live. Let's see what we got going on here today. Here's a guitar I made. This is a beautiful old Harmony that, as you can see, needs a new nut. I really get excited about the old guitars. I'm really the problem solver. I do advanced things that come in on short notice. There are so many talented luthiers here at Sweetwater. There's really nothing we can't do. You know, you think your guitar's a lost cause, we can fix it up. If there's some crazy mod that you want to do, chances are we can do it. Talk to your sales engineer, who will get with our repair coordinator, and we'll get you all set up. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Sweetwater.
I'm so glad you're here with us at Sweetwater's GearFest 2020. It's been a great day, and we've still got tons more on the way for you to enjoy. You definitely don't want to miss two huge names in music who will be coming up in just a short while. Nathan East, one of the greatest bass players in the world, will be giving us a workshop where he takes us inside his amazing career, as well as discussing how he approaches using bass to support other artists. Then we'll be cranking things up with the most instantly recognizable figures in the music business, the legendary Billy Gibbons from ZZ Top. It's really going to be fun to see what Billy has for us today. And that's to say nothing about everything that's happening tomorrow. You don't want to miss all the great artists and workshops on day 2. We've got Slash, Nile Rodgers, our annual producers panel, and so much great stuff coming your way. Be sure to come back and join us for a full day of GearFest fun tomorrow. But first, we're thrilled to have guitarist Dave Rude from Tesla and the Dave Rude Band join us. Sweetwater's own Nick Bowcott had a chat with Dave, so let's check it out. Take it away, Nick.
Greetings, Nick with Sweetwater again. We're here at GearFest 2020 online, and thanks to our friends with Tesla and, of course, Epiphone, have my good friend Dave Rude with me from the band. So he's going to show us some cool stuff. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Dave Rude from Tesla. How are you, my friend?
What's happening, man? How are you?
Just dandy, thanks. Thanks so much for doing this, by the way.
Thanks for having me, man. I'm so excited.
Now, I've got a question for you, because Tesla's like the consummate, like, road rat band. You're always touring. If you want to find you, I don't call your house. I look at, see what city you're in. So this whole lockdown thing must have been the royal pain in the butt for you guys, because how have you been making the best use of your time in this enforced quarantine?
Yeah, no, I mean, we're on tour pretty much year round, so it's been a big adjustment. You know, upside is great. I'm getting to see my family, my wife and my son. That, you know, I'm gone all the time, so that's the big upside. And other than that, I'm just teaching guitar like full time. I used to kind of do it as a side thing here and there for fun when we'd be off tour, but I just ramped it up. So I'm pretty much full time Monday through Friday guitar teacher online. So, you know, that actually keeps me super busy, way busier than you'd expect, to have your whole, you know, livelihood stopped and then now be like, wow, I'm still working full time. I don't know how that happened, but, you know, it's been lucky.
Cool. So how have you been teaching via Skype or Zoom, that kind of thing?
Yep, Skype. Yeah. I used to do lessons in person, but over the last few years, even before this, I started meeting so many people on the road that wanted lessons that I just started doing it online, until where really that's almost all my students are in different states, different countries, you know.
Gotcha. Well, this is the perfect segue, because I wanted you to show us a cool warm-up lick or exercise, and being as you're a teacher, you're not going to be able to show me one, but you're going to know what the heck you're talking about. So this is cool, allegedly, right? So this is cool. So what would you give a sort of intermediate player as something cool, you know, not just a scale or chromatic thing? Do you have any little ditties that you have them play as a warm-up thing for both hands?
You know, actually, one that I do, it is chromatic, but it's a weird one that I do it a lot when we're on tour. I'll do it. It's a good, especially if you got the nervous energy about, you know, ready to rock, kind of the adrenaline going, just to move your fingers and kind of get the muscles warmed up. It's one I think it was a Steve Vai exercise that I learned years ago, but it's great. So it's a chromatic thing, but it's all messed up. So check it out. Slow that down. It's just a chromatic, right? And you have strings every time you do 4, but you start on the next note up. So it's next string, you start on your second finger.
Ah, gotcha.
Next string, you start on the 3rd finger. Last one, start on the 4th. And then it repeat. So the B string is. And you start, then you hop up a fret to come back down and continue in your sequence. So now I'm at my third finger. Coming back down, I'm at the pinky. Now I start over. Second finger. Third. And fourth. And it just goes up and down. It's really more mental at first. Like, it's like,
No, that's, yeah, you're right. Yeah, rubbing your stomach, patting your head. Yeah, that's brutal. I'm teaching tonight. I'm stealing that. And I'm going to tell people I invented it. No.
Yeah, it came to me in a dream.
A dream with a flying V, a white flying V, yeah.
It was flying by, and it had a chromatic exercise hidden inside of it.
No, that's actually a great one because it gets your mind, like, so it's not just muscle memory. You actually have to think. What a concept.
Yeah.
So that's really cool. Now, I've got to ask you this. That's a brutally good guitar sound you've got, even going through this through a computer and a satellite, then back here. How are you getting that sound? What's your tone chain there? Obviously your signature Epiphone Dave Rude guitar with the fine mahogany body, the maple neck, and those fine Alnico 2 pickups, and your magic hands. But what else is happening?
Yeah, actually, right now I'm running through the Electro Harmonics Cathedral Reverb pedal through just a little simple preset I made for just some light reverb. But the main tone, the amp's clean. The tone is, I actually bought this from you guys, like, I think probably 3 or 4 weeks ago. The new JHS PG14, the Paul Gilbert signature distortion box. Oh man, that thing rules. Like, I think we're talking about before we started recording, like, you know, I've got a lot of distortion boxes, and I kind of stopped myself, like, come on, man, like, you don't need another distortion box. Like, it's just different flavors of whatever, you know, ice cream, but this one is so good. And I was actually watching some demo video, and this thing called the push knob that I look at it, it's like Big Muff on a dial. Like, you can, the amount you dial in, you can get to that real Jack White, like, speaker breaking up, signal dying. But if you have it lower, it just makes it like fat and kind of a little bit Sabbathy. Like, it's really cool, along with all the normal, like, just top shelf distortion sounds in the thing. So it's killer.
That's pretty impressive. Mr. Gilbert's not only a good player, he has good ears. I think, because that's some tweaking there.
Oh man, yeah, it's really sensitive. You can get a lot of cool tones out of it. It's a great pedal, yeah. So that's my new toy, and that's my distortion tone, yeah.
Gotcha. Now, we've already discussed this in advance, so we kind of know what we're doing. We figured it would be nice to pick a solo that has the 4 essential food groups, which are basically note choice, phrasing, great vibrato, and nice string bending. And you do one live that I know all the time brings the place down, What You Give. So if you wouldn't mind sharing that, because it's actually an 8-bar segment, isn't it? It's like, it's a bar of F, then a bar of G, then one of E minor, then back to F. It repeats that twice, and that's the solo. That's the solo backing. So if you could just run us through the solo and maybe break it down into bite-sized chunks and give us a lesson. And I'm not paying you for this, by the way.
Sounds good. That'd be great. Yeah, dude, I mean, What You Give is one of my favorite songs, one of my favorite solos since, you know, when I was a kid, when I first heard that song way before I was in the band. That song has always just hit me. You know, it's a lot of Tesla fans, you know, favorite song. A lot of people get married to that song, you know, the whole deal. And that's absolutely one of the highlights of the night for me, because I think that's one of the best solos, you know, ever. So, yeah, without further ado, it's got a nice, like, you know, rhythm pickup, creamy, sort of overdriven round tone to it. And like you said, it's in G. So I'll just play it one time and then chop it up to the main phrases, okay? So.
That's tasty. Yeah, so you're basically G majoring for the most part?
Yeah, actually I had a student ask me about that the other day, and I think it's kind of like a G major pentatonic if you're getting like scale on it, but it's kind of one of those weird deals where it's bluesy like patterns and feel, but because of the note choice, it's still major sounding, right? It's never all it never goes there. It's just kind of more Allman Brothers-y, that sort of vibe, but it has that straight up blues feel, but having the major notes makes it really unique, right? And they're just those sweet, like big bends, and it's really great. And it's got another one of my favorite things, like techniques, this sort of overbending to a note, like to make a little melody within the bend.
Yeah, it's right at the start, isn't it? Like you're doing a whole step bend and then up another half, and it's really sort of Gary Moore-esque, dare I say?
Yeah, totally. So, go ahead.
I was going to say, and it's like some people might look at that and go, well, that's because the weird thing about G major is it's kind of E minor. It's the same notes as E minor, but it all depends on where you start and finish as to what the tone center is. And you've made it very clear that even though someone might think it's E minor, it's G because of the pivot points, because it has a major vibe as opposed to a minor one. So well put, my friend. Well put.
It's true, right? So much of it is just like when it's a relative minor, relative major, it's just where you're accenting, right? So if you hang on that major note, it's going to give that vibe, and then obviously whatever is behind you, and because of that big nice G acoustic thing ringing behind it, it's very majory. But here, let's get into that very first bend. It's the first lick in the solo. So we're up here at the it's the high octave G. Like a sort of major pentatonic shape, but we're up here on the 15th fret of the B. So then we're doing a little hammer up to that high G. Then we do a step bend from the 17th fret up to the 19th, and this is the crazy one where you go up an extra half to the 20th, and then back.
And that's the first phrase as well, so cool. So that's a bite-sized chunk right there. Could you play it one more time slowly, please?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, it's really tasty. It's like the note choices. Yeah, it's a lesson in sort of. It really is less is more. One of the perfect lessons, in my opinion. And the vibrato is critical too. If you play it without vibrato, it just becomes very feelingless, very cold.
Yeah, like right there, actually, I kind of took it out because I was doing it extra slow. But when I'm playing it for real, there's certain little spots where it's like, I haven't listened to the original in a long time, but it's just where it naturally comes out when I play it. It's like there's certain notes where it holds on, like so. There's like 2 or 3 spots. Maybe wait half a second and then do the little shake. It gives it a lot of character. It's such a vibrato, phrasing, then the whole deal.
Cool. So that's phrase 1 done. So phrase 2, please.
Yeah. Then we hop down here to the 12th fret. Right. So that one, that's where people really think it's E minor-y, and that is over an E minor in the rhythm track. So it definitely has that feel, but it's still technically G major if you're thinking scale-wise. Again, it's just what we're accenting. So. 13th fret. And that's because we're over C on that part, so it makes sense. In its own little vacuum, it's like, well, why would you stop on the 13th fret? But in the context of the song, it makes sense because you're then outlining the major of the C. So then we slide down with the little squished pinky so you can get the BN. And just a little bluesy pull out. And that's a little cool thing with the phrasing.
Yeah, that's a breathing point, yeah.
Oh, it's so cool. I mean, you could probably do it with a stopwatch and it's, I'm sure it's less than half a second, but it feels like the whole world stops until the next phrase comes in, which, it's something I always tell people when they're learning about, like, improvising or making their own solos, like building something. Like, when you put in a little pause like that in the phrasing, it makes whatever you played before it instantly gives the audience a little bit of time to digest it, and so that sinks in a little more. And then whatever after that pause, it's just like, it's so dramatic because it's like, because you're making people wait for it. So whatever note you hit after, it's going to be like, yeah, it's so cool when you add a little spot of a rest in there.
And that leads us nicely to the final phrase. So take it away, my friend.
All right, so let's see. Yeah, we can start on that E minor more. And we switch down here to the 10th fret of a low E, so it's a big jump register-wise. So right there, we're just doing some clapping and stuff, hammering on 10 to 12. To the G on the A3 at the 10th fret. So we're like bookending it with that same big step and a half bend, melody bend.
Yeah, it really is a well-structured, well-thought-out solo, isn't it? And it's the thing I love about it is it's challenging, but it's challenging from a musical point of view as opposed to, it's got sweep picking and tapping and dive bombs in it. It's the exact opposite to that. But in some ways, that's harder to do because you can't bluff by diving, hitting a harmonic and diving the bar and hoping that I lost my way. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't do a pick slide there or a dive bomb with the bar because you've messed up. Yeah, it's all down to you. So, final question, my friend, and thank you so much for sharing that. That's a really cool solo, and you explained it very well. If there's someone out there watching this, and I'm sure there is, who would like to follow in your footsteps, what advice would you give them? Be they young, be they old, if they want to, just get out there and do more, what would your words of wisdom be? Apart from buy my guitar, you have to have a Dave Rude Epiphone guitar.
No, I'd say two things, and I'm sure it's a common answer, but it really is true, and it's definitely played a big role for me. Is one, play what you like. Like, when before I joined Tesla's, it's early 2000s, and I'm in San Francisco area, and rock and roll is not cool. Like I was listening to Guns N' Roses and Tesla and Aerosmith, and there's not a market for that here, and there's not a market for a lot of places. Definitely not on the pop, charts at the moment. So, on paper, I should have started playing something else. I should have moved to LA and tried to join a pop band or played, whatever was hot. I should have joined a new metal band and got a 7-string, but I didn't. I was like, I don't want to do that, so I don't care. If I don't make it, fine, but I want to play what I like to play. And I kind of just stuck to my guns, even though there was not, any sort of success at that moment, but I still played what I liked. So I think that's really important because in the end, it got me to where, I get to do that. It's the exact style of music that I had been playing the whole time, right? And then the other thing would be, related to that is just go out there, be heard, like even if it's to nobody, play a gig, answer an ad on Craigslist or you know, if someone hits you up on social media to go jam, go do it. I mean, I jammed with so many people before I found anyone who was good, you know, and I was obviously before Tesla, but just joining local bands and stuff. Like, you got to go through a lot of idiots, but you got to do it, and that's how you learn, and that's how you like, oh, this guy sucks, and you know, you can tell, or like, this guy's got it. We got to start a band today, you know, like, let's do this, you know, and just sort of being available. Like, you know, I started in 2006 is when I joined Tesla, and about 6 months before I joined Tesla, I started the solo band. I put up a MySpace page because MySpace was really big. I made a demo in like 8 hours in one day at this dude's garage studio with a couple of my friends, and put that. It was not pro. It was not cool, but the music was cool, and there was a couple of cool pictures. And Frank Hannon found my MySpace page by accident, and that's how I ended up in Tesla. So if I hadn't have bothered to just put myself out there, even when it was really not that good, or it wasn't ready, right? It was not pro. I didn't have a manager or investor or lighting for my photos. It was just as DIY as it can get. And it still was enough to make it happen. And if I hadn't have done that, if I said, oh, let me wait till I can hire a photographer or get somebody to mix this better, it never would have happened.
You know, that's the two great points there. Number one, be selfish with your music, because at the end of the day, you've got to live with yourself. And if you don't make it, and you look back and go, I don't even like what I was doing, then it's a double loss, not a double win. So be selfish. I agree with that totally. Yeah, find the right people. That's very important. But I loved your thing that there's a saying that they say there's no such thing as the right time to do something. There's always an excuse you can build, like, oh, I need this, I need that. Don't let that stop you, because you're living, breathing proof that because you went with your gut and went, okay, DIY, this is it. You're now in a band that you used to cover songs of. And what more can you say than that, apart from well played? Because you didn't go, oh, I'll get a better photographer, which is kind of a way of procrastinating, in my opinion. So dude, all I can say is thank you so much. And hopefully I will see you with Frank and the rest of the boys soon on a stage near me or not, and doing what you do best. But thanks for the free lesson, sucker. Have a great one, my friend. See you soon.
So much for having me. Thank you so much. Take care.
Take care.
The online GearFest sale starts now with big deals on all your favorite gear. Now through June 30th, we're rocking huge savings on demos and B-stocks, plus instant savings and special buys during Sweetwater's biggest event of the year. Find event details, live stream info, workshops, and more at sweetwater.com/GearFest.
Sweetwater. 1 part music gear wonderland, 1 part stunning customer service, and 1 part passion. Since 1979, Sweetwater has been committed to giving music makers the ultimate shopping experience. Whether it's our helpful advice, personalized to you, a free 2-year warranty on nearly everything we sell, our knack for fast, free shipping, our almost obsessive attention to detail, the free tech support, or the sweet way we say thanks. These are just a few of the many reasons why more musicians get their gear at Sweetwater than anywhere else. So whether you're buying your first guitar or building your dream studio, get your gear from a place you can trust, from people that care. Get more at sweetwater.com.
Buying music gear has never been easier. And we know, because we've spent 40 years perfecting the process for musicians everywhere. At Sweetwater.com, choose from one of the largest selections of music instruments and pro audio gear anywhere. That's 14,000 guitars in stock, 1 million feet of every kind of cable, and hundreds of microphones, pedals, keys, synths, drums, lights, accessories, plugins. Whew! You name it, we probably carry it. And we'll play it, tune it, pack it, ship it right to your door for free. Almost everything we sell is covered by a free 2-year warranty and technical support. And just to sweeten the deal, every customer is paired with one of our expert sales engineers, a personalized shopper that shares your passion for tone, pitch, knobs, keys, and more. So, get shopping and get playing at Sweetwater.com.
Hey everybody, Joe Bonamassa here in New York City, coming to you for the virtual GearFest 2020. I'm here on the behalf of Gibson and Epiphone. This is my brand new Epiphone signature Black Beauty that's going to come out. It's a replica of one of my 58s. Even has the old style Epiphone tuners that's on the original guitar. Very cool indeed. Thank you very much for all the support at Sweetwater over the years. Thank you to Gibson and Epiphone for all the support over the years. And I hope to see everyone in 2021 in 3D, not virtually. I'm done with the cameras. Thanks. Have a great GearFest, guys. Love you.
When it comes to buying gear, you've got a lot of choices. Sweetwater makes finding the perfect gear for you fast, easy, and fun, with helpful advice from our expert sales engineers. They're your personal music gear guides. Our sales engineers are highly trained music professionals who are passionate about gear and know it inside and out. And oh yeah, they're musicians just like you. They're here to help, and they're just a call or click away. Your personal sales engineer will listen to you and learn about your setup, style, and music ambitions. Then share the latest gear and exclusive deals. They can even help you figure out how to connect all your sweet gear. So whether you sing, play keys, drums, guitars, or spend your time at a mixing console, contact your Sweetwater sales engineer today and let us help you find the perfect gear for you.
The GearFest sale just got a whole lot better. For 2 days only, save up to 75% on all the gear you love. It's all online during the GearFest 10 event flash sale. Find exclusive deals on top brands, instruments, software, live sound, recording gear, plus so much more. It's all happening for 2 days only at sweetwater.com/GearFest.
Next up, we have a workshop that I've been looking forward to for several weeks, ever since I found out about it. Now, I know I've said this several times today, but it's true. I just look forward to these sessions because they're so cool. In this case, we have prolific bassist and singer-songwriter Nathan East joining us. I had the pleasure of interviewing Nathan a few years back, and he's a super nice guy who also happens to be one of the best bass players in the world. Now, Nathan has had an absolutely incredible career as a bassist and as a vocalist. His credits include Eric Clapton, George Harrison, Stevie Wonder, Beyonce, Michael Jackson, Foreplay, Daft Punk, and I could go on and on and on. There are hundreds more live and studio credits. But whether he's playing jazz, rock, funk, blues, or virtually any other genre, Nathan always locks into the groove and plays exactly the right part with incredible feel. But he's more than a session player and a sideman. Nathan has also had a stellar career as a solo artist. You're in for a treat with this GearFest session, where Nathan's going to tell us about his journey in music and how he always supports the big picture with his bass. Let's check it out.
Hey everybody, Nathan East here, coming at you virtually for the Sweetwater GearFest 2020. And here we are, 2020, what a year. Who knows where we're going with this, but I hope everybody's keeping safe. And Sweetwater asked me to come on and just say a few words virtually to you. We want to talk a little bit about my Yamaha signature bass, which is my pride and joy. I've actually, as of next year, 2021, it will be 40 years that I've been with Yamaha, which is which is amazing. It's been a fantastic, phenomenal relationship, And this is the BBNE2 signature 5-string bass. Ebony fingerboard. We have my built-in equalization and all kinds of goodies on it. And it sounds, well, it's the bass that I take with me on the road, on tour, and that I record with in the studio. Just a wonderful instrument for my needs. And I just, speaking of being with Yamaha for 40 plus, going on 40 years, I just like to talk a little bit about relationships and how this is a business where literally the relationships are what keep us going and keep us kind of alive and current. And so I appreciate my relationship with Yamaha and Sweetwater and all the artists that I've worked with. It's hard to imagine when I was like a kid, 14 years old, watching Ed Sullivan and seeing this group called the Beatles come on and grabbing a broom and jamming along with Paul McCartney and George Harrison and Ringo and John Lennon. And, it's still amazing to me to become friends with those guys and actually play with George and Ringo. So it's just, when I think about, everything that's happened since the time I picked this instrument up and now, it feels like the greatest dream you could ever live. And to this day, I'm forever grateful. Lots of great stories, lots of fun, adventurous places I've been able to travel to all around the world. One of my very first gigs when I was 16 years old was with Barry White. He called me. He actually hired the band that I was in called Power. Hired the entire band to go on tour with him. And we hit all the states. We hit the Apollo Theater, Madison Square Garden in New York, Cobo Hall in Detroit, all these legendary places like Kennedy Center, played the LA Forum. And I can just remember how excited I was at the age of 16 to kind of like be on the road with this amazing act, playing these arenas that packed, sold out. And, when I think back on it, that was really paved the way for what I would continue to do. I still get to travel with a lot of my friends. We would be in England, in Europe right now with Eric Clapton touring. Had the coronavirus 19 not shut everything down. I'm talking about the entire globe being shut down at the same time. It's just incredible to me. But the one good thing that we have is our music. We have our instruments, our gear, and we can really continue to have some fun with this stuff. With the bass, I was always grateful because it's an instrument that I'm in charge of, as a bassist, in charge of the harmonic relationships as well as the rhythmic. So you're kind of, the drummer's your best friend, but also the keyboard player and the guitar player, which makes it really fun being in a band like Foreplay, where it's a quartet, and with those being the primary instruments. And listening has always been one of the best pieces of advice that I've ever been given. Every time I ask somebody, what's the most important piece of advice you can give in music? And every single person just about says, listen. And so that's what we should be doing today. We should be listening to what's going on around the world and just paying attention. It's very relevant. Music, to me, has been a big part of my life, So the two, there's like a gray area where the two come together, and life, family, travel, all of those things are kind of like what we become as musicians. The bass has become an amazing instrument for many reasons now. I mean, all you have to do is go on YouTube or Instagram and start scrolling down, and you will hear some of the most incredible players. And that's what I'm excited about, because everybody has taken this instrument to another level. And so I've been listening a lot. It's basically a support instrument, and we're responsible. I mean, our mission, our purpose is kind of like to be in service of the music, in service of the artist, serve the big picture. And so every time I'm in the studio or on the road, every song becomes the most important thing at that moment in time, and I just want to serve that, you know. Bass is very important in its role. Bass lines have become iconic, that you can just recognize what a song is just by hearing. And you know, you walk in the room and play that, and every single person starts to sing along. Or you know, or I have this tune in with a high C, so I always start in the wrong key. But yeah, it's or let's see. So obviously, I am just ever so grateful for the life the bass has given me. And so, you know, today I just want to talk about just not too much theory, but mainly concept and I'll get that a little later. Just concepts and what goes through my mind when I'm playing a song, which is basically staying out of the way, being conscious of what's going on around me. One thing I notice sometimes they ask me to judge these Battle of the Basses, and every guy walks up, picks up the bass, and just starts slapping and whacking and just playing everything they practiced in their room, you know. And as impressive as that is, the thing that I noticed is that they don't stop and listen or stop and figure out what the volume is or check this. It just, they're whacking away and like they're gonna show you what their lick is, you know. And so it is impressive, but for me, the thing that most impresses me is when I walk away from hearing music and my heart is broken, you know, when I've really somebody just got deep and kind of emotionally connected. So when I'm playing, a lot of times that's where I'm putting my focus on, just how much emotion can you put into a single note. And when you listen to people like B.B. King or Clapton, you can hear one note that they play and it just sort of penetrates your heart, you know. And those are the kind of musicians, and I've always wanted to also have longevity in the music business. So I didn't kind of just gravitate toward one genre, but I tried to learn as much about all genres as possible. So, you know, when I was growing up, I was listening to a lot of Wes Montgomery and, of course, you know, people like Stanley Clarke and Jocko. But I was listening to the bands like Earth, Wind and Fire, Chicago, Blood, Sweat and Tears, Tower of Power, with all these great bass players in the band too. And the thing I love is that there's so many areas of this instrument that you can kind of choose to go into. So I always suggest that, you know, get an idea of the big picture in your mind of who you want to be. You know, you want to be that guy that's just like a rock solid player, you know, and take Leland Sklar, for instance, one of my favorite players, favorite human beings, you know, where he's just solid. And he's not trying to kind of show off any kind of chops, but he's played on more records, movie, film, soundtracks, and just ends up being like very, very pivotal and a pillar of the music industry. You know, his bass is on so many records and songs. And so that was always one of the things when I was growing up. I wanted to be kind of that guy that was just like, you almost felt more than you heard, you know, just you feel the bass. And the bass, when the bass is not there, you definitely know it. So there's a song that we recorded with Foreplay that I wrote, and it's kind of like you can play it simple, you can add maybe a little more flair to it, but I wanted to just give an example of how I approach a song like this. I always like to slide into it. So just with one note. Or the line. So when I think about playing, I'm constantly thinking about just the groove, how deep can I make that groove? How deep can I dig it? Get right down as low and deep as possible. I listen to the kick drum. I listen to, kind of, are they putting it in front of the beat, kind of laying everything back a little bit? And so there's lots to contemplate when playing. Obviously, too, we have so many choices of gear out there. So you want to get something that represents you, your sound, your feel, something that you can play and sort of develop your own signature sound on. So tons and tons of great instruments out there. I love these. Again, next year will be the 40th year playing Yamaha instruments, and they haven't failed me yet. We've been working on something that I can travel around the world with too. That's a little lighter and something that I can actually get on the airplane once we start flying again. So far, sort of a prototype is this version of my travel bass. And I'm still gonna work on it to get, a few more things. We want it to sound amazing, want it to be nice and light. And most importantly, though, something I can travel around with. I don't have to worry about getting to the aircraft and they say, oh, no, you have to check that, I know when we usually do these, when we're in person, we do a question and answer, and I get a lot of fun questions. So today I'd like to invite you to ask me any of those questions you want just by going onto my webpage, nathaneast.com. And in the section where it says contact, just put a question there, and I'd love to answer it. Also, I'd like to invite you to check out my online school of electric bass at artistworks.com. And that's actually very cool because we have the video exchanges where not only do we just go over questions, I have hundreds of lessons and hundreds of videos that I've already answered the questions over many years. And so you can kind of join up there, look at all the lessons, and then send me a video of yourself playing, and I'll be able to look at and maybe critique and just impart some of my wisdom, and maybe you can impart some of yours to me. But that's at artistworks.com, and just any instrument they have, there's like 40 faculty members over there, and it's really a great school. And now that we're all in quarantine, shelter in place at home, what better than to practice, which has been, this has been fun for me to be home and practice. So it's time to go now, but again, hit me up personally on my website, nathaneast.com, and I'll get back to you on that, or go to my artistworks.com page. And I want to thank Sweetwater and the GearFest folks over at GearFest for inviting me to be here today, and also Yamaha for providing my instruments. Okay, everybody, thanks again, and listen, stay safe out there, and we will see you around. Take care.
Hey y'all, this is Bree Bagwell. Welcome to GearFest. Thank you so much for having me. This is my baby, Rebecca, my Martin HD 28. Willie Nelson signed it, and I love this guitar so much. It's been on the road with me for about 6 or 7 years now. And Rebecca's little brother, I have an Ed Sheeran signature edition. So I'm working on my fleet of Martins, if you can't tell. I love Martin guitars. I love the strings. Thank you for making great strings. Rebecca loves her Martin strings. So I'm gonna play you my brand new single, exclusive performance for GearFest today. It's called As Soon As You. As soon as you try to fence me in, I'm breaking loose. As soon as you try to tie me down, I'm in my running shoes. Baby, it's no use. As soon as you try to lock me up, I'm sneaking out. As soon as you bring up a ring, I'm nowhere to be found. I'm halfway out of town. So don't try to tame a Mustang. Don't try to catch the wind. Just learn to love out something for the something that she is. And I'll find that place at my own pace if you wait patiently. Oh, eventually I'll want to say I do. Oh, but I just won't get there as soon as you. As soon as you take my guitar or draw the line, I'd love to do the honors of leaving you behind. Oh, and I'll be fine, goodbye. And you tell me that it's not true, but it's what I think. If I settle down, I'll live my life behind a kitchen sink, sneaking a dream. So don't try to tame a Mustang. Don't try to catch the wind. Just learn to love out something for the something that she is. And I'll find that place at my own pace if you wait patiently. Oh, eventually I'll want to say I do. Oh, but I just won't get there as soon as you. And I pretend I don't, but I confess. I want the aisle and I want the dress. We'll both be crying happy tears if you can wait just 10 more years. And don't try to tame a Mustang. Don't try to catch the wind. Just learn to love out something for the something that she is. I'll find that place at my own pace if you wait patiently. Oh, eventually I'll want to say I do. Oh, but I just won't get there as soon as you. No, I just won't get free Bagwell. Y'all have the best time.
Sweetwater is the ultimate resource for gear. If you're a seasoned pro or just like making music at home, we have the expertise, the passion, and the gear. So get shopping and get playing at Sweetwater.com.
All right, before I do anything, I got to establish the key. Yes, it's A. Said that, I got to tell you something. The Sweetwater GearFest this year will be held virtually. So all of us here at Ibanez Electric Guitar hope you will attend virtually and you'll get something good out of it. All right, we'll see you there. Sweetwatermusic.com. It's where I get just about all my gear. And we'll see you there. Thank you very much. Rock and roll.
Delay rules, except when it's on your shipment. Sweetwater. Always fast, free shipping. But we don't stop there. Sweetwater has the largest inventory of pro audio and instruments anywhere, and plenty of passion and expertise to help you make music. Get shopping and start playing at Sweetwater.com.
Hi folks, Mark Cruz here. I hope everybody's enjoying Sweetwater's virtual GearFest 2020. This is the title track off my new album, Lose the Shoes.
That's pretty incredible. I mean, I have enough trouble playing one guitar neck, let alone two at the same time. I mean, that's just amazing, Mark. Pretty cool stuff. So we're nearing the end of day one, but GearFest 2020 is far from over. The GearFest Online 10 event flash sale continues all through tomorrow, and you can expect to find deals where you can save up to 75% off. And if you call your Sweetwater sales engineer, you can learn about even more incredible unadvertised sales. The huge GearFest giveaway continues hourly through tomorrow as well. Don't forget to register to win your share of $35,000 in free gear we're giving away, and for your chance to be the grand prize winner, you could take home a fantastic $5,000 recording package. It's been a great day one, but we're not done. We're going to wrap it up with a super special event. Our next artist has been rocking the world stages for decades, bringing his Texas-flavored, blues-inspired rock to fans everywhere with his band ZZ Top. I'm talking, of course, about guitarist, vocalist, and songwriter Billy Gibbons. Now, keep an eye out for a costume change during this interview, kind of a secret thing that happened there. It seems that Billy decided to rock his favorite striped pajamas while he was playing in this segment. So enjoy this chat between Sweetwater's own Nick Bowcott and Billy Gibbons. Nick, it's all yours.
Greetings, this is Nick Bowcott with Sweetwater. Welcome to GearFest 2020, the online version. And I have a man to my left on screen who needs no introduction whatsoever, but I'm going to do it anyway. Some people know him purely as the Reverend, others know him as BFG. Some who are close to him know him as a friend of Eric Clapton. It gives me huge pleasure to have with us today Billy F. Gibbons from that little band from Texas. That little old band from Texas, ZZ Top. Billy, thanks for doing this, my friend.
Nick, it's good to be with you again. This is going to be a really robust exchange. Everybody's excited about GearFest.
Right.
So I think we've got a number of things we can touch upon, and we'll just take it off.
We'll just wing it, as they like to say. Now, just for those watching, my history with you goes way, way back when. In fact, the first time we met, when I first started writing for Guitar World, you probably won't remember this, but one of my second or third assignment, they said, would you like to meet Billy Gibbons in a hotel room in New York and do a lesson about pinch harmonics? It's like, you're going to pay me to do this? Are you kidding me? So we met in a hotel room, became friends. Since then, since that lesson, I dug this thing up. 1991, my friend, a cover story I wrote for you for the Guitarist magazine in England. And over the years, and this is a weird but wonderful segue, one of the highlights of my life, and I'm not saying this to be obsequious, is you send me Christmas presents. You sent me pears one year. I got this wonderful Ranger gut hook from you, which was amazing, in this Happy Holidays from Billy F. Gibbons that I've kept just because it's cool.
Nice.
But around 2005, you sent me something. This is a clumsy but neat segue. You sent me this, which is Rock and Roll Gearhead, your book about hot rods and guitars. And you've just come up with a revised version of this, haven't you?
Yeah, well, you've got a great memory, and our friendship over the years has provided us a great platform to speak on everything that's included in that book. It's not just a guy's book. I think the girls can get an opportunity to enjoy it. The new version, if I could hold this one up.
Oh, cool.
This is a revised, updated version. As you pointed out, 2005, 15 years has allowed us to bring in a number of new guitars into the collection. And of course, where would we be without hot rod cars going fast and playing loud?
Yeah, it's a magical combination, And I was about to compliment your lighting guy on how well your video is lit, but you just told me before we hit the cameras rolling that you're actually outside in the desert. Pray tell.
We are. We are in Joshua Tree, which is right out between Palm Springs. You've got Las Vegas on the other deep end. Joshua Tree is a rather remarkable place. And just recently completed some recordings with my good buddy Josh from Queens of the Stone Age for his desert recordings number 15 and 16.
Good grief.
And we've discovered another recording compound operated by Mr. Rocco Gardner, just around the corner in Pioneer Town. It's called the Skyline Ranch.
Right.
And it's quite a remarkable facility. And we're making a lot of loud noise. There's no neighbors to bother, so everything's good.
Yeah, and it's safe in the lockdown as well, because social distancing defined, I guess. You're in the desert.
Oh yeah, we're out in the middle. We were visited by a rattlesnake this morning. That's another a wake-up call. Speaking of rattlesnake shaking, we got wise and stepped back and let him have his space.
Yeah, that's a smart move. Yeah, it's not a snare roll. It's a get away from me warning, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And everybody's happy now.
And what takes you to this? Like you mentioned the fact you've been recording with Josh, but this is a Billy Gibbons project, I believe.
It is. This will be our third solo effort.
Oh.
Yeah. The most recent, of course, was The Big Bad Blues.
Which is a fine album, I must say.
And that was preceded by our trip down to Havana, Cuba, where we made the Perfectamundo disc.
Of course.
Kind of a not so unusual return to our Cubano Spanglish slanglish roots.
Right. And who is, I'm guessing, well, I'm not guessing because you told me yesterday, but Matt Sorum's involved again, of course, on the skins.
Yes, I've had Matt under wing, along with the left-handed guitar player, Mr. Austin Hanks. And
nice.
The three of us assembled, along with Mr. Elwood Francis, Mr. Gary Moon. We had quite a menagerie putting the BFG Roadshow together. And
I bet.
It was so successful and so enjoyable. Everybody was having big fun, and we decided to pick up sticks and lay them down once again. Matt, along with my good friend Tim Montana and his associate, the recording engineer Mike Fiorentino, joins Chad Slosher, and the team is back making headway. We've got some what we think is really good sounds coming along, and of course, thanks to the delivery people and Sweetwater's mail order package, everything that we're using was delivered safe and sound right from the Sweetwater website. All we had to do was go online, punch in what we needed, and here it came. It was great.
It's a wonderful thing, especially this lockdown. There's nothing more frustrating than being limited to what you can do. But if you don't have the gear to do it, then you're completely up the creek without the proverbial paddle. So good to hear we can help in a small way. Now, talking of the new record, will it be a different avenue, or where are you heading with this one, or don't you know yet?
Well, the creative juices are beginning to flow, and needless to say, that's a good sign.
Right.
I think the message that all of our followers, both your side, my side, and all sides contained, as long as you're having a good time, that seems to manage to get into the grooves. And I believe that's about as good as you can get.
That's actually, isn't that a Spinal Tap quote? Have a good time all the time. I think
have a good time all the time. Not a bad thing. It's a good combo.
No, it is. It is. Well, that's what life is ultimately. If you're not having fun, then fix it. Fix it, please. Now, going back to your book and also Tones, you have the wonderful Super 59, and I believe we are doing a promotion with the newly packaged version of the, as he just drops the box, I love the new box, by the way, but we are going to do a promotion with Sweetwater and Magnatone to actually get some signed versions of this out with your amplifiers, which will be splendid.
Correct. The leader of the charge here behind Magnatone is our good friend Ted Kornblum. And Ted, in order to kind of sweeten the package, has made it possible to include a signed copy of the new BFG book, this guy again.
Right.
And it will go along with all of the Magnatone products, the newest being a very interesting creation out of Magnatone's factory, the Magnatone 15. And it's a self-contained combo, single 12-inch speaker with 15 loud watts of power behind it, all tube, of course.
Right.
And the circuit design from Obed Khan and the genius guys at Magnatone have really perfected a way to get not only the clean sounds, but the gain control. There's a master volume, which is kind of unusual for such a small self-contained unit, but
yes,
the master volume will allow you to bring up the gain stage where you can go from clean to raunchy, rough, and raw. It's really a good setup. What makes this particular package of value, you can use it in the studio, you can take it to the stage, you can also take it into the bedroom and plug in the headphones. There's a nice headphone feature on the back. You kill the speaker and put on your headphones, and away you go.
Nice. Now, a lot of people don't realize that a proper 15-watt amp, as opposed to a fake one, you know, the ones that say we hit 15 watts just before it explodes, but I'm sure the Magnatone, like a Marshall or a Hi-Watt or anything good like that, 15 watts is very conservative, and 15 watts is remarkably loud if it's in a well-designed, especially a tube amp, and hence the reason you say on stage, someone would go, you can't use a 15 watts amp on stage. I beg to differ, you can.
Well, yes, you can. There's plenty of headroom in Magnatone's, their rating for when you say 15 watts, it's by no means anemic. This is a very robust, very powerful output. The transformers are handling the entire circuit, and they deliver with gusto. It's really cool.
With gusto, that's a good word. Which
Yeah.
is what you want. You want some gusto behind you at the end of the day.
Gotta have the big G.
The big G indeed, with the big BFG. So yeah, a good combination. And talking of sounds, by the way, you're synonymous with a huge sound. And what surprises a lot of people, surprised me initially until I tried it, is you use remarkably light strings for this. For the gusto of your tone, my friend. Are you still eights?
Well, yeah. Early on, I got the privilege of sharing a dressing room with B.B. King, upon which he said, "Say, do you mind if I have a few strums on your guitar?" Well, at the time, I was thinking to get the big, bad, loud sounds from the blues guys, you had to have super heavy strings, and it just took one or two strums, and B.B. looked at me kind of quizzically, and he said, "Why are you working so hard?" Well, I said, "What exactly does that mean?" And he said, "Well, these strings are so heavy." And I said, "Well, isn't that what you need to get the big, bad sound?" He said, "No." He said, back in the day when there was only one set of strings available, the Black Diamond, 1 gauge, he said, we used to do a trick. We used to have to throw away the big E string, move everything down one, and then borrow a banjo string to make a light gauge set. But then along comes Jimmy Dunlop from Dunlop Manufacturing, and he accepted the challenge to make something lighter than the lightest gauge up until recently was .008. That was a super slinky on the high end. But now we have the Reverend Willie's Mexican lottery brand, .007 strings. And if you really want to squeeze them out, grab a set of these things. They're really, really cool. What makes it nice, they tune up handily, and they have quite a bit of stretch. They rarely can be found beyond the breaking point. These things have yet to let me down. I don't want to be known as a string breaker.
Right. I love the tagline, safest and cheapest.
Safest and cheapest. That's right. There it is.
So there you have it, Mexican lottery. That's great. So sevens, and I guess because what's interesting, like you talk about the banjo thing, is another guy who's famous for a big sound is Tony Iommi from Black Sabbath. And he did the same thing because he lost his fingertips. He had no choice but to use banjo strings. And he was tuning down as well. And everyone goes, really? He was making that sound with those strings? And there's a beautiful flatulence, I'd call it.
Oh, yeah. You get down to like spaghetti strings, super light, and then tuned down to low D. If you really want to get crazy, go to C or even low B. That's where it gets really 4 flat tires on a muddy road. But I find that the Reverend Willie's, they come in 7s. You can get 8s, you can get 9s, you can even get 10s if you need it.
Right.
But they all respond well, as you know. It's no secret that I've been carrying my famous Mexican peso guitar pick, and this thing is there's no give at all to this thing. Once you shave it down and get it machined into the shape of a pick, someone said, "Well, don't you have a problem with such a heavy pick breaking strings?" Not with the alloy that's found in the Mexican lotteries.
That's great.
Call Sweetwater and just hit the add to cart button. It's the Jimmy Dunlop Reverend Willie's Mexican lottery band string. It's pretty good, and it goes good with a peso. Good
old Jimmy. Now, talking of the peso, this is great because that was going to be one of my next questions, and you saved me answering it. How did you get into using a peso in the first place? What drove that? What inspired?
Well, my buddy Jimmy Vaughn and I grew up in Texas together. I was down south and he was up north. I had the group The Moving Sidewalks when he was playing with his band, the Chessmen.
Right.
And the bass player, Tommy Carter, used to play Fender Precision bass, and he used a quarter. He used a 25-cent piece.
Uh-huh.
and he found it to be so stiff, and it really produced a rather loud report. The problem with using a quarter is the edges are serrated,
Right.
and it's quite easy to saw through a string very quickly.
Right.
But I found it rather intriguing and decided to check it out. And from my days spent down in Mexico, the Mexican peso from back in the 60s had a very smooth, non-serrated edge.
Right.
And that's what brought us to it. And of course, even today, if you can find the old pesos, the large size, get a good machinist. I'm still working with Mr. Jimmy Shine out of the Shine Speed Shop over in Orange, California. And Jimmy says, go to the flea market, go find a big sack full of these peso picks, and let's bring it back to the machine shop, and we'll get it on. So that's where I've managed to keep a fairly decent supply of these things. They don't break, and they're
That's for
the
sure.
way.
Yeah, because interesting, Brian's, I'm sure you know Brian May, the Queen guitar player. He uses a sixpence, but those are also serrated and they're a lot smaller. That's a girthy piece of gusto production there.
Yeah, I spoke with Brian May one afternoon, and we were talking about the resilience of first starting with the guitar strings and then the guitar pickups, and the way that the response comes through with a really stiff plectrum. There's no doubt about it. When there's no give, it's all take by the guitar. I did come across an interesting recent talking about electric guitars. One of my favorites right here, the reissue of the 1961 Les Paul from Gibson. And there's a gentleman originating from Norway who now operates out of the UK, Thomas Nilsson, who runs Cream Tea Pickups.
Uh-huh.
And he's developed a interesting contraption that measures the response. It goes deep within the content of the passive electric guitar pickup. He's now offering a set of pickups which are absolute 100% pure copies of the pickups found in Pearly Gates, my 1959 Sunburst.
Ah, yeah, the Holy Grail guitar.
And they're called the Whisker Bucker pickups.
Of course.
And soon to be found on the Sweetwater website, I'm sure. But yeah, the Cream Tea Whisker Bucker pickup delivers a genuine, a very rich. There's nothing left. Everything is, as I mentioned, 100% accurate. It's pretty amazing.
That's staggering. And talking of things named Whisker, I mean, this is the hot rod we were fortunate enough to have Eliminator, thanks to you, in the foyer of Sweetwater for quite a number of months, and a lot of people got a great deal of pleasure of watching that, seeing that legendary guitar, that legendary car in person. Hot rods to hot sauce, Whisker Bomb.
Yeah.
Tell me about this, because you've got me intrigued by that one when you revealed that yesterday.
A good segue. I'm never too far away from holding up the Whisker Bomb hot sauce. You can play the licks loud. You can play them as often as you like. When you take a break, and if you really want to heat things up, you might want to try this rather interesting concoction, Whisker Bomb hot sauce. Pictured on the cover is yours truly, along with Tim Montana.
Yeah, so he's the T's in B's and T's then. B's
and T's. B for Billy, T for Tim. We were in the studio in Nashville, and we took a break, and I asked Tim what he might have been doing in the commissary. He said, I was just whipping up a little hot sauce. And I said, well, I've got a recipe. So we put our heads together, and we came up with something that everybody that enjoys a little bit of the chili head experience can go for the Whisker Bomb. It's whiskerbomb.com. You can order it online. Possibly soon to dream up a gift package through Sweetwater. That'll be upcoming. As long as you and I can dream it up, I'm sure we can drink it up.
Challenge taken. And what intrigues me too is there's a regular, and then pray tell, it's got to come from your mouth, not mine. What is the name of the hot version of this already hot sauce?
Well, there's two expressions. The Whisker Bomb Original, and of course, if you want to step it up, there's the Whisker Bomb Have Mercy Hot.
Have Mercy. Perfect name. Perfect name.
With that in mind, I'm going to take a short break and grab some tortilla chips and sprinkle a little Have Mercy Hot along with the Whisker Bomb Original. Can we pick it up here in a second?
Absolutely, yes, we will.
All right.
Whisker Bomb break. Okay, folks, well, Billy's back from his Whisker Bomb journey, and let's continue, my friends. So, you and Tim Montana, I didn't know this, but I did some research. Aside from having the commonality with the beards and the musicality, I didn't know that you two guys wrote a song together called, correct me if I'm wrong, This Beard Came to Party, and the Boston Red Sox actually used it for their preseason theme song in 2013. Tell me a bit about this one. That's fascinating.
Well, baseball fans will certainly remember the turn of events that brought the Red Sox into the land of chin whiskers. They had not seen a winning World Series pennant for so many years, and they were bound and determined to make this particular season a stab at bringing home the bacon. Each player decided they vowed to quit shaving until the end of the season, and they were not gonna shave until they won the pennant. Well, I think a few of the players they probably got a little itchy, and they said, "We better win. This is getting a little scratchy." But at the same time, I was traveling through Nashville, and I met up with Tim. He was in the recording studio with his band, the Shrednecks, Tim Montana and the Shrednecks. Love that name.
It's a perfect name.
And I said, Tim, I understand you guys are working on some new songs. He said, well, yeah. He said, if we can take a moment, perhaps we can write something. And I said, well, what is that song that I heard you guys going over when I first entered the studio? And he said, well, it's kind of corny. I don't know if we really want to chase that down. I said, well, it sounds rather intriguing. I find myself singing along with it. He said, well, it's kind of corny. I said, well, what do you have in mind? He said, well, we call it This Beard Came Here to Party. Well, imagine a guy that looks like me and a guy that looks like T.
Yeah, say no more.
I said, that's low-hanging fruit. I said, let's go ahead and write it. Later that night, we ran into a guy that was actually traveling from Nashville up to Boston, and he heard about the song, and he said, do you mind if I just play it for the team? It might give them a little a morale booster, which he did. They liked it so much it became their theme song for the season, and of course, that's the famous year the Boston Red Sox pulled it out of the hat and won the World Series pennant. It was great.
Wow, talk about the perfect storm.
Oh, yeah.
All of that happening within 24 hours and resulting in that. Fascinating.
Yep.
Now, before, just so you know, folks, Billy's been good, has kindly agreed to show us how he plays as opposed to how someone else interprets his most classic songs. But before we get onto that, before we get on to you giving us the reverend version of the song you wrote, i.e. the correct version, I have to impose on you that this might be a curveball, but the last time we hung out for a considerable amount of time was when you came through Fort Wayne with ZZ Top about a year and a half ago, and we chatted until the wee hours, and you told me this amazing story that came from yourself and Mr. Jeff Beck in the dressing room just after you guys had played. And I always remember you guys, just left Chicago. You always end with the Bond theme. I'm going to throw you that carrot and hopefully you pick it up and run with it. So go, my friend.
Yeah.
I've thrown you in there. Sorry.
Well, it's no secret that the friendship that's existed with both Jeff Beck and myself goes back, as long as longer than ZZ Top even. We met in 1968, and we've maintained a friendship ever since. Jeff's playing is one of those mysterious marvels that I think most guitar players can sit back with arms folded saying, gee whiz, how is that done?
Yep, done that.
And nobody but Jeff can really dig into it like he does. He has taken the Fender Stratocaster into places where the designers couldn't dream of going, but nonetheless, Jeff manages to do it. We've enjoyed playing together. We actually wound up joining forces a while back, as you pointed out, coming through Fort Wayne, where the home of Sweetwater. Jeff Beck was on the bill with us, and we decided early on that it would be quite a bit of fun to end the evening with Jeff Beck becoming the fourth member of ZZ Top, which he did. And we wound up, one of Jeff's favorite ZZ Top songs is one of the ballad, slower things that we've done called Rough Boy.
Love that song.
And someone said one night, out of the clear blue, someone said, play something country. And, well, we looked at each other and said, well, are we sure we can do this? And they said, I've seen you guys play 16 tons on YouTube. And we looked at each other and said, I don't remember having done that. But Jeff said, well, maybe it's time we learn it. So, indeed, we actually went to YouTube and found where someone had cobbled together a kind of a interesting combination of parts and pieces, which became 16 tons. So whoever did that, Jeff and I are ever grateful for showing us the way into that crazy song, 16 tons.
Love that story. Love that story. So, Billy, thank you so much for taking the time. I can't wait to hear what yourself, Matt, and the guys concoct, because it will be exciting. Please give my very best to Elwood. Lovely guy. And if you wouldn't mind, as you've promised, so I'm going to hold you to it, you were going to show us how to play Tush. Most people want to learn from the master himself, so I guess it's time for some more Whisker Bomb and then some hot licks with the hot sauce.
Why don't we try just that? And let me just show you a few things so we can learn how to play it as we recorded it way back when.
Perfect. Thank you. I look forward to that. Let's adjourn with guitar in hand.
To play Tush, it's fairly simple. Remember the two movements, the intro and the verse, the figure repeats. And remember to use your thumb slide.
Well, Billy, thank you so much for that impromptu Tush tutorial. I realized that you were using a thumb, but I never realized that your index finger stayed where it was and your thumb moves independently. Quite amazing, my friend.
Yep, you gotta have the thumb slide.
And it's got to be from 1 to 3. It can't be from 2 to 3. It's got to be from F to G.
There it is.
And the other thing that is a lot of people don't realize that when it actually gets to the verse, the riff effectively truncates. It shortens, doesn't it?
It gets shorter. The intro is the longer movement, and once the singing begins, you just cut it in half and repeat. So it's a little tricky, but once you understand that there's just two movements in the tonic, then everything goes from there.
Gotcha. Now, I've got a quick question for you. So that song was recorded way back in '75 on the great Fandango album. If someone had told you in the mid-'70s that 45 years from now, Billy, you will be doing something via phone and a satellite, talking to some English idiot in Indiana teaching Tush riff, would you have believed them, or would you have said they were nuts?
Well, as long as you stay, the word is on the street. ZZ Top is the same three guys playing the same three chords, and there it is. It doesn't have to change too much.
Yeah, it's amazing. And so you're now in year 51, which is quite staggering. The same three guys with the same 3 or maybe 12 chords. But whatever you're doing, my last question to you would be, would you have any advice to hand on to someone, either young or old, who would love to blaze a trail of the length and duration of yours? 51 years is remarkable, longer than most marriages, as you said on that little old band from Texas documentary, which is amazing, by the way, the Netflix thing. What would your advice be?
I think we go, yes. The words from the wise, B.B. King told me the most usable phrase was, learn to play what you want to hear. And I think if that's your starting platform, it's a pretty good way to begin.
Right, and as long as you can find 2 or 3 other people who also like to play the same stuff that you like to hear, then it's a winning formula, I guess.
Yeah. By the way, before we let this timer expire, but in closing, just as a reminder, be sure and go to Sweetwater and get your Jimmy Dunlop version of the Reverend Willie's Mexican Lottery brand super light gauge strings, another B.B. King thing. And as we've spoken earlier, Ted Kornblum is joining Sweetwater with a great promotion. And don't forget this new book, Billy F. Gibbons' Rock and Roll Gearhead. I think it's going to be fine.
I think it's been great. Well, all that's left to say, really, Billy, is thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it. And here's to another 51 years. It's funny, GBH in England is an acronym from a crime called grievous bodily harm. As you probably know, it's also the name of a wonderful punk band. In my opinion, in ZZ world, GBH is actually the secret, or one would say maybe the essential formula for the recipe that is ZZ Top. And it's not grievous bodily harm, it's Gibbons, Beard, Hill.
That it is.
End of story, GBH, my friend. So thanks for doing what you do, and hopefully I'll see you soon on the road, and can't wait to hear the new record.
Thanks, Nick. My best to you, my best to Sweetwater, and to all the great friends, fans, and followers around the globe. We'll see you again soon.
Great. Thank you, Billy. Cheers.
Welcome to Sweetwater. Let's go check out why this is an amazing place to work. Follow me. First and foremost, we got an amazing music store. The thousands of items we sell online every day are literally right here at your fingertips, and at a special employee discount. That's how you do it right there. One of the great things about this campus is that there are musicians and music everywhere. Our campus is electric. There's always something going on, and you'll never know who you'll run into. Welcome to the Downbeat Diner, where our kitchen serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the employees and their families. There's a variety of delicious food served here every day, including gluten-free and vegetarian options as well. All meals are prepared fresh, in-house, daily. One of my favorite things here is the Crescendo Cafe, where they have a full-service coffee and espresso bar. They even got ice cream. I'm good on that. Because Sweetwater is committed to health and wellness, they provided us a health club and a personal trainer. Need to get cardio in over your lunch break? No need to race across town. Our facility is right here on campus. Private showers and dressing rooms make it a snap to clean up and get back into action without missing a beat. We also have a medical clinic with a doctor and a registered nurse on site Monday through Friday for all Sweetwater employees and their families. They're here to serve you, regardless of your insurance plan, for free. One of the other cool amenities we have here at Sweetwater is the Wavelength Salon and Spa. The spa has everything from stylists, manicurists, to a licensed massage therapist. Take a little bit off the back. Because we work hard at Sweetwater, we play hard with our free arcade. This is our concierge team, and they can help you get anything from your dry cleaning, your shipping, down to getting tickets to your local shows, and much more. We've just scratched the surface on what Sweetwater provides for its employees. Come check us out. For more information on Sweetwater Careers and to find your dream job, visit us at sweetwater.com/careers.
This is Josie from Sweetwater. Thanks for tuning in to GearFest Online.
Hey guys, I'm Doug in Sweetwater's Guitar Shop. Thanks for joining us for GearFest Online.
Hey, what's going on? This is Xavier from Sweetwater, and thanks for tuning in to GearFest Online.
Hi, this is Steven from the Guitar Shop at Sweetwater. Thanks for tuning in to GearFest Online.
Line.
Wow, what an incredible day. You know, I think we made it through, and we're excited to come back again tomorrow and do it all again with so much great stuff. But for today, thanks to Alan Parsons, Billy Gibbons, Ricky Skaggs, Nathan East, Dave Pensado, Lita Ford, Craig Anderton, Ross Hogarth, and all our incredible presenters. It's been a fantastic day of music, recording, and live sound, and I hope you've enjoyed it half as much as I have, because I have loved it. I can't believe how much I learned today and how excited I am to get in the studio and make some music. I hope you've signed up for the hourly GearFest giveaways and for the grand prize recording package, and that you've taken advantage of some of the great deals available here at GearFest. After all, it wouldn't be GearFest without gear, right? Now tomorrow, day 2 of GearFest, we have an incredible day planned for you, beginning with a session with Grammy Award-winning arranger, producer, and multi-instrumental musician Sean Morton. We'll continue with incredible sessions with Richie Faulkner from Judas Priest, film composer, producer, solo artist BT, and recording workshops with engineers, producers Jakir King, Fab DuPont, and Alan Sides. And then there's our annual GearFest favorite, the Producers Panel. We'll be talking with 7 of the greatest producers of all time, and then we're going to have a conversation with Chuck Surak, the founder and president of Sweetwater, as well as wide-ranging interviews with legends Todd Rundgren and Nile Rodgers. We got so much coming up tomorrow. It's going to be great. I'm just so excited about it. And we'll be wrapping things up with a performance and a workshop with the Immediate Family, a band made up of some of the greatest session musicians of all time. And of course, our hourly GearFest giveaways are going to continue all day long, and so do all of the exclusive GearFest deals. Be sure to tune in. You don't want to miss a second of day 2 of Sweetwater's GearFest 2020. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to sharing our passion for music and audio with you all day tomorrow here at GearFest. So that's a wrap. We'll see you tomorrow.